We're going to begin our programming in just a moment. First, I want to spend a moment centering the indigenous people of Oregon today. The Burns-Paiute tribe, the Confederated tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, the Confederated tribes of the Grand Ronde community of Oregon, the Confederated tribes of Siletz Indians, the Confederated tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, the Confederated tribes of Warm Springs, the Coquille Indian tribe, the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua tribe of Indians, and the Klamath tribes, as well as the dozens of other tribes, bands, and communities that exist outside of federal recognition. HLA is an organization with land in its name, so it's important that we reckon with the fraught history of this land. Who owns it? To whom does its wealth flow? Who gets the right to call it home? Oregon was once home to more than 60 tribes, each with their own unique culture, history, and customs. Many had been in the region for thousands of years before Europeans arrived. And when white Americans traveling the Oregon Trail arrived, they claimed lands which were never ceded to the US by tribes. When the US government did send agents to negotiate, they agreed to 18 treaties which would allow each tribe to live on a small section of their homeland. Settlers and the territorial governments were outraged, insisting on full removal from these desirable areas. All 18 treaties were rejected by Congress. By 1855, many of the Portland area tribes became a part of the Confederated tribes of the Grand Ronde, and under the threat of state-sanctioned attacks from militias, agreed to leave to a reservation on the western edge of the Willamette Valley. The Grand Ronde community originally spanned over 61,000 acres, but a series of federal policies have reduced it to less than 11,000 acres today. We can see this as a template for a century and a half of residential segregation that followed. The government was literally telling people where they could live based on their identity. Beginning in 1954, Congress terminated the federal recognition of most of Oregon's tribes, stripping massive quantities of land and access to federal programs away from tribal citizens. Indigenous activists immediately took action, and after years of strategized advocacy between 1977 and 1989, 9 tribes we know today won back their federal recognition. However, this work is not yet finished. Tribes continue to fight to reclaim land lost during this time and to protect their treaty enshrined hunting and fishing rights across the state. The Confederated tribes of the Umatilla Reservation have repurchased more than 77,000 acres in Eastern Oregon over the last 35 years. And in 2020, the Clatsop Nehalem tribes, who have never been recognized by the federal government, had 18.6 acres returned to them, allowing them to reestablish a homeland for the first time in 173 years. Our work today is to learn from the past and present and create a more just future. And we simply cannot do that if we ignore the voices of its indigenous peoples. If we truly believe in equity and justice, that is where this conversation must begin. So thank you all for indulging me. And now please join me in welcoming HLA's board president, Jennifer Bragar.
Thank you, Sam. Wow, this is a totally different perspective from conferences past. We are elevated this year, not only by the stage, but by all of you. Our largest conference ever to date. We have 140 people registered to be here in person, another 40 or so online in our virtual platform. So this is just a very exciting time for us to spread the message, to have the deep and controversial conversations that our conference is so well known for. So again, I'm Jennifer Bragar, the president of Housing Land Advocates and a land use attorney at Tomasi Bragar Dubé. Welcome to the 2024 Housing Land Advocates Conference. I also want to welcome back attendees who have been loyally participating every year for the last 20 years, and welcome new attendees who are taking advantage of this in-person event and our virtual platform to participate from across the country. Before we begin, I want to use this introduction to the conference to express our heartfelt thanks and to let the community know what our active volunteer board has been working on over the past year. We would not be here today without the dedication of our entire board who planned this conference, but special acknowledgement must go to Sam Goldberg, Angel Valkner, Ben Schoenberger, Sierra Barnes, Jean Dahlquist, and June Bradley. Thank you so much for putting together this great program today. We'll be spanning the legal and practical ways we can affect affordable housing development in Oregon as we look forward to a deep dive into housing production strategies. We have spent several months coordinating a dynamic group of speakers. And Jean, thank you for the breakthrough design on HLA's first ever swag. You can all check it out at the back table. And if you were a sponsor, then talk to one of the board members about what you get inside your tote bag. In addition, individual board members are actively involved in shaping affordable housing decision-making and policy development, whether on a day-to-day basis or strategically as part of our board work. Many of you have heard about our PAPA project. This year, our work expanded beyond post-acknowledgement plan amendment review, those land use decisions that involve zone changes or amendments to land use regulations that have statewide planning goal 10 implications, to review the first set of housing production strategies submitted to the Department of Land Conservation and Development. HLA and Fair Housing Council of Oregon were often the only commenter on these important planning documents. Sam led the board's effort to submit comments on 7 housing production strategies, in addition to reviewing 224 individual PAPAs this year. Jean once again put together a great handout that's on the tables in front of you on our findings with our summary of our concerns about the housing production strategies to date that lack detail on achieving equitable outcomes for our lowest income community members. Review the findings on our handout and help amplify our point that our local governments must do better than mere promotion of home ownership. And on the marketing front, Sierra Barnes has taken the lead to increase our digital footprint and expand our outreach with newsletters, website updates, and leading our logo refresh effort. Co-founding board member Ed Sullivan has continued to work with others on the PAPA project to comment on local government compliance with statewide planning goal 10, the housing goal, and has helped with the transition to a new liaison with the Fair Housing Council on the PAPA project. He continues to advocate for housing with the Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association as it works on legislation and rulemaking, and he writes or comments on housing matters in the Portland Daily Journal of Commerce, the Oregon State Bar, Real Estate and Land Use section, and other media. And in addition to Ben's leadership in planning this conference, he has also been invaluable as the board secretary and working on City of Portland affordable housing and land use policy matters. Professor Sarah Adams Shane has participated on behalf of HLA in a range of activities in Eugene in relation to its middle housing efforts, in her writing on affordable housing topics, and inspiring a new generation of land use attorneys. Board member Kathy Wild assisted the board in strategy on legislative matters, including implementation of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis and advising the board on comments and advocacy for housing people with disabilities and ensuring accessibility and visitability in new housing design. Both Kathy and Sam are going to sit on advisory committees with the Department of Land and Conservation Development as HLA representatives this year related to the implementation of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. Caleb Hugel has rejoined the board after having been a student board member, and he brings his legal expertise and government law background to the table to advance fair housing. His efforts this year include summarizing this conference for the ABA State and Local Government Law newsletter. And finally, June Bradley has taken an active role as our law student board member to put together a panel for today's conference and to help with our legislative tracking and comment letters. The board spent years and much of our careers advocating for affirmatively furthering fair housing, and DLCD has adopted the policy into its rulemaking related to housing production. Wow. Affirmatively furthering fair housing in the land use context captures an effort to ensure that past segregatory patterns in the siting of housing do not continue to be perpetuated and instead are dismantled. Although she left the board last year, I want to recognize Andrea Tremblay for her leadership in this effort at the state level. It is an exciting time for sure. I suspect that we have many students attending this conference, and we encourage you to consider applying to be our board member for the next school year beginning in the fall. You can reach out to me, Ed, or Caleb if you are interested. Board members, please stand up and be recognized. Last, I want to thank our expanded group of sponsors for your participation in this year's conference. The great partnership with Portland State University's Toulon School of Urban Studies and Planning to secure this venue, and outreach to planning students and faculty. Tomasi Bragar Dubé, continuing its tradition of sponsoring scholarships for attendance today. Winterbrook Planning, the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, Jet Planning, Host Architecture, and Common Works Consulting, as well as the American Bar Association State and Local Government Law section. We thank you for your support, for spreading the word, and participating today. We are making a difference in the land use planning process, and every month look forward for ways to expand our reach. Please consider making a contribution of between $50 and $75 today to support all this work and the annual conference at our website or in the back of the room at our table. Think of all the CLE and AICP credit you are getting today. On that note, I just want to make a special announcement for lawyers because you get all uppity about your CLE credit. HLA will submit the paperwork after the conference to verify those credits. And we have gotten credit in the past, and I anticipate we will get credit for today's event too, but there's no guarantee. If you are an Oregon attorney and in the room, please be sure to sign in on the sheet at the registration table and include your bar number for our submission for CLE credit. If you are an Oregon attorney attending online, please send me an email with your bar number. And last, if you have a CLE reporting deadline soon, you may need to seek the credit on your own ahead of what will be a bit of a delay on our end to move this forward with the state bar because we are volunteers and have other deadlines. So with that, today our focus is on teaching you about what we've learned as a board and learning from you about how we can make our advocacy more effective together. Thank you for joining us for this day of learning and inspiration to plan for a better tomorrow as we face the daunting challenges of housing production. And I'll turn it back over to Sam to introduce our keynote, and it's great to see you all.
We are so pleased to be joined today by Margaret Salazar for our keynote. Margaret Salazar joined REACH CDC as CEO in October 2023. Margaret is a highly experienced housing executive who has been recognized nationally for her work leading housing policy, finance, and innovation at the national, state, and local level. Margaret comes to REACH from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, where she served as the Northwest Regional Administrator. In this role, Margaret leveraged federal funds to expand best practices for rehousing unsheltered individuals, assisting rural communities in boosting housing supply, and increasing home ownership opportunities for homebuyers of color. Before her recent role at HUD, Margaret served as the Director of Oregon Housing and Community Services. So welcome, Margaret Salazar.
The ceremonial passing of the clicker. Thank you so much, Sam. Good morning, everybody. Are you caffeinated yet? Good morning. I'm thrilled to be with you here this morning, and it was just so exciting to get the invitation to join you. Let me make sure this clicker is working. Yes, here we go. So I want to talk to you a little bit this morning about the need for affordable housing. I know this is something that we all share the commitment to creating affordable housing. I'll talk a little bit about what I've seen out there in my work with communities across the Northwest and nationally and right here in the Portland area. And then now that I've moved to the other side of the table, if you will, as an affordable housing practitioner, I'll share a little bit about what I'm seeing in my day-to-day work at REACH and some ideas about how we can move the conversation forward together. So just grounding us here in the room today, I think you all have heard different statistics about the need for affordable housing supply. There are different ways to look at this issue. But for me, given the trajectory of my work in the housing space and my work in government during the Great Recession, I like to reflect on the fact that we are just about 10 or 12 years out from a massive recession that really shook our financial institutions. I've been spending the week with a lot of bankers at a CRA conference, so I'm thinking a lot about their experience coming out of the Great Recession and thinking about housing finance. And we're really at a time where during that Great Recession period of time, if we can think back to the freeze that we all experienced, we really did not see any housing production to speak of during several years of time, exactly at the time when the Pacific Northwest started attracting a lot of in-migration. So we had a big population increase right at the time when we weren't producing any housing, and that was on top of decades of underinvestment in our housing supply. So in some ways, I see us as still digging out from that experience of just a few years ago. And of course, we've seen during this period of time, racial inequities and housing opportunity continue to expand. So we've got our work cut out for us. And in addition to the statistics, just talking about why this work is important. For those of us that are involved in creating housing, this is a historically challenging time for us, whether it's high interest rates that make financing harder to get, whether it's the expenses for insurance, the expense of land, the competition out there to get housing in the ground, the high operating costs that we're seeing out there. And frankly, I also just want to note the real challenges that our residents continue to face in being able to afford their rent, even years after we're recovering from COVID. These are all historic challenges that are hitting the housing industry. So as policymakers, whether you're working in the land use arena as an attorney, as a financial partner, or as a practitioner, these are all really unique challenges. But at the end of the day, this work can get really, really technical. And at the same time, there are people's lives that are at stake. And I don't want to speak with a lot of hyperbole, but I think we all know that a safe and stable place to call home is absolutely at the center of being able to be successful in this economy and to be able to have successful health outcomes. This is something that to me is very personal. My own mom struggled with housing security. Toward the end of her life, she was fighting cancer. She fell at work, sustained an injury, had to cut back on her hours, and pretty soon mom was served with an eviction notice. And we were all terrified that as she was going through chemotherapy treatments, mom was going to lose her housing at exactly the time when she needed it the most. Now, our family was lucky. We were able to move my mom into senior affordable housing. And thank goodness for that, because what it allowed us to do was focus on mom's health care and not focus on how we were going to scrape together the dollars to help her pay her rent. And it meant that the final years of her life, she got to spend time with her grandchildren, she got to be part of a community, and she got to live her life to the fullest. Unfortunately, that story is not accessible for way too many people in our society. We know that. So when we talk about affordable housing and we talk about all the technical challenges, I want us to remember that people's health and livelihoods are at stake. We talk about housing and healthcare. A lot of us say that housing is healthcare. And at the same time, housing is critical because it helps folks to build that financial stability and intergenerational wealth. If we can get folks into a position of homeownership, we know that it has a huge impact on assets and being able to pass down wealth to future generations. We also know that housing is critical because it's not just about moving folks into housing and housing supply and opening doors. It's about helping people to retain their housing. We hear a lot of conversations about the really intractable challenge of houselessness and homelessness in our community, and we're doing work on that. We can't take our eye off the ball of housing security and housing retention. And so much of the work that we do to create housing opportunities is also around preventing evictions and preventing displacement, not only from homes, but from neighborhoods. And we see, of course, the legacy of gentrification and displacement along color lines in our community as well. And then finally, we know how critical housing is in the fight to address climate change, not only to mitigate the impacts of climate change. As real estate developers and as part of the built environment, we have a responsibility to move our buildings into energy efficiency to reduce the impact on climate. But more and more, we're talking about climate adaptation and talking about making sure that our residents have access to cooling systems and heating systems that are efficient and affordable, and making sure that we are looking at things like indoor air quality as we unfortunately deal with storms and wildfires. So we know that affordable housing is critical, not just for four walls and a door, but because it touches so many other parts of our community and our society. So you heard a little bit about my background. Prior to serving this role, I got the opportunity to travel all across the Northwest, and I've worked nationally, and I've worked also in all parts of Oregon as a state leader, and have had the chance to visit a lot of communities. So what I want to share with you today is the power of alignment. You know, one of the things that is the most challenging thing I see out there is that our affordable housing providers, practitioners, whether it's small community development organizations, local governments, or tribal housing authorities, we're putting the burden on these local organizations to navigate really complex public systems, and in some cases to do it on their own. So I want to give you a couple of examples of what I'm seeing out there and a little bit of a call to action, if you will. I got the chance to travel in Alaska and to engage with tribes that are working on housing supply. I don't know if any of you have ever spent time in Alaska. Good. Okay. So you have a sense for the terrain. This was my first opportunity to spend time in Alaska. It was incredibly humbling. For those of us that think we have challenges in housing production and land use here in Oregon, I encourage you to get on a plane and go up to Alaska. It will shake you when you see what folks are contending with and how difficult it is to get housing in the ground. One of the things I saw in Alaska was that we had tribal housing authorities that were not only being asked to create housing opportunities and to solve for severe overcrowding with their tribal members, we were asking small housing authorities to create the infrastructure needed to get housing in the ground. So not just to create new homeownership opportunities for your tribal members, but figure out how to build a road, build a wastewater treatment system, and make sure that your members have potable water. That is unacceptable. Now that I'm not in the government space, I can say it loud. Government should do better. Government can do better. And it's on our government agencies to make sure that we're aligning housing and infrastructure. Now you can clap. The good news is that I know our government partners are working on this, and I can tell you from that seat, it's not easy to do because we've built systems that silo housing and infrastructure into separate funding streams. They're working on it, but they have the resources now from federal Inflation Reduction Act dollars, infrastructure dollars, and they need to step up and do better. So I'm going to be looking for them to do that. One example I saw on the Oregon coast was we had funding that we were putting out at Oregon Housing Community Services called the LIFT program to help spur affordable housing development. And I got to chatting with a private developer who we had just awarded some dollars to do some development on the coast. And I said, what did it take to get this done? He said, I had to come down from Seattle or Portland every weekend and sit in a diner and talk to the local officials about how we could get infrastructure dollars to get this housing in the ground. I had to convince them to fund the infrastructure for this project. And it took the commitment of an individual taking his weekend time to go down there and cut deals with local folks to get them to fund the infrastructure for the affordable housing that we all need. Again, government, we can do better. So thank you for indulging me in that. I'm very passionate about that. Particularly, I know you're going to be talking about rural housing supply later today. That's where we really see this challenge with infrastructure, and I hope that folks will take up that charge. In in suburban and urban communities, we also have a challenge of alignment. Any of us have been through the permitting process. We're going through some of this now with our friends in Washington County. Everyone is really on board with the idea of housing development, but coordinating the work of land use too often falls on the local developers and the nonprofits to navigate. We need to find a way to help our folks do that work and step up and be their champions. I also want to say a little bit about alignment in the space of addressing homelessness and houselessness. We know that the politics around these issues are supercharged. We all live in this community, we see the headlines. I will tell you, and this is cold comfort, that the Portland metro region is not alone. Having traveled all across the Pacific Northwest, this issue is really eating folks alive all across cities large and small, whether we're talking about Seattle, Spokane, Boise. Folks all across the Pacific Northwest are addressing these issues, and it's a struggle. But the good news is that when we see alignment come together, we can see incredibly powerful things. I saw in inner city, the central city of Seattle, as well in Spokane, some really powerful stories of communities coming together, ignoring the noise of the really difficult politics and rehousing folks. In those two cities, we saw housing providers, service providers, health systems, business leaders, and foundations come together with the express goal of resolving tent encampments for folks that are living unsheltered and outside. And the work is not, there's no magic solution here. It's relentlessly rehousing each individual, meeting them where they're at, and finding the appropriate place to move folks inside and connect them to long-term housing. And when folks come together with that kind of alignment across sectors, it's incredibly powerful. And I hope that folks here in the Portland area will take up that charge. And I hope that you will join me in calling for that as well. That alignment is going to be critical. Thank you. So coming from that perspective of sort of seeing that macro level systems need for alignment, I moved over to the affordable housing development sector. I joined Reach Community Development back in the fall of 2023. As somebody that grew up here in Oregon, I was familiar with Reach. Reach has been one of the longest standing nonprofit housing developers and providers in this community. It's been around for more than 40 years. And we're an organization that's rooted in neighbors helping neighbors and coming together from our roots in Southeast Portland to now serving the three counties in the Portland metro region. Now we steward more than 40 multifamily properties and also folks that are living in single family homes, and we do home repairs and other services for residents. Our work is really about that alignment between housing development, stewarding affordable housing, and providing services to residents. And at the heart of this is really about seeing Reach as being our affordable housing providers as being at the center of that system. We touch the work of houselessness, we touch the work of rental housing, and we touch the work of home ownership. So really understanding the power of these community development organizations as being part of that system. In 2021, during the heart of COVID, Reach engaged in a resident survey opportunity to really get the voices of residents at the center of our work as we mapped out our future goals. And really centering the voices of residents has been critical to the work of Reach over the years. So here's a little bit about what our residents had to say. We invited residents to give us tough feedback on what they'd like to see Reach do better and what we were doing well to meet their needs, and also to share with us their dreams for the future and how residing in Reach housing could be even more of a platform for folks. And here's a little bit about what we heard. Security, safety, and rental increases, even in affordable housing, are huge concerns. Folks were concerned about facing evictions because even affordable rent is still too high for many folks to afford. I see somebody nodding to that. So folks are concerned about being able to afford the rent. Residents want to be more involved in community development work, working with Reach staff and programs. And they're seeing power in what happens in the building and when they come together and participate in service with each other. Most residents indicated that they're looking for programs that will help them build financial security to own a home, start a business, or go back to school. And they're looking for more support to cover basic needs, warm clothes, here you see socks, utilities, food opportunities, retirement, or other savings options. And residents enjoy the location where they live, but they're looking for more options in the state, including places on the coast. We also asked residents to tell us what it would look like if they could design their own home. And we got great feedback. And I'm telling you that we use this feedback when we go into our next development opportunities or when we're looking to do rehab and repair of affordable housing properties. That's the power of a community development organization, is really having the ability to listen to our residents, hear their voices, and center those voices when we do affordable housing development. And you can see a little bit about how that came to fruition in some of our next designs of affordable housing. So where do we go next? As I mentioned, we're in a uniquely challenging time for this sector. I don't want to sugarcoat it. Again, I like to joke, but it's not a joke, that as a policymaker, I was really book smart about the challenges facing the affordable housing industry. And now I see them in real time. And I see the challenges of sustaining our existing housing and building new. But I have a few ideas I want to share with you today. So at REACH, we've sat down and really mapped out where we're focusing our energy this year and into next year. I want to share a little bit about that and how we can all be involved in these goals together. So we continue our work of opening new doors and building new affordable housing. It's not easy, but we have the grit and determination to get it done. We have a pipeline, and our goal is to open 300 new doors to bring them online by the end of next year. We're calling on policymakers and all of you here to keep up the work of streamlining housing approvals to clear the path for housing development. As I said, too much is on the shoulders of nonprofit housing developers to navigate the thicket of approvals and permitting. We would love to be partners with you to help clear that path and get housing in the ground more easily. And we know that the work does not end when we open doors and when we move people into affordable housing. In some ways, that's when the work just really starts beginning. That's why we're so focused on housing retention through our Safe and Stable Homes initiative. I'm going to say this again, a lot of residents are still recovering from the economic ravages of COVID, and too many folks in affordable housing are struggling to keep up with their rents. We're calling on policymakers to understand that challenge, because not only does it threaten the long-term health and stability of affordable housing residents, it threatens our ability to sustain those affordable properties over the long term and make sure that we can continue to operate those properties as safe and stable affordable housing. So will you join me in calling on policymakers to help stabilize our affordable housing? Who's with me? You can do better than that. We've invested too much in these affordable properties, and we've invested too much blood, sweat, and tears to move folks inside out in the cold, to see folks fall back into homelessness, or to see these affordable housing properties fall into disrepair. So we need to partner with you to focus on the long-term stability of these properties. Please don't lose that focus. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of us see housing as healthcare, and we've seen it play out in our own families. We're leaning into that work now more than ever, looking to leverage partnerships with healthcare providers as we're looking at the ability to do Medicaid billing, which will really be a game changer for affordable housing to help us pay for the ongoing operations and services. One of the things that we're seeing in our sector, and I know you've heard this before, is that lots of folks are moving into affordable housing with a higher acuity of needs than we've seen before. Often we have, designated housing as permanent supportive housing, which has been really a specialized kind of housing. But for those of us in the affordable housing sector, a lot of what we're doing now is de facto permanent supportive housing. Folks have a lot of service needs. We're really looking to step more into that work, expand our work in permanent supportive housing, and to find ways to partner with our friends in the healthcare sector to do just that. Our call to action here for policymakers is we are telling them we have affordable housing units available. We have a stock of affordable housing. We can create permanent supportive housing for you very quickly if you will cite services dollars and rental assistance dollars into affordable housing. We can better serve our residents, we can help them retain our housing, and we can really live out that ethic of housing as healthcare. Will you join me in calling on policymakers to pair services and rental assistance and affordable housing? Who's with me? Thank you. Now, on the climate front, we have a history and a legacy at REACH of being innovators in the work of energy efficient housing and climate friendly housing. We're going to continue to drive that work. And the work today is not just about new units, but it's about rehabbing the existing affordable housing that's already in place and making sure that we are harnessing federal dollars that are on the street right now for climate adaptation, as well as the Portland Clean Energy Fund. So we're going to be looking at ways that we can green our portfolio, improve energy efficiency, lower utility costs for residents, and connect residents with things like air conditioners in our heating environment. So we're excited about that climate work, and we hope to partner with you on that as well. And then the final piece that we want to talk about is home buying opportunities. We are increasingly seeing that our residents, again, are looking to save for homeownership opportunities. And we're looking at ways that we can help position our residents to save for homeownership and connect them with home buying opportunities. Reach actually owns a portfolio of single family homes, and we've been proud to do that. That's part of our roots as a community development organization. We're starting to look at ways that we might be able to reposition those single family homes to get them in the hands of first-time home buyers, in particular home buyers of color, and to partner with housing counseling agencies. So we're excited about expanding that work as well. All right, yes, thank you. So I just want to leave you with a few thoughts here. As I mentioned, it's been humbling coming over to this side of the table as an affordable housing developer, having been a policymaker. It's going to take all of us leading from every chair, no matter what role you play in this system, to expand safe and stable affordable housing across our region to meet our needs. And that means being bold in our vision, pushing for that alignment between systems, centering resident voices and centering racial equity, and taking initiative to try new things. Affordable housing providers like REACH are at the center of the system. We have to talk financial, we have to talk land use, we have to talk houselessness, we have to talk Medicaid. We have a lot of different languages that we need to speak. We're up for that challenge because we see ourselves in the center of the system. For practitioners who are in the audience today, I would just leave you with this. You have the attention of policymakers. They're looking to us for answers. Let's show them how it's done. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much. And I think we have time for a few questions, if anybody has any questions for me this morning.
Thank you so much again, Margaret Salazar. If anyone has any questions in the audience, we have a Q&A mic. It's going to be right here for the duration of the conference. So if there's any questions, feel free to come on up to the mic.
Excellent.
Hi, my name is Jill Kropp. I'm an architect and I do a lot of middle housing. Some of it is affordable. So I also share your feeling that infrastructure is often a barrier, especially for the smaller projects that I'm doing that are maybe like 4 to 12 units. I'm working in the city of Portland. So do you have any suggestions for how I might advocate the tight, sort of the tight hold on developers paying for all of the infrastructure in every situation?
Yeah, thanks for that question about how to navigate the infrastructure challenges. So I'm not an expert in sort of making the pitch for infrastructure, but what I will say as a general comment is policymakers and elected officials are always looking for a win, just generally, right? They wake up in the morning looking for a win. And I think the more that we can frame our work as creating a solution and an opportunity and a win, the more successful we are. So if we can find ways to pilot things, and they also love pilots. Because, and honestly, sometimes you can get things through the bureaucracy as a pilot that you can't do as a big policy shift. So I would say just generally, that would be my advice, is if you can find a way to carve out an exception, demonstrate success, show proof of concept, and sort of package it as a win for the policymakers, that's usually the most helpful approach.
Hello,
Hi, good morning.
my name is Shane. I work with Portland Neighbors Welcome, the LGBTQ Housing Collaborative in Multnomah County, and I'm also sitting on the ONA Rules Making Advisory Committee. I'm hearing, of course, over the many decades, we've had underbuilding of housing. That's an issue, systemic. Rising interest rates, systemic. Historical lack of intergenerational wealth, systemic. Discrimination, systemic, right? Cool. All these things make it more difficult for furthering the supply of housing. And of course, it relates to the rising cost per the square footage of land.
Yeah.
In relation to that, of course, there's desire from people who may move here, maybe that have more income than the average Portlander, right? That's just a growing city. I've learned to not cast aspersions or projections at that. But in the last 2 years, there have been more and more reports of algorithmic technologies and REITs that are utilizing programs such as Yield Star, RealPage, and there are many states that are taking them to task. We must remember that the CEO, the creator of this program, was also involved in the Alaska Airlines crisis in the early aughts, where it showed you are artificially raising the prices because of collusion with rising interest rates. It seems it's not small and mid-sized developers who have most access to our land. It's people who are not tied to our community, who have more money than sense and morals. How are we going to insert our ability to usurp our own authority from people who are investing in land, creating artificial demand for people who will never live here, and are essentially utilizing our community as a land bank for their bank accounts?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for that. Well, so first I would just say, like, AI, I find incredibly terrifying, just on a personal level. That's just me when I'm laying in bed at night. And I'd say the first thing is we as a nonprofit sector need to figure out a way to harness AI. And so that doesn't answer your question, but I'll get to that. But I would just say we have to figure out a way that we can be more innovative. Like, talk about alignment. I mean, our sector has done some work to reduce barriers to get people into housing. There's still a lot of bureaucracy there. There's still too much paperwork and waiting lists and challenges that folks have to navigate our system. You shouldn't have to get on 20 different waiting lists. So I know there are folks working on tech solutions, and I think that might be one opportunity, is just even level the playing field so that we're making it easier for folks to get into housing opportunities.
And one other observation, because when you said affordable rents are not affordable, when the affordable rent is based on the average median income and rising wealth
Yes.
inequality, who is that serving? And is that too high of a bar to jump? So, oh, I'm in poverty, just not enough poverty, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely hear that. On the issue of folks buying up property, so this is something we've actually seen nationally, of course, is investors and overseas investors buying up single family homes and turning them into rental housing. That's and really whittling down our housing stock in that regard. And what we've seen is some of the policymakers, like at HUD, for example, were responding by, when they have troubled asset sales, they're prioritizing the sales to nonprofits, municipalities, and land trusts. So we're seeing some policy shift there, but that is a drop in the bucket to the overall housing availability. That's one of the reasons why we're looking at our own housing stock and thinking about, if we do asset sales, to find a way to match them up with first-time home buyers of color coming through housing counseling agencies. So there are some examples of that on the margin that don't get to the larger issue, but I think also leveling the playing field to get some of that technology into our hands and find ways to be creative with that work is one opportunity that we have to be able to do that. I'll also just say one other thing, and this is a little controversial, but I'm going to put it out there anyway. Yeah. I saw that. Yes. So residential rental vacancies are higher in Portland now than they were over recent years. I want to be clear, that does not solve our housing crisis or our affordability crisis. But we should acknowledge that. I was at I saw an economic forecast, and it stated that the downtown residential vacancy, again, for all residential, not affordable, is 9%. So that has a lot to do with our central city and recovering from, the impacts of the last few years. But what an opportunity. what an opportunity to think creatively. Instead of ignoring that, let's lean into that, try to figure out what's causing that, and try to figure out how we could repurpose some of those homes, how we could buy some of that property, how we could move folks in that are experiencing homelessness, how we might be able to buy down the rents to make it affordable for folks. So those are just a few of the things I think we need to be open to, and it challenges what we think we know about our housing sector, but we need to take in that new information.
And then side note, my partner lives at close to Providence Park. If there's a 9% vacancy rate, yet there are 15% rent increases, that's not supply and demand. That is not capitalism. That is not an invisible hand. It is a visible hand that slaps us. And you're telling that with that vacancy rate that's also affecting small business owners, that creates a dead space with no community eyes on the ground. So it's less safe, there's more opportunity, and it's more expensive, but we can access it. What's the problem here? It should be housing, not a plate of spaghetti.
All right, that's a good mic drop moment to end the session. Thanks for spending time with me this morning and having me. I really appreciate it. Look forward to partnering and working with all of you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, well, Margaret got us off to such a great start, covered so many different topics that we're going to be dealing with here today. And for this one, we are dealing with land. So last year, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Senate Bill 100, the landmark piece of legislation which established Oregon's statewide land use planning system. And every day since, the law has guided decisions across Oregon, determining what can be built where and ensuring that the diverse needs of our people are accounted for. It doesn't take a planning degree to know why such a system is necessary. Land doesn't grow on trees. Space is a finite and precious resource, and we need more of it than ever for housing. Now, certain interests, let's see who's in the room, will push the notion that expanding into greenfield areas is the answer to our housing crisis. And this position did make some inroads during this legislative session. But take a walk around any community in Oregon and you'll quickly find that the land we're already using has a lot more potential to unlock. My three guests today are going to be exploring some potential ways to do that. Joseph Briglio is the Community Development Director for the City of Milwaukee. He is tasked with leading the city's daily development, planning, building, engineering efforts, as well as overseeing its long-range economic and housing goals. He has worked in local government for over 20 years and won awards for his creative approach to civic engagement and public service. He has helped teach graduate programs in public administration, manage affordable housing programs, environmental sustainability initiatives, a high-tech business incubator, and served in several urban planning roles and responsibilities. He holds a Master of Public Administration from the University of Southern California, a BA in Environmental Studies and Urban Planning from Sonoma State University, an Economic Development Certificate from Fresno State, and an Incubator Management Certificate from the International Business Innovation Association. In addition to his experience at the local level, Joseph has also worked regionally as the Regional Affairs Officer and Project Manager for the Southern California Association of Governments, where he partnered with dozens of municipalities to create multi-jurisdictional plans and policies that tackle the major modern issues of our time, such as housing, transportation, economic development, sustainability, and post-disaster recovery. In his spare time, Joseph enjoys travel, playing soccer, and writing in the third person. Michael Anderson is a senior housing researcher at Sightline Institute, a regional sustainability think tank for the Pacific Northwest. He serves on DLCD's Accountability Technical Advisory Committee for this year's Housing Needs Rulemaking. In 2019, he co-founded the grassroots advocacy group Portland Neighbors Welcome, which I believe is well represented in the room today. I slept an hour and a half. And finally, Becky Hewitt has more than 15 years of experience with land use, housing, and development analysis and planning in Oregon and across the country. Becky's work at Echo Northwest focuses on evaluating development feasibility, housing strategies, and transit-oriented development. Becky advises communities on the market and development potential for a range of housing types and how to align regulations to support their local housing needs and goals. Becky has experience leading technical analysis, managing complex multidisciplinary projects, presenting to advisory bodies and decision makers, and designing and implementing public and stakeholder engagement. Becky joined ACO Northwest in 2018 after a decade of working in urban planning and land use analysis, including corridor revitalization plans, concept plans for developing areas, development code audits, and updates and housing analyses. Becky has graduate degrees in both urban planning and real estate development. So after that mouthful, please welcome my panel. All right.
Great. Thank you, Sam. I was always told never to follow a keynote speaker, so thank you. I'm Joseph Brilio, Community Development Director for the City of Milwaukee, and I'm going to walk through a real-life project that we're currently in the process of that's called Sparrow. It's kind of like a CIA operative kind of name, but it's really just the name of a street. And for a property that is a brownfield that we're trying to unlock the potential. So pay attention because you also might be able to help us unlock that potential. So jumping right in, I don't assume that any of y'all know where Milwaukee is. Before I worked there, I didn't know. I drove around it, through it, but didn't fully understand, saw signs for it. But just in case there are those that don't really know where Milwaukee is, it's the yellow amoeba, kind of right in the middle of the metro. It's just below, touching the great city of Portland. It is adjacent to the neighborhoods of Selwood, Eastmoreland, Westmoreland, and a few others. It is also surrounded, it's in Clackamas County. It's also surrounded by unincorporated Clackamas. So just a little bit of unique jurisdictional boundaries there. More context, Milwaukee, and you know what? The shout out to my fellow panelists here. ACO Northwest, Becky, I think this is your work, actually.
I recognize this.
Yes. So ACO Northwest helped us recently with our buildable lands inventory and housing capacity analysis and housing production strategy. And this slide just to show you that Milwaukee is an old jurisdiction, old city, old infrastructure, mostly built out. So what you're seeing here is just a map of the unconstrained vacant properties. Doesn't mean the white space isn't developable. It just means that just takes a little bit more tact to develop that property. So as you can see, it's mostly built out. There's some dots of medium density residential, kind of your single family type of stock. Then you have that fuchsia color. We have a few large parcels that are able to have mixed use or, higher density apartments. So most of our properties are built out or in the process of building. We have some amazing projects going on in Milwaukee. I won't get to those, but we actually do. But the truth is that most of our future housing need is going to be addressed through infill and redevelopment and aggregation of these cut up parcels that are sporadic throughout our jurisdiction. Luckily, with HB 2001, climate friendly equitable communities legislation that's come down, it makes things a lot more interesting for our community. And it's going to help us. And we're going to get into some of the why in a second, but essentially because of where transit lines are located throughout the city, our entire, like 90+% of our city doesn't require off-street minimum parking standards. Very unique. Most cities will still have some kind of those requirements, but for the city of Milwaukee, those are like gone. So we actually only have maximums off-street parking requirements. The other part is that HB 2001 middle housing legislation. We adopted a code that's pretty progressive when it comes to our fellow colleague cities in the sense that we allow, if you can design it to meet our design standards for cottage clusters, plexes, townhomes, things of that nature, there's no density maximum. Like, so parcels that were once, one home can now possibly have 4, 5, 6, just a matter of design. And that'll play a role in what I'm about to speak to next, and that is the Sparrow site. So just to get closer and closer to what I'm actually going to speak about today is Sparrow is a triangular site. It's right in between 2 Orange Line stops in Oaks Lodge into the north, downtown Milwaukee, and just the left of the Willamette River. Adjacent to McLaughlin, it's in the Island Station neighborhoods. I think what's interesting to this, it's in a community for Milwaukee standards that's pretty affluent. So just that's more context, right? In 2014, so 1.4 acre site. In 2014, this gives you a sense that it was used historically by TriMet for construction staging. There's some vehicle staging, there's some material staging. And what I love about this photo is it shows you right next to McLaughlin is the orange line's going in, it's being built. And by the way, like there was political lives lost in the orange line coming through Milwaukee. So big shout out to those that said yes and then lost their position. But it's coming through. Trolley Trail's the kind of the dirt patch next to what you see there. And then the star is obviously the property itself. And this is actually it's turning into a brownfield as you were watching on screen. It is happening right here. Soil contamination. So 2016, just to show you it complete, Trolley Trail's complete, looks nice. Orange line's in, and this site is mostly vacant now. With the thing that's left is petroleum diesel now has contaminated the soil. And it's around this time. Here's the property too. There's no trespassing, just so you know. But to get a sense of the ground view, it's kind of a great property when you look at it. It's flat, right? That's pretty amazing. There is some significant slope on the left side and some old growth vegetation and trees. And then the back, far back, same. But for the most part, pretty flat. It's kind of on just the eye test makes you go, yeah. And speaking of the eye test, 2 counselors, there's one in this room as we speak. Counselor Falconer at the time and Mayor Gamba. Angel's right here, just so you know. Yeah. Well done, because I want to give them the credit to start asking the right questions once construction ended. And they saw this site just sitting there and going, well, what now, TriMet? What are you going to do next with that site? Could the city potentially purchase that site and do something amazing with it? We have a housing crisis. Maybe we could do something to meet that housing crisis. And so discussions started back in 2017 and through a couple years of going back and forth, also inviting developers to the site to take a look at and answer questions of like, what could you do here? Like just dream a little bit. It's a small site, it's got some constraints. What's possible? Doing the due diligence process for a couple years. And then also shout out to Alma Flores, my predecessor, Leila Aman, my predecessor on the staff side for also just marching this along too, in case you're out there. They also were able to get some answers from the constraint side as far as mediation, what type of mediation will occur, because Metro was also doing a brownfields environmental phase 1 and 2 analysis along McLaughlin at the time. And we were able to jump on that and get basically a phase 1 and phase 2 for this property and truly understand the issues with it. So just fast forwarding a little bit, years pass, we actually are able to make a deal with TriMet, understand some of the environmental hazards. And we had to purchase this property for $35,000, which is, yeah, right? Like there's some like, what? It's like a no-brainer. Come on. Amazing government, right? Come on. There's shout out to amazing government and having some forward thinking to be like, let's make a deal. And to TriMet for making that deal with us. I'll come back to this in a second. But I love this because after we purchased, City Council started dreaming and started thinking about what type of things, what do we want to see there? So what are the goals for that? A few counselors were already ahead of the curve, but bring in the body to actually direct staff and the city what it wanted to do. And we came up with these 8 goals, or I should say City Council came up with these 8 goals, adopted over a series of council meetings. And I won't read it line by line, but as you can see, I mean, affordability, deeply affordable. We're talking 0 to 30% AMI, so deeply, deeply affordable. Units that would have 2 to 3 bedrooms to allow for larger groups, larger families. Minority women-owned enterprise contracting through the construction and the whole design phases. Tree preservation, that's a value of the cities. We have a great tree code, just so you know, in pursuit of tree canopy throughout the city. To meet our climate goals, sustainable design, green materials, sustainable materials, and designing to meet energy standards. Affirmative outreach, so ensuring that once those are built, that we actually are marketing to those that are unrepresented and don't usually get the first chance and first opportunity for affordable housing developments. So making sure that's part of our goals. And also city, no financing, so don't touch our pockets. That was a goal. And then finally, project delivery, faster the better. So to encapsulate all those goals, all the things, right? The council wanted all the good things. Like these are goals to really shoot for, and hats off to actually going, yeah, we want it to include all of the important values of our city and to give hopefully an amazing development to those that are in the most need. So through that process of describing goals and where we wanted to go, we also learned about more constraints. So we knew about the brownfield, right? We did some assessment there. So we knew kind of what that would incorporate, and answering that question would be either capping a portion of it, also removing fill or moving soil as part of the design and construction process. We can do that with a remedial action plan and work with the developer on that side. Other thing that we kind of had to wait for was it was zoned really low density, medium density, single family type of zoning at the time. It still is. And so we knew that the legislation was coming and that we could just wait because we're doing an upzone on this and where it's at. And Councilor Falconer could speak to it, as well as it would be challenging, and for a number of reasons, politically, process-wise, administratively, to get that through. And so we, at the time, said, let's just wait for middle housing to come and see what we can be design, what type of densities we can get then. Because really, to unlock the financing for a developer, it's got a pencil. And at the time, we're talking 6 to 7 units. But now that we've adopted our middle housing code and the parking code with CFAC, we're looking at 25 units potentially by right. So it changes the whole dynamic just like that overnight. So it was wise to wait, so we don't have to have that battle now, even though, yeah, time has passed. So yeah, okay, we answered that question, that concern. The last one is a big one, and that's access. The roads around it. So there's 25th, there's Sparrow, and there's 26th. And we didn't realize this, but Sparrow is pretty steep and also pretty constrained in itself. And then 26 we thought was a right of way, like a public right of way. And so we're like, oh, there's 2 roads going in, great. Come to find out that like 26th is actually, no, it's private property. People just use it to go right through. And so there became this issue of access. If you're going to build density and really unlock density and housing for this property, then you need to build the infrastructure, which was just talked about before me. And so therefore, not just for one path, but also 2 paths for fire safety access. And instead of eating up the property itself with like hammerheads for fire truck turnarounds and stuff, we started thinking about, okay, well, how do we unlock this issue of access? And I'll just, there's some slope. This is the driveway in my sweet ride going to the project site. So I'd be standing on the property. But here's 26th Avenue. Looks like a driveway. It's about 15 feet wide. And again, most of that's just private property, but it looks like, go for it. Like it looks like it's open to the public. But here's a better idea of really what we were dealing with. So you see 26th Avenue, so here's the tax map. See how it just bumps right into the Sparrow auxiliary lot, as we call it. There's no access there. And surprise, surprise, instead of having to go through an acquisition of private property and just dealing with that, this also happened to be a TriMet property, and we just did a deal with them. So we thought maybe they'd make us another deal. They didn't make it as sweet as far as the amount, but we did purchase this property back in 2023, last year, able to sign that deal so that we could own that potential right away in the future and have our destiny kind of under our own control. And through that, we also did an access study. This is, just some ways we could figure out how to expand that infrastructure and create the access. So there you have it. That's still to be coming. So just to give you kind of the perspective, this has been a long time coming. Some people have wanted it to go faster, and it's, I'm one of them, but it's also, it's like it's an onion in sorts. And sometimes this happens with development. You uncover one problem and you answer it, only to find another one. So here we are at 2024, but you can kind of see each step of the way every year kind of hitting a significant issue. These are not easy things, especially for a government. I mean, we're a small and not a rich government in Milwaukee. So really trying to figure out funding to buy property, to land bank property, to create infrastructure projects, it's unique. It's really pressed us. And so leveraging partnerships is going to be key as we move into 2024 and surplus property hearings with our council, basically saying, yep, these properties are surplus. So now it's going to be open to RFP, RFQ for developers. So this is a commercial now. So if there's developers out there that are interested in potentially joining the RFP, RFQ of the future, pay attention. We're opening it to issue an RFP, RFQ later this year. Developer owner selection 25, some public engagement, site design, remedial action plan because of the soil contamination will be a part of that. And then 26 is kind of when the rubber meets the road, permitting construction. So it's a big endeavor for a small little community, but we are really trying. And again, thanks to those elected at the time, their legacy is going to be eventually made in some amazing affordable housing that really meets the biggest need in our community. So that's a little bit of that. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate it.
I hope I'm next.
Oh,
Am I going the wrong way?
Pocket slides. Don't pay attention.
All right. No, okay, great. Cool. Thanks, Joseph. My name is Michael Anderson. I'm with Sightline Institute. I'm going to talk to you a bit about four-story apartment buildings, why they're so great, and identify a problem related to them. They're illegal. And then talk a little bit about a fairly specific proposal for how to change that. So I invite feedback later. But to start out with, I'm a researcher with Sightline Institute. We're a sustainability think tank. I focus on housing and transportation. I'm going to be turning this mic a lot, so I'm just going to do this. One of Sightline's beliefs is that people should get to live near each other if they want to, put simply. That's in part because you can cut your energy in half voluntarily just by doing so. And we think that's good for everybody. Anybody who wants to do so should get to do so. My premise today is that four-story apartment buildings are awesome. If you don't agree with that, I respect that. I don't know how you landed at this conference, but cool. Let's talk about that later. But I'm not going to question that premise for now. Instead, I'm going to tell you very briefly why. This is the one that's closest to my own place. This is the Mamuk Tokiti by NEA at 47th or 42nd and going. It's 50 units, 56 units on a little less than half an acre. One of the great thing about four-story apartment buildings is they are the minimum viable scale for a LIHTC grant, which supported this. If you have a 10,000 square foot lot, you need it to be on 4 stories or so, or else LIHTC isn't going to help with your project. And it's probably not going to happen. This is the Clara Flats up in Camas on the other side of the river. This is the densest photo you'll see in this sequence, 30 homes on 5,000 square feet. Here's the Dahlia in Canby, 2nd Avenue right by downtown, 69 homes, pretty big homes, long block building, but the newest apartment building there in a long time. This is one of my favorite things about a 4-story apartment building zone is it can also be a 3-story apartment building zone. This is in Newburgh. This is 19 homes on a 1/4 acre there, built a few years ago. And also right by downtown, walking distance of everything. Which brings me to this point about 4-story apartment buildings, which is that they are in this very productive part of the slope. As you're moving away from automobile dependence, you get a lot of progress as you go from a 4-plex, for example, to a 4-story apartment building. You get less progress as you go past that. So let's focus our energy, if we're trying to reduce energy use, among other things, on this part of the slope. This is cost per square foot for construction. You can see the number of building stories along the bottom, and you can see 3 stories is very cheap. That's great. 4 stories goes up a little bit in price, but it's still quite affordable. And this doesn't include land costs, of course. This is construction per square foot. One of the reasons that it bumps up at 4 stories is one of my favorite things about 4-story buildings is elevators are typically in a 4-story building. And so if you want elevators to pencil, it's important to get another stop on the elevator. And in the next 50 years, I and probably many of you will probably be glad when there are more elevators in Oregon, hopefully. Also, I think they're just pretty nice, you know, they're not too scary. They don't loom. They fit right into a neighborhood. Even a robot knows why. It's for Midjourney. The other key to think about, I would say politically, here's this gray bar on the right. That is how fast we would need to build housing in Oregon to meet Governor Kotek's housing target in the next few years. So the only amalgam to that is the only thing, or the only analog to that that we can think of is the 70s. And in the 70s, we built a lot more apartment buildings than we are building now in Oregon, or have built since, including in this last decade where we've all been so excited about it in the urban areas. Many, many more apartment buildings built in the 70s. We are going to have to figure out how to do that again. And to do that, I think we're going to have to embrace apartment zoning. Got a problem with the slide here, but the problem here is that Oregon builds very few apartment buildings. Here is new homes permitted in just 5+ unit structures by county in Oregon. You can see it falls off pretty sharply, and we're looking at fewer than 100 units a year in many of these counties. This is an average rate from 2010 to 23. Why is this? Maybe it's that people only like to live near each other in Multnomah County. Maybe that's the reason. On the other hand, it might be that it's illegal in almost every other part of the state, including a lot of Portland, Oregon, to have a 4-story apartment building. So I'm going to detail that in this next part of the presentation, exactly how illegal it is in a few cases. A lot of Oregon's apartment zones are unusable. So I've been focusing just in the last few months on trying to quantify exactly how common it is to have 4-story apartment building zoning, and it is very uncommon. This is Tualatin, great town, well-intentioned folks, I think a relatively pro-housing council. You can see the deeper yellow, of course, those are the higher density zones here, the medium high and the high density. It's hard to tell the difference, but they're both clustered on each side of this central part of the map. If you look at the medium high density RMH zone, we've got 15 units per acre. That is the maximum density of the zones. That's not going to be good for an apartment building. And the maximum structure height, 35 feet, 3 stories. This is in the high density zone. The maximum height in the high density apartment zone, 35 feet in Tualatin. You can go higher as a conditional use if you have a setback up to 50 feet. Sorry, 75 feet, 75 feet from the street. This is Albany. Moving down, you can see the cluster of multifamily zones by the river there, sort of top center of the map. What's the zoning allow there? The various parts of the zone are pretty liberal, and then you go further and you see the minimum lot size per unit doesn't go below 1,600 square feet per unit. So you can build on a 10,000 square foot lot, you could build up to 7 units in their apartment zones in Albany. This is not a surprise to many of you, but I think it's useful to just go through and document how illegal apartments are in so much of Oregon. Move down the coast to Coos Bay. Coos Bay's zoning is relatively more permissive, relatively more welcoming in their multifamily area. You can see the purple cluster over on the sort of lower right side of this map. Do I have a laser? I do, yeah, right here. The problem there is not in the height and unit count. There's no maximum unit count, that's cool. No, it's in the parking, 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit in a county or in a city where half of tenants have 0 or 1 car is also going to make it impossible to build this building. It was not affected by the CFEC rules because it's not in an MPO, but it is a place that's banning apartment buildings, maybe by mistake, because it's requiring that much parking. So let's go through an exercise of defining what is a real apartment zone. I'm sorry about the slide problem here, but let's think about what a real apartment zone would look like. I took this building and retconned that into zoning. And so like, what would it take to build this building by my place if we needed to? We would need something like 45 feet of height, 3.5 FAR, 150 to 200 units per acre. We can be vague on that. Nobody's coming close in almost anywhere. And mandatory parking below 0.75 spaces per unit. Not no parking, but not too much parking either. I looked at the zones. This is the generalized zoning database for the Portland metro area. Metro makes it easy to look this up in bulk. So we did. Here's what we found. It's almost everywhere illegal to build a 4-story apartment building. The highest performer here is Portland at 17% of residential land, followed by Oregon City, about 15%. Hillsborough, Milwaukee's down there a little bit. Nice job, Joseph. And then we've got quite a few that are off the right side of the chart at 0, including Lake Oswego, Tualatin, et cetera. And if you look at where it is in the city, even more depressing, these light bars, that's where it is within 300 meters of a freeway. And I'll summarize the public health findings to you. That's where it's very dangerous to live. And yet this is where we're concentrating our zoning that is dedicated specifically to light-tech uses and generally lower priced market rate housing. It's a pretty big problem, I would say. It's 4.5 times more likely to be dangerously close to freeway pollution if you live in this type of zone. Beyond the Portland metro, I'll quickly blow through Eugene, 8%, not bad. Albany, 0. Medford, 0. Redmond, 0% of residential land allows this, what I'm calling a real apartment building zone. So a possible solution to that, I'm going to close with this, and this is going to get a little bit ridiculously specific, but it's here for the sake of argument. Let's think about the model of middle housing. I think it was a big success for the state, like a really weirdly big governance success, the implementation of the middle housing bill. And I think that's because of a few characteristics, a few ingredients that we included in that. One is that the state very clearly defined compliance for cities. It said exactly, this is how you qualify. You are good if you do this level of stuff. It set a very clear deadline. You have to do it by the July 2022 or else something happens. And on that note, the consequences are predictable and proportional. So it says, this is exactly what's going to happen. That's what the statute says. This will happen for sure. And it's going to be more or less what you need to do anyway. So you may as well do it your own way. That's how it worked. Finally, the state offered technical help and funding for this to actually happen for cities that don't have the swing to do it easily. The results of that were 100% compliance. Everybody essentially met the deadline. There were no massive political attempts to repeal or even to really defy the state legally over this. And we have now dozens of similar bills across the country, including several in Washington and elsewhere that have passed. It's a pretty big success, I think, and something we can learn from in the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis if we were to fit the goal of allowing more 4-story apartment zoning into the ONA process. This is an idea for what it might look like. This is what bureaucracy looks like. This is a great image that summarizes the process of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. I'm going to very much simplify it here. So 3 steps. City accelerates production up here. And it's very important. This is like, I think, underappreciated. It's not city hits targets. It's just city accelerates production. If Joseph and his colleagues can keep doing good work and keep accelerating production in their own way, that's the best outcome. And that is great. And that is what we should be encouraging cities to come up with their own local ways to do good stuff. The second best outcome and the second next step in this flow chart is the city shows it's doing what it can. Not necessarily accelerating production, but doing what you can. That is the requirement of the sequence. And then finally, if not, the state tells the city what to do. And that's like, let's avoid that if we can. That's not ideal. That's how we're going to get backlashes. That's how we're going to get lawsuits. What we should be designing our system to do, I would argue, is to make it very clear what's going to happen so that the city does what it can if it can't figure out how to make things work as well as it needs to on its own under its conditions. If we map that onto the flow chart I showed you before, this city shows what it's doing, what it can step. This is the crucial decision of whether to refer the city to the housing acceleration program. And it seems to me that this step, this decision, which is not well defined by the statute, but could be well defined by rulemaking, if that can be inspired by our middle housing law, then I think it can be quite successful. I think if we can take the ingredients of that successful middle housing law that set clear deadlines, clear compliance, clear consequences. I see Sean grimacing. But to the extent that we can do this and associate with technical help and funding, then I think we have a chance of making a success and helping cities show that they are doing what they can, which would be to, among many other things, allow four-story apartment buildings to exist. Next slide.
All right. Okay. Michael, it's a tough act to follow too. I really just want to get into some of the things that he just talked about, but I was asked to talk about infrastructure as an important ingredient to unlocking infill. So that's what I'm going to do. When I talk about infrastructure, there's a couple of different pieces. All of these I am including in what I mean by infrastructure to support development. I'm talking about on-site infrastructure. That's like the frontage, the street frontage in front of the property, the utility laterals that hook up to the property, stormwater management on site. There's also, maybe you need to extend the utility main down the street. Maybe you need to improve a nearby street or intersection. There's also the fee component, system development charges, and in some cases, a fee in lieu of doing something like a fee in lieu of improving the intersection or a fee in lieu of improving the street. All of those are part of the infrastructure package. Why does that affect development? Well, there's the cost part that seems obvious, but even at that, it actually can be more than just the cost of the infrastructure itself, because maybe in order to put in a sewer pipe, you also have to cut open the street, put in the pipe, repair the street, that adds costs. Maybe you also have to do the design and engineering for that, that adds costs. Maybe you also have to finance that at private sector construction loan financing rate, that adds cost. There's also a lot of uncertainty. What exactly am I going to be required to install here? And what is that going to cost? There's a lot of risk of cost overruns, and that those costs are not known at the time the developer is doing their pro forma early in the game. It's pretty hard to fully account for those. There can be a lot of surprises. Developers do not like late breaking expensive surprises. There's also the time component. Going through the process to work with the jurisdiction to figure out, what am I going to have to build? What is it going to have to look like? That takes a lot of time, and time is expensive. So I'm going to talk about some examples of infrastructure barriers that we've seen in our work, that we've heard. I went back through 5 years of developer interview notes, and it's surprising how often this came up. Or maybe it's not surprising, but it came up a lot. So we did some work for Washington County looking at middle housing specifically. And we did some testing of how the viability of building middle housing changed, depending on whether they had to improve their street frontage or not. Washington County at the time had a rule that a new single family home did not have to improve its street frontage. And they were debating whether middle housing should have to improve street frontage or not. So we tested how much of a difference did that make. It made a pretty decent difference. It especially made a difference if you were on a corner lot and you had a lot of street frontage relative to the number of units. We also heard examples of this from developers that were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars range for a couple of units. That's kind of a lot of money for just a couple of units to absorb on top of all of the normal costs. This happens to be a friend's property. They were looking at building on this property, decided they were looking at building for themselves, decided not to, and have been trying to figure out a way to develop it. But the site doesn't have sewer. The sewer is only really a block away, but they got an estimate that would be about $150,000. And then the local street needs improvement. Portland actually does offer an in lieu fee to just pay a fee instead of going out and building that street. That's great. It was still going to be at $81,000. And they're zoned for 6 units, even with middle housing, because they're not on a city maintained street. So they don't have, this is still sitting here. It's probably going to sit here for a while longer. It actually has one house on it that is not in use. That's been partly demoed. It's going to sit there for a while longer and not produce housing because it just doesn't work. We also worked with the city of Newport on what they called a constructability analysis. They wanted to know which of their vacant lands could afford the infrastructure it would take to hook them up and make them developable. We looked at greenfield sites that were already in their UGB, and we also looked at a couple of infill sites. This is one of them. Collectively across these properties, there's capacity for something like 23 units, but it needs $780,000 worth of infrastructure, even for this infill area, just extend the streets, extend the sewer, et cetera. We actually found that if all of that area kind of were to go at once and everybody was pooling the cost of that development, it might just barely work. But it's fragmented ownership. That's probably not how it's going to play out. And so that's going to make it a lot harder. We also looked at, for Newport, would it help to increase the density on this site? For their market conditions, it actually didn't, because the margins get enough thinner for the higher density product in Newport that actually made things worse, not better. That's not true everywhere, but it was true for them. They actually couldn't solve this by increasing the density. There are other places where the fire flow or water pressure is a problem. So Newburgh, I believe, I'm not 100% sure on this, is the only place in the state that had to do an infrastructure-based time extension request for House Bill 2001, meaning we can't put middle housing here yet because the infrastructure limitations are so severe that we need some time. And it was because of fire flow. And they carved out 2 areas in the city where they did not have adequate fire flow, and they delayed implementation of middle housing in those 2 areas. We heard similar things from another jurisdiction where they had a couple of neighborhoods that have water pressure limitations, and they've got something in the works that's going to take care of it. But for right now, if a developer wants to move forward, put in your own lift station or wait. And then it's also the on-site component can also make a difference. So whether every individual unit has to install its own lateral out to a street and they all have to go next to each other and they take up space on the site because they have to go next to each other, or whether you can share a lateral and then go off of that makes a difference in cost and in how many units can fit sometimes. And then also whether you have to, like cottage cluster can allow you to not have to put public street in front of every unit so you can save on the street costs as well. So those on-site costs make a difference when you're just building a handful of units as well. So what jurisdictions can do to help? There's a couple of different types of things to think about. None of these are easy. There's never a silver bullet in any of this stuff. But are there opportunities to adjust the standards? Is there something more you can do on cost sharing? Are there regulations? Are your regulations in a place where increasing density might help? And is there something you can do on the process side that reduces the uncertainty? Because overall, if this is going to work, you've got to balance the cost with the development potential, or nothing is going to happen. So how you do that depends on the scale that you're working at and whether you've got one focus area or you've got a bunch of little sites scattered around that all need different little things. If you have a bunch of sites that all need different little things, sometimes they just need these really localized improvements. They need to run the sewer, 100 feet or 200 feet. That sewer line may or may not benefit anybody else. It's probably not in your SDC project list. It's just a little thing that one property needs. And that cost may be the size of your professional services budget for the year, but it's a big deal to the developer. And it also can be problematic because if you try to put all the costs on the developer, you can get into rough proportionality issues. You're maybe putting more on them than is really proportionate to the development. If you have a bigger redevelopment area, the costs are bigger. Now we're talking millions of dollars in a lot of cases. You might need to focus more on your multimodal improvements, try to make it a place that supports higher density. You're probably looking at public-private partnerships, and you need some political will and you need some strong leadership to make these things happen. So different kinds of solutions. If you're looking at small scale infill, things like the fee in lieu, like Portland's local transportation improvement charge, that means that you're not installing sidewalks to nowhere. You're paying in something that then the city can prioritize where to put sidewalks on local streets that don't have it and do it in a more efficient way. And then I know the rules are kind of set on who has to have shared laterals and who doesn't for middle housing. But to the extent that it's possible to allow middle housing to use shared laterals, we've heard that over and over and over again from developers that makes a big difference on cost. and that some folks are not doing the thing that we all kind of thought they would of doing middle housing land divisions because of that cost. And because they are better off to stick with doing condos and all the problems with doing condos than to pay for the cost of those separate laterals. So that's a big deal if we can figure out a way to work on that. And then if there are areas that have localized deficiencies and they affect multiple properties that all have infill potential, local improvement districts aren't easy necessarily, but they're a way to spread those costs around and to recognize that they benefit people who are developing and people who are not developing. So there's just something to think about. And then if you have something like a fire flow limitation, thinking about how you're prioritizing those capital improvement program dollars and what you could unlock by addressing some of those bigger capacity limitations. And then on the fee side, system development charge rate structure. Have you thought about whether everybody paying the same amount makes sense? Have you adjusted for the fact that maybe small units have a smaller impact? Maybe your infill areas have a smaller impact on kind of the broader system than your greenfield areas. So something to think about. For a larger scale redevelopment, the thing you're likely to run into is maybe more on the transportation impact analysis. What are you requiring these folks to do? Are you getting into like big intersection improvements that they have to make? Or are you focusing on how they're going to make multimodal improvements that are going to support that redevelopment into a higher density area? Tax increment financing isn't perfect, but it's a really powerful tool to pay for the infrastructure you need to really transform an area. The jurisdictions that I've seen that have tax increment financing as a tool have a lot more that they can bring to bear and a lot more they can do to help on the infrastructure costs. And then public-private partnerships and development agreements can also be really helpful there. And then for a bigger developer, the way that the SDC credits work, if you get credit for building the project, is really important because they're more likely to be the one building the project, and they need to know as clearly as possible up front how much credit they're going to get for that. And if you have key projects on the list that they will get credit for, that can really help with getting them built. And then on the land use side, so there's some different, the way this shakes out is going to be different in different communities. Sometimes spreading a fixed cost across more units makes a big difference. If it is basically the same cost to install the sewer, whether you're building 10 units or 25 units, you would probably rather build 25. But you got to test the value of density. In some places, density has a lot of value. In some places, density has negative value because you move away from a thing that has value and into a thing that's really hard, has very thin margins. And if you can't spread the costs effectively, you got to realize that sometimes those costs are going to get passed on. Some types of housing can absorb the costs getting passed on more than others. That means if you can't spread those costs, the developers might have to push the top of market. I just heard this from somebody literally yesterday, that because of the cost of infrastructure, they had to push their home prices up. It was in a community where they can do that. They can sell the homes for $1 million. They would rather have sold them for 900. That's still very expensive. But the difference between 900 and $1 million is like, that works for some people. So they push the top of the market on those home prices and they pass those costs along. And then at some point, you have to look at whether the things that you're allowing are viable given the infrastructure that you're asking them to carry. And that might be a balance of some things that can absorb a lot of costs and some things that you really need that maybe can't absorb a lot of costs, but help spread costs over more units. And so you got to kind of find a mix that can make the cost bearable, or you've got to come in with money. And then the uncertainty, I don't know how many times we've heard about struggles with public works and engineering, all great people, I'm sure, but a lot of challenges getting to a conclusion about what you have to build and getting things approved and getting through the process. And so the things that we've heard where developers said, you know, this was really great, this made a difference. Having some clarity up front on exactly what was going to be required, having a really collaborative process. Some of the small towns that we've talked to folks in, they said it was so great. They got the whole group together. They got engineering, they got planning, they got everybody in the room. And they just told us what was going to be required and stuck to that. And it was so easy. And we would go back here and build anytime. And Public Works tends to have other things on their plate. This may not be their top priority, but trying to build some consensus with them and support to as much as possible streamline this process and not be the holdup. That can help. So there's not a lot of easy answers here, but the bottom line is if you want the infill to work, you've got to find ways to reduce the costs, reduce the risk, and or reduce the delay that from infrastructure that's being put on the development, or increase the development's ability to pay. And the best way to get to that is going to depend on the context and depend on kind of what tools you have available, what the barriers are, and what the market looks like. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. I can't believe we've got this much time for questions. This is fantastic. So we are changing up the rules a little bit. Ben Schonenberg is going to be taking the mic around because I care about my fellow board members' dreams and aspirations, and his was to be Oprah. So if you are interested in asking a question, you happen to be in the room, just raise your hand. He'll come to you. First, I'm going to take some moderator prerogative. Okay. So if you are watching from the Zoom live stream right now, please put your questions in the Q&A. We got one from Terry Harding. Will there be an orange station nearby? I'm guessing this is for you, Joseph. Do you know if there's going to be a new station at the Sparrow site?
Yeah, for the Sparrow site, it's in between two already, so I don't believe there will be another addition to it.
Great. Well, my first question is for you. So I didn't realize just how close the Sparrow site was to one of my favorite places in the Portland Metro, which is Elk Rock Island.
Get out.
Fantastic. But one problem with Elk Rock Island, if anyone has gone out there, is just how horrible the parking is in a single family residential neighborhood. And it's very heartening to see that affordable development is going to be within walking distance to this really, really, I mean, one of the best green spaces that we have in the Portland Metro. I'm wondering, as you come from a management side, you're choosing where to direct these dollars. When you look at housing development, is it any port in a storm, like wherever this brownfield is like, well, this is what we've got to work with? Or are you willing to commit more money to a project that happens to be closer to a quality green space, for instance?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. It's definitely part of our calculation in these efforts, especially when it comes to affordable income restricted housing, is having some amenities close by instead of it just being a privilege. Like actually living in a privileged neighborhood is only for a certain few, that actually providing similar amenities across our city. But it's certainly, yeah, that's a part of it. It's part of our discussions. It's part of our calculation and all this. The brownfield element is just, it was inexpensive. That's a fantastic thing to do. And as far as land values go, it's ridiculous at this point to the deal we got. So
great. Well, we have this is a rare sequel. You know, your presentation was a rare sequel. Real HLA heads out there will know that Angel, when she was still a city councilor, gave a presentation at this conference on Orange Line. And I think it was, if I remember right, it was specifically around some of the community resistance issues that you faced. So my pitch to you, be sure to be here for the next panel, because Angel is going to be talking about those issues even more in regards to housing. I'm very excited about it. So please stick around for that. Michael, we have a panel later today that is going to get into accessibility. So I'm not asking you to go too deeply into it, but you've done some really great research around accessible units as it regards to middle housing. How do you see apartments filling the very serious backlog that we have of accessible units?
Right. The we have, as you say, a very serious backlog and a very serious front log, as it were, of accessible units, as many more of us are going to be having bad hips in the next few years. But I think I respect greatly the work of the many people fighting to improve the building standards for new buildings. And I always am uncomfortable to say, I think there are trade-offs there. We need to weigh the excellence of the new building against the probability that the old building stays there in place. And if we're not putting the requirement on the old building, then we're really privileging the status quo. That said, I think that a big part of the case for apartment zoning is that it is going to have a quite high standard of accessibility, especially if you can get an elevator in there with the fourth story and more. And more broadly, in an area less contemplated by federal law, the location is going to potentially be a more hospitable place to somebody with mobility challenges, whether that's sight or motor ability or whatever. So I would argue that we should be thinking about the location within the community of the structures and therefore of the zoning, in addition to the characteristics of the structures.
Great. Well, let's mix it up. Anyone in the room? I have some online. Okay. Oh, yeah.
So Guy Ben from TriMet. I have a question and it relates to infrastructure. And I manage the TOD program at TriMet, but one of the problems that we regularly encounter when we're selling sites, not with the Sparrow site incidentally, but is that, our sites sit on major transit corridors or major transit streets. And therefore, to develop those sites, the developers or TriMet or somebody has to find additional money to reroute infrastructure or cross zoning and code boundaries or address them to do that. And obviously it sort of conflicts with the overall desire to put housing near transit. So how do we address that?
Yeah, well, great question. You can see by us all really chomping at the bit to answer it. What I can say is that I don't think there's a desire to really build, TOD aside, and top transit corridors because of some of the health reports that in the studies that we've seen to unlock that development is challenging and curious, and there's that issue. But I will say, and just in context of the Sparrow site, for us, the city, if I can speak on our behalf, it's inexpensive land, and we can figure out maybe how to answer those issues of health and safety as a community that's living there. Versus, I don't know if that even answers your question. I'm actually just trying to walk around it a little bit, so forgive me. I don't know if my panelists have
Nothing. I got nothing
there.
I guess I think that if we're putting the higher density zoning in the places where we have transit, and then that hopefully things like a street improvement are not that like making, hopefully at that point it's already transit. It's got the right transit improvements on it. And we're talking about infrastructure that is not really about the transportation infrastructure. That's not always the case. I think it's ironic if you end up in a situation where to develop the property on the transit street, you have to make it like you have to pay more to make it more transit friendly. I think that if that's something that, we need to think about what the kind of partnership opportunities are there. So hopefully that sort of something like a requirement for wider sidewalk or to install a nice shelter. I think if we're going to put a higher design requirement on what that infrastructure looks like, and then we're going to ask the development to carry that cost, I think we need to figure out ways so that we can get the nice, street cross section or the nice shelter, but also not penalize people for putting the development where we actually want them to put it. And so I think there are a number of places where it would be nice to pair some infrastructure funding with some affordable housing funding and things like that. So that it's not a penalty to invest in the infill area or in the transit oriented development area. I don't know if that's a great answer to your question, but I think that trade-off between trying to make the infrastructure as nice as possible and trying to get the housing in there or get the housing to be as affordable as possible. Sometimes there's things to balance.
I mean, I think that that's a really interesting tension that exists to, Michael's analysis of how much apartments are already within 300 meters of a freeway. Guess where the max is built in most of the metro. So yeah, you have this underlying tension, and maybe when we think about infrastructure, we also need to think about environmental mitigation as a piece of that, to relate it to another 2020 panel topic about the development in Lens Town Center. Just a year later, during the heat dome, Lens Town Center ended up being the hottest place, in the country. And, in large part because there was not enough environmental mitigation, at least at the time, to handle, a weather event like that.
I would also say we could think more expansively about the definition of transit.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
I think my controversial thing that I've thought since I moved to the Portland region is that I moved from the Boston area, and transit system looks very different in the Boston area than it does here. And I came here, and one of the first things I noticed was the MAX running along 84 and the new senior affordable housing directly overlooking the freeway at the MAX station. And the thing I had done immediately before moving to Portland was a study on the health impacts of housing adjacent to freeways and how they are especially problematic for seniors and people who are, and for children. And I was like, wow, all right, so that's how we're doing it here, huh? And I think that there's good reasons why we end up putting transit where we do, because that's where it's the thing we can do. But then we put transit where it's feasible, and then we ask development to happen next to the transit. And sometimes that puts it in places that aren't the best places and that don't support infill and redevelopment and that don't create the kind of value that you need to deliver a bigger transformation. And so I think that's a real challenge with the way we plan our transit service and put in our infrastructure, and that kind of co-location of things that generate a lot of fumes and things that we want to serve lower income households is problematic.
Yeah, it's good, Becky.
I've got a quick one online. Michael, you spoke about apartments with a focus on the Portland metro area. I would also say a number of mid-sized cities around the state. But Carla is interested in how you would change your approach for smaller cities, like $5,000 to $10,000 in rural or eastern, or 10,000 people, sorry, in rural or eastern Oregon.
I try to be humble about my understanding specifically of rural and eastern Oregon because I haven't spent much time there. So cities under 10,000 are not affected by ONA's accountability mandate, so they do have some responsibilities under state law. And so the easy answer is that we will, as a state, offer similar resources, and you can choose to use them to the best of your ability and time. To the extent that you find them useful. In like a Hermiston, a larger city east of the mountains, or a Newburgh-sized city west of the mountains, my opinion is that this is a perfectly viable way to allow housing, and a pretty important one. Part of the reason we don't have people with the business and the skills to build multifamily housing in Coos Bay is that it's illegal to build multifamily housing in Coos Bay, and that doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but it could happen.
Yeah, thank you. If you are in a jurisdiction that is interested in this kind of thing, that is, of a smaller size, talk to DLCD about housing implementation plans. I'm very interested to see how that's going to develop over the next couple of years. I know we've got a question over there.
Can I jump in on that
Sure.
a little bit too? I think it's interesting because in Michael's presentation, he also gave the great kind of ingredients that have gone into HB 2001 and CFEC being like the state telling the local jurisdictions something. There is something to be said for that, even when it comes to apartment complexes and 4-story buildings, because the sociology that occurs in the psychology at the local level, you have electeds, you have staff that are working so intimately with the community that it's scary. Like, just to be quite frank, of going against your community in their eyes by taking some very progressive or challenging steps towards density or to just different development standards. So having the state be the bad guy has been super helpful, quite frankly, from a local, if I could speak on behalf of electeds for sure, but definitely from a staff perspective of getting things that are needed, because those conversations can be just in a loop, and boards and commissions and councils change. So things just, yeah, anyways, I just want to point that out.
Can I jump in on that? I've got a riff on that. So there are three possible problems that are interfering with housing growth. There's technical problems, and the state has a fair number of ways it can help with that. There are fiscal problems, and the state has a limited number of ways it can help with that. And then there are political problems. I think those are the three basic categories of reasons we aren't building more housing. The purpose of the accountability system in a law like the housing needs law is to solve the political problems, to take the candy off the plate of the status quo and say, no, this status quo is unhealthy, and say, choose your peas or choose your carrots. But those are your options.
All right.
This is like a two-part question. My first question, essentially, I hear you talking about building more infrastructure or building apartments, and what sizes are you in counting range for that? Just because I think specifically for BIPOC communities, we would love to have more people live in our homes. And we grew up in homes where it's like 20 people in one home. Maybe not the best thing, but hey, cheaper for all the bills. So there's that. And then the other part is, what kind of cultural assessments are you considering and or making or thinking about as you're having these conversations about building housing? Because I hear you talking a lot about where you want to build housing, but you're not talking about who you want to build that housing for. And so I just want to kind of figure out like what kind of information or what your brains are thinking, or what suggestions, recommendations, et cetera, you have to speak to that.
I can jump in a little bit real quick on some of that conversation. There's been a conversation the last couple of years, I think, for developers, for cities and communities to start thinking about multi-generational housing, whether that's multi-family or that's a single family type of style unit, but actually planning on having multiple groups and generations living under one roof and not disqualifying it with the zoning process. I can say that when I did some work in Happy Valley, this came up multiple times, and we did address our code to meet it and to allow for like multiple kitchens in some instances, and for bigger housing types. And that's certainly a conversation that we continue to have in Milwaukee. It doesn't answer your complete question, but I can say that there's a beautiful part in the community in that disqualifying it through zoning or through code enforcement has been the issue for cities. And so decoupling that, pulling those back and allowing for it, first of all, is kind of our first step. And then how the development looks is kind of secondary.
My first place in Portland was a shared house in Kenton. I paid $450 a month. I had 3 roommates. We were all job earners, and we were absolutely displacing a family by living in this single family house. We didn't have any money to choose other options at the time, but we didn't have very many other options at the time. It seems to me that in terms of like unit size, right? We actually have quite an excess of large homes. They're just occupied by small households in Oregon. If we have a shortage, it's of small homes. And that doesn't say that a small home is right for everybody. Absolutely not. And we should be thinking about both things. But it seems to me that part of the answer to getting larger household size homes appropriate is to have an adequate supply of decent small homes. On the question of for whom, not just where, the ONA process does include, the state housing targets process does include a way to think about that is through a non-defined equity metric in the statute that needs to be sorted out. And I couldn't tell you how the state is on track to sorting that out, but it is supposed to be sorted out. The law says it's going to be sorted out. So we'll figure something out. So let's start working on that.
Well, one thing that we do have in place is contextualized housing need, right? That's something that I was really happy is included in the housing production strategies process, is that cities need to show how their housing production strategies are not just responsive to the number of units that they need, but who needs it and who has been shut out of the housing process so far. Now, that is not a guarantee that cities are going to take that into account. And that's why everyone in this room needs to be very involved in their local communities as these housing production strategies are being put together and saying over and over and over again, is this responding to your contextualized housing need? All right, I think we had a question over here.
Sorry, can I add just one
Yeah.
other thought on that, which is a sort of small and slightly wonky piece, but I think it can make a difference in outcomes, is the way that if jurisdictions have incentives or requirements for affordability, like Portland has inclusionary zoning, and there's other jurisdictions that have more voluntary things, thinking about the distribution of units by size and incentives for larger units, because studios tend to be the thing where the gap between market rent and the affordable rent is the smallest. And so if you're asking market rate developers to produce affordable housing and you let them choose the unit size, they will tend to pick studio because that is going to hit their pro forma the least. And things like what Portland did that allow, like, count each bedroom as a unit, basically to create an incentive for putting in fewer larger units. You don't get as many, but you do get some larger units as opposed to getting all studios. And so I think those kind of details of how you structure the incentives and what kind of units need to be provided, I think that can help, especially if you are trying to use market rate development to deliver affordable housing.
Rachel.
Right. My question is, how do you change government culture? I've
Can we get
had,
Margaret Salazar back, please?
and I've had engineers tell me that some of the middle income infrastructure you were discussing was against their engineer morals. I've had special districts, all kinds of special districts, turn down property tax exemptions for affordable housing. So again, state policy is very helpful when it tells those districts or those engineers what has to be done. Bend is unique in a sense that we have a housing department that's separate from our development department. And so we advocate frequently. We started small with just one affordable housing coordinator. We now are a staff of 7. It takes that kind of fight to make culture change happen in government.
I love that. I appreciate that comment and concern. It's something that I'm a believer in government, local especially. I'm not in this because to make money, that's for sure. And if you are, there's something wrong, right? But I think one thing that has happened over the last couple of years is, in my experience working in local government, there's been a lot of just pulling apart and people believing that government is something because of the federal politics, because of whatever, and not realizing that there's actually some good people and that are trying to work within and really make those connections and really make those changes and have that customer service mentality. But what I worry about is that not enough good people are actually trying to get into the field anymore in government and help be that change on the inside, because for bad publicity, bad marketing, or whatever. So I want to encourage, this is another commercial. I would love to encourage, like, if you do have a heart for a community and for service, joining local government, yeah, you're not going to make tons of money. That's not the point. But if you want to change and become part of the process of making something better, you got to have patience and be incremental. Sometimes help turn up the heat at times. But that's certainly a big part of what needs to happen. Absolutely. And that's something that is a leadership. There's sometimes leadership vacuums in and governments. And so if you can help fill that vacuum, please do.
The other thing I would say is the places where I've seen the best sort of cross-departmental collaboration, there has been some pretty strong leadership at the elected level in that jurisdiction that says we are going to make this happen. This is a council priority. Because my husband is an engineer, he works for local government. I understand, like, there are a lot of competing priorities, there are a lot of other things you got to get done. There's like other state and federal mandates you got to meet. There's a lot else going on. And like making this one development happen is like, I'm trying to meet EPA standards. I'm trying to make sure that like, you know, there's other issues maybe that feel more pressing. And I think some very clear, consistent leadership at the top is the thing that I've seen be most effective in like corralling towards speed and efficiency of the whole process, including public works or engineering.
All right, we do have to wrap up. So last question from the room, and I'll quickly note to people online, we are getting some good questions. I'm going to share the questions that I'm getting online with the panelists, and we can try and follow up with you if you continue to send those in. But yeah, last question from the room.
Thank you. This is more of a technical question, but I'm curious if there's a difference between ownership opportunities and rental opportunities. I rent a single family house. I would rather own a condo in a larger building in a more urban environment. But it seems like whenever we talk about what we're going to use our land to build, we talk about homes and apartments. So is there some sort of technical consideration, or how do we think about how we use our land in terms of ownership versus renters?
Construction defect liability reform is the short answer. There are a lot of, do you want to explain? It's very expensive to build condos right now because there are 10 years in which you can get sued for any problems with the construction, and there's an incentive for the condo association to bring a lawsuit for a variety of reasons. And so it means that condominiums in multi-story buildings have much higher liability risk and therefore cost. And so that's a challenge in a lot of states. It's a challenge in Oregon. It's something that state legislatures in a number of states have wrestled with. Washington made some progress on paper that hasn't really filtered down to changing how things really work in practice. It's a tough issue. It's a state level issue, and it's a legal issue of like who can sue who for how long over what things, and then how that responsibility gets allocated. But it's a real strong deterrent to anyone in the construction or development industry touching condominium projects, especially multi-story buildings where like one person's water leak becomes millions and millions and millions of dollars of damage.
And a bunch of other people to potentially join the lawsuit.
Yes.
I was talking to a fellow from Turner Center in California yesterday about this, and the numbers he was citing were larger than I realized. He said that in the state where he was looking, 30 to 40% of the cost of condo development was related to the risk of that lawsuit. And so what New Jersey did was they said you're going to pay 17% of your entire project cost into a fund that will make it so that we'll compensate people that way instead of a legal process. So you don't have the arms race on the lawyer's side. 17% on top of everything. That's a big amount, but he said that, but it's a known amount. Exactly. So in New Jersey, it's something like 30 to 40% of multifamily development is condos right now.
All right. Well, thank you again to fantastic panelists, Joseph, Michael, and Becky. We are going to take a quick break, rejoin in about 6 minutes for Angels panel, which you should definitely stick around for. Also, quick housekeeping notes, because I forgot to mention this earlier. If there's slides that you can't see, or the people at home, you're seeing it as the background to what's going on up here, we will be sharing the slides on our website as soon as possible after the panel, or sorry, after the conference concludes. Also, on a personal note, I know way too much about housing production strategies right now. I don't want to be the only one commenting on these. Please, please, please comment on housing production strategies. Get in the fight, people. You all have better experience in your local communities than I do. So, feel free to talk to me about, the most effective ways to communicate on these issues. But yeah, thank you very much.
All right. So our next panel discussion is about Oregon statewide land use planning goal 1, citizen involvement. As many of you know, Oregon Administrative Rule 660-015-0001 goal 1 requires that local governments develop a citizen involvement program that ensures the opportunity for citizens to be involved in all phases of the planning process. Despite the explicit requirement of Goal 1 to involve a cross-section of affected citizens in all phases of the planning process, the people most impacted by local zoning laws that affect housing production are often left out of that decision-making process. The people who make up the boards and commissions that take public input and those providing it typically are in a position of relative privilege that affords them the opportunity to engage in those local planning processes. And their preferences and opinions may not represent the needs and desires of everyone in the community. This panel will highlight the work of organizations seeking to change that narrative, maybe to update Goal 1, and center the voices of neighbors whose immediate struggles to meet basic needs can keep them from participating in a process that has no less bearing on their lives. Diana Cooper joins us from Brookings, Oregon, and they is the founder and executive director of Brookings Core Response in Brookings, Oregon. Her agency is just over 2 years old and has already grown to be a leading social service agency in Curry County, providing services for people without housing or who are precariously housed. Aside from walk-in services, they have now developed a wide variety of programs, including street medicine, resource navigation, medical respite, emergency shelter, transitional housing, low-income housing, and other health and housing programs. Diana has lived experience with homelessness and has over 10 years clean and sober. She has volunteered at various shelters and organizations in Jackson County and spent several years working in Medicaid services and healthcare. Diana also attends Portland State University, majoring in public health and minoring in business administration. She is a strong advocate for people without access to housing and has run for local office twice in the last 4 years. Jonathan Harker, AICP, him, is retiring after a 35-year career in city planning. The last 29 years with the city of Gresham. Jonathan has served many planning roles at Gresham, including in development, long range, natural resources, urban forestry, housing, and new communities. He served as a comprehensive planning manager, and at retirement was Gresham's urban design and planning director. He holds a master's of urban and regional planning from Portland State University. In retirement, he has been engaged in advocacy on climate and equity issues. Most recently, he served on the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rules Advisory Committee, representing the Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association, and is currently leading OAPA's Goal 1 Update project. Anna Hosley is the director of Storyline Community, part of the Levin Land and Housing Coalition, a collective of faith-based and community-based institutions engaging in the practices of community organizing to create housing equity in our communities, engage our neighbors, and leverage our resources to build affordable housing on faith land. To kick off our discussion, rather than jumping right into the presentations, I've been asked to ask a couple of questions, both of our panelists, but also from you. We're curious to know who's in the room. So All the lawyers, can you raise your hand? Let us know who you are. Thank you for joining us. How about all the planners? Lots of planners. Awesome. Thank you. Students, I know we have some students. Excellent. Wonderful. Community organizers. Who are my community organizers? Thank you all for joining us.
I don't even know what that means.
Thank you all for joining us. I also wanted to start us, who did I miss? Developers. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I hope that we have a lot of this. So please give us your questions, give us your thoughts. We're all here to learn from each other. And one of the first question I have of my panelists is, what are you hoping to leave? What are you hoping folks in this room, the developers, the lawyers, the planners, the students, the general public, the community organizers, what are you hoping that they're going to take away from today?
Want to start down here? Okay. So I'm actually really hoping that, because I come from a community where we really don't pay attention to our local government and what's happening until, you know, a bill comes out and we're like, why is this so high? What is this fee? So my hope is that people who are not paying attention, which it sounds like many of you are, I don't think, did we ask just general community at large? Is there anybody here that's just here to listen, and maybe one or two hands? Okay. So I'm hoping that people actually pay attention to their local government and start attending meetings and listening, because you'll hear some things that you had no idea are happening. And it's not even behind closed doors, but when I go to my meetings, there's typically just one person in attendance and it's media. So we miss a lot. So.
Oh, okay. I'll take my shot at it. So my hope for this session is that it tells you an abbreviated story of how Oregon's land use planning decision-making process fails to provide for equitable participation, which has and still does lead to inequitable outcomes related to environmental justice, racial justice, climate justice, health justice. Now, these impacts have and are affecting housing, productivity, affordability of housing, and are affecting equitable access to needed housing. And I hope that this session then inspires you to help remedy these failures by supporting OEPA's state legislative effort aimed at updating Goal 1, citizen participation in the 2025 session.
Jonathan is going to tell us all about the limitations of Goal 1, which I feel like I live out on a daily basis. So my hope for what we come away from today is an imagination to think beyond it. In organizing, we talk about living in the tension between the world as it is and the world as it should be. And I think that's the invitation I'd like to invite us into, to get a little bit creative about how we engage all of our neighbors in this process.
Okay, first we have Jonathan.
Well, good morning, and thank you for letting me attend this session. So unlike other presentations, not going to see any pictures. It's going to be a lot of text. May have mentioned I'm retired. So I kind of just put this together on my own. So a quick agenda for my presentation. First, I'm going to kind of give you some of the background of goals and Goal 1. Many of you will know what you will maybe already heard this story, but I think it's important to understand where Goal 1 came from and how it has or hasn't changed in the last 50 years. And then secondly, I'm going to talk about this kind of what can be done in terms of how we might go about solving this process through legislation and, state sort of intervention into how all communities are doing participation. So real quickly then, and I'm going to bend this way a little bit. So there's 19 goals. Most of them were adopted in 1974. A handful were adopted in 75 and 76. The agency for doing planning in Oregon is the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Its commission is the Land Development, the Land Conservation and Development, LDC. The rules and the goals themselves have legal authority. Most of them are accompanied by guidelines, but these guidelines are non-mandatory. The goals are achieved by local government. That is, local government puts them into their comprehensive plans and implementing ordinances, zoning and such. And then these plans have to be consistent with the goals. Over time, LCDC has the authority and has amended the goals. Some of them. And when that happens, the local governments are required to update their comprehensive plans, just as they had to do when they were initially developed. Little bit about what are administrative rules, and this is an important part of the conversation. So administrative rules are an avenue when legislation is passed or an executive order is done by the governor to kind of put requirements around those policies that come out of legislation. LCDC has statutory authority to do rules, and for most of the goals, but not all of them, rules have been developed. Like the goals, the local jurisdictions have to comply with and change their comp plans and their zoning codes and the development codes, public facility plan codes, all those sort of things to be consistent with those rules. And the rules can be, done over time. So what is goal one? So there's the top part there. That's the text of goal one. Accompanying that text is 6 principles. There they are. Widespread citizen involvement, two-way communication. They all sound like really good things, and they are. They're all in the goal. They're all accompanied by 1 to 3 sentence paragraphs explaining the principles a little bit more. One exception to that is the first one, widespread citizen involvement, which requires this Committee for Citizen Involvement, a CCI. It was intended to be in the goal an independent body, and that's only what it did, is it was the one that made the initial community engagement plan, and then would be monitoring it and keeping it up to date. But the rule also, or the goals also allowed the local jurisdiction to ask of LCDC to be either the governing body or the planning commission. And what you'll see in most jurisdictions today is it's the planning commission, who has, of course, a lot of other duties to attend to. So what is Goal One's history? Well, it was adopted in 1974. It's never been changed except for one word change. So when you look up, if you Googled in Goal One, Oregon, you'll notice it will say amended in 1988, but that was just a change of this name. There are no administrative rules. I don't know if I talked about the guidelines. There are guidelines that are associated with most of the goals, but those are non-mandatory. The guidelines were intended to provide here's how you could do it to be able to be acknowledged by the state as being consistent with this goal. And when you look at codes today, and they talk about noticing and hearings, the types of applications, the development types, appeals, those sort of things. Those didn't really come from Goal One. Those come from other statutes. So that's that's the history of Goal One, right? It was adopted in 1974. So this fact that we have a 50-year-old, a nearly 50-year-old goal that was probably developed by people who looked much like me 50 years ago, has led to a lot of issues or what we call shortcomings. And I want to kind of, somebody said that, a shout out to 1,000 Friends of Oregon who put together this really well done public participation revisions recommendations in 2022. And a lot of this text here is sort of adapted from that document. And it just talks about some of the things that we're lacking today. The use of it, or it has today, use of exclusive language. You notice that the title of it is citizen participation. Not public participation, but citizen participation. That's an important distinction. I think of who's intended to be able to be participating in our land use decisions. Again, it has no implementation standards. When it was written, the goals were written, they were intended to be able to be applied have flexibility for local jurisdictions so that local jurisdictions could match the local community environment when they conformed with a goal. What this meant with goal 1, that first citizen participation plan, is that it's just all over the board, right? There was so much flexibility that, there's a lot of inconsistency when you go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction to jurisdiction about how they do citizen involvement. It doesn't address the techniques that you need to overcome barriers to public participation and in communication technology. It was written in 1974. It talks about meetings, it talks about newspaper, it talks about radio, and it talks about television. That's not today. And it doesn't talk about how difficult it can be for people to engage, what the barriers are, whether it's physical barriers, language barriers, cultural barriers, frightened of government barriers, and so forth. It doesn't have any mention of diversity, equity, inclusion. Those weren't in the principles, right? And it doesn't intentionally reach out. It doesn't have any mention of reaching out to the sort of historical and institutional practices that leave out a lot of our population. This list is adapted from, this list of historically and currently underserved communities adapted from the climate friendly equitable communities. One of the definitions in the new rules that were written, I think there was a little bit of talk about that this morning in the earlier panel. I'm just going to check my notes here. Sure I'm not missing something. Yeah, it just really just to think about who's not at the table when we make these decisions about these really critical decisions about land and land use. So I just wanted to, it also fails to address the issues of today. Racial justice, environmental justice, climate justice. The National American Planning Association has a pretty good guide out for planning for equity policy guide. And it talks about this quote, "It's important to recognize the past and present role that land use planning has played in creating and perpetuating practices that result in inequitable outcomes for underserved populations." Again, I kind of want to harken back to how these goals were developed and how goal 1 was developed and who developed it. And, you know, I would postulate it was mostly, you know, white men, because that's who did planning, and that's who were making decisions in 1974. And so it shouldn't be a surprise to us if we haven't updated it or kept it current, that it just doesn't work for a lot of communities. At OAPA's conference this year, we had this speaker who talked about, you know, we can read the quote, but one of the things that I thought was interesting was this morning, as many organizations do, you acknowledge the lands, you know, that who was here first or who was here before us. But I think it's also, he suggested that you could also be acknowledging, or I brought up with him the idea that you could also be acknowledging who's been displaced, who has been put into other, who has suffered, you know, the past in terms of racial segregation and those sort of things, you know. And so anyway, I just kind of like, I hope we're going to start thinking about these are sort of some of the issues. And finally, and this slide could be its own presentation. So this comes from the Equity and Zoning Policy Guide that APA put out in 2022. And as you read through this, these are like chapters in this book, in this policy guide. And if you read through those, let's just start about the people, equity and zoning procedures. So who's on advisory and decision-making boards? Who's writing and changing the zoning rules? Who's enforcing the zoning rules? Our participation process doesn't talk anything about those things. And it does impact the zoning we create and the maps we create. I think I was going to mention that many of you maybe followed the Governor Kotek's housing policy bill that passed this last session. And one of the elements that gave a lot of angst to planners was this provision for adjustments to zoning codes. And it's an awkward process. But a lot of the elements in those, the things like minimum parking, you know, mandatory parking, maximum heights, maximum density, minimum lot sizes, lot coverages, those impact housing affordability. Those impact housing productivity. And I would say that they were, again, not considering everybody's needs. We also talk about things like architectural design standards, you know, the sort of, I like to call the golden triangle, which is a requirement in Gresham's code. You have to comply with the golden triangle. Well, that doesn't fit for all cultures. We don't necessarily look at who's going to be living there. I think somebody asked that question. But we look at who's going to be living in these houses and how does it address that? And all these things add to the cost and the process and those sort of things. So that's that was the problems. Talk a little bit about this project that OAPA is wanting to do. And you can read the sort of paragraph that describes what our target is. I won't go over the reasons, we just talked about some of the reasons. This slide's up here is just to illustrate this sort of concept of why we're approaching it in the legislative process. LCDC has the authority to change the goal. It needs to be on their work plan, and it gets on their work plan either by legislation or by executive order, right? Either the governor tells them to do it or the legislator tells them to do it. In this case, we think we need to ask the legislator to do it with the governor's support. And of course, they need the funding to do the work. There were requirements for public hearings throughout the state, all the congressional districts, that's the sort of thing. So that's the point of this slide. That's the only color one I had. You know, when I was doing planning at Gresham, one of the things that was pointed out to me is that not everybody can see colors. So we actually had to go to the part where we started doing graphs with lines through them, you know, or dashes and that kind of thing, so that you could say not the red one, but the one with a checkered thing. Anyway, I digress. So I want to talk a little bit about some recent efforts that I think we could build on as we're trying to develop this concept and get support to build this legislation. So there's been a couple bills that have been introduced and have some history. And there's also the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. So House Bill 2488, you can see what's engrossed. They got out of committee. This bill was originally a combination of two legislative concepts. One that was proposed by an organization called Beyond Toxics and the NAACP chapters of Portland and Eugene Springfield. It was to update Goal 1. The other was an LC that was proposed by a land use lawyer, maybe many of you know Steve Schell, he's retired, who it was to update the plan goals for climate. Those two bills came together, got a lot of support. The governor had money in the budget and her job to do it. We worked with her, worked with DLCD to come up with an amendment to match the money. It was going to go to a work session, and then climate was a trigger word. So that bill got taken off, but then a bill came back that was just public updating Goal 1, and that goal got out of committee. This is just a snapshot from the bill. It had included things. It had climate justice, environmental justice, equitable participation, underserved communities, all included in the bill. At the last regular session, this bill was introduced. It was a bill to address have Goal 1 address what they called environmental justice practices. So it was a more practical one. Unfortunately, it never got a committee hearing. It did get informational session. So there's some momentum. There's a little bit of momentum, right? You know, with got partway in 21 and 23. Coincidentally, both of these legislations would have required renaming Goal 1, public participation, or something that's not, so not using exclusionary terminology. So then I'm going to talk about the climate-friendly, equitable community in this next couple slides. One of the things that I really appreciated about that rulemaking effort in DLCDs is I've been in a number of rulemaking advisory committees, and they never looked like this rulemaking advisory committee. If you look up at the top there, you know, those are the usual people who you see on a rulemaking advisory committee at DLCD in the past, right? Cities and counties or other districts that are affected by the rule, metro, the legal cities, association of counties, some development, you know, HBA, some realtors, and then, you know, 1,000 Friends and OAPA. What you didn't see are this group, just bolded group. And this made a difference. It made an outcome of the CFAC rules. And I strongly believe it. And it was mentioned, I was on this rulemaking advisory committee. And so I've just pulled out a couple of, I've pulled out these next two slides are the text of the rules that were adopted for the climate friendly and equitable community rules. These are in the transportation planning rule. So it described what an equitable outcome is and gave you a whole list of what they might be. And then it has some requirements. The first three bullets, the underserved populations, decision-making, equity analysis, those are things that are all required of jurisdictions when they either do certain things with their transportation system plan as required by the rule, or when they do some zoning that involves climate-friendly areas. These are all very specific. They're not for everything they do in planning, but just for these elements. So I'm not going to spend any more time on much time on this at all. As we thought, thinking about getting a bill, the first thing you have to do is get a legislative concept. And so some of these are some of the ideas that coming from past efforts that could be in that bill. And I know that you're going to all get copies of this slide presentation. So that's why I put so much text to it. So I'm going to stop there. I'll turn it over to the next talker.
Thank you, Jonathan. I feel like that was such a thorough primer that I was taking really thorough notes and craning my neck a lot. So I want to talk about, as I said, these limitations mean we have to be creative and think outside of the current boxes. So I'm going to talk about some of the ways that we've done that in engaging neighborhoods in all the different parts of the process of building what our neighborhoods need. As Angel talked about and as Jonathan expanded on. Oh, and just a little context. Oh, I gotta use it. Okay.
Yeah, so
Thank
you don't have to point out. You just did.
Oh, well, that's magical. Okay. So just a little context on me. I'm executive director of Storyline Community, which is part community of faith, particularly geared toward people who don't have justice of access to faith communities, and part community collective that helps neighbors know and meet the needs of their neighborhood. And we do that work in partnership with Levin Land and Housing Coalition. Has anyone heard of Levin Land and Housing? Oh, neat. Okay. This is a coalition of 50+ faith-based and community-based institutions who engage the practices of community organizing to leverage our resources to build affordable housing on faith land and to leverage the shared power of our voices to move our systems and our institutions toward deeper housing and racial equity. So in that work, what I found time and time again as like sort of a new project comes up where there's someone who wants to do something to meet the needs of their neighborhood, we kind of run into some of the limitations of Goal 1 that came even before we got there sometimes. As Angel said, it invites us to engage a cross-section of affected citizens in all phases of the planning process, but it doesn't have any teeth, as Jonathan talked about. There's no standard for engagement or definition of who you need to engage or what they mean by citizen. So at the best, it presents a low bar. And at worst, I've seen that it can actually amplify the voices of those who already have power and privilege and stable housing to the detriment of those who do not. What I've found time and time again is that particularly public notices of land use planning and development tend to speak to the center of the system by default. They speak to those who are already in positions of leadership, have relational proximity to leadership in our local governments. They speak to those who speak English, to those who have privilege of margin time, and especially to those who own land. When we say we're going to give public notice to the neighbors of a housing project, what I've observed that to look like is that what we often mean is the property owners. So those who do not have stable housing are not given voice because they are not yet allowed to be neighbors, which creates this circle, a system that perpetuates itself. And this is deeply problematic, as we also talked about already, because we have a system that was built on racist zoning laws and exclusionary zoning laws. And because we've found that time and time again, in all call to a public meeting, I've just learned this the hard way so many times that we figured out how to do it differently in some ways. An all call to a public meeting tends to bring a disproportionate showing of people who are angry enough to show up. It brings a really reactive audience, and their voice then carries the weight of the room, which effectively means, especially around transitional or temporary housing options, that we have given landowners veto power over who their neighbors are. It means that we've given them veto power over solutions to what really is a public health crisis. And that showing also is not accurate. It's not an accurate representation of the whole. So it's skewing the work that we do. At both Storyline and then the Levin Land and Housing Coalition, we solve for this with a proactive and relational outreach approach. So instead of an all call from the seat of government that says, hey, come over here, whoever can hear me, which are the people close to me, you know, what we do is we go to where the whole of our community is. This is the organizers in the room. There were a few of us will probably recognize this. This is the organizing spiral that we use. And it starts with up here in the upper right, encounter or listening, where we listen to the stories at the ground level through one-to-ones and house meetings. We also do deep canvassing. So we're having like meaningful conversations with all kinds of neighbors. And that allows us to step outside the center and get to the people who are really connected to the whole of our community and build engagement in that way. It also helps us to listen to shared pressures across the whole spectrum and help people weave that into a whole. So we're empowering in that process those who are not at the center to, as you go into this unveil and research and discern, to learn how their government works and understand the power of the system and where it is, both in official ways and all the unofficial ways that power take place. We teach people how to power map is what we call it, which is my favorite thing to do because it's really fun. And it helps them to know how to show up. Actually, it puts them on equal footing with that system that does not center them. And then here in the action phase, we help people learn to tell their story so that people will listen and to say, yeah, that story matters to who we're becoming. We also solve for that sort of reactive tendency by engaging our neighbors and listening to each other. It's not just one-way communication between citizens and like an expert collecting data. We find when we engage neighbors and listening to each other's story, it completely changes what's possible because it's like together we can begin to weave a picture of the greater whole that the folks in the room didn't have before. The truth is that for each of us, what is good for me is inherently bound up in what is good for my neighbor. So if my neighbor's roots aren't getting the nutrients they need, either are mine because we share the same soil. And our engagement processes are kind of an invitation to get in that soil together. One of the ways that we do that is through these are like housing boards that we've created to tell the story of housing. So we'll go into a community that we're working in and it's a little hard to see here, but it's shaped like a house and you can walk through it and interact with it. And this is, I think the city of Milwaukee, something, you were there. Your picture is in there, actually. That's really fun. I didn't notice that till now. Okay. This is the Oak Grove Trolley Trail Fest. And here's kind of some close-ups of our boards. You can't really study them here, but I will give my website if you would like to see them more closely. What we do with this is that we don't just like give people information, we invite them to interact with it, to say as they see this whole story that covers really the way the entire housing spectrum. Often housing conversations hyper-focus on those who live outside, and what that sometimes does is pull us away actually from the whole system that created this. And what we found is that people, as they see sort of how we got where we are, they start to see themselves in it. One of these, I think this one over here, talks about the definition of rent burden. And I can't tell you how many people have come through this display and read that board and been like, and is there to be like, yes, let's help homeless people. And they read that board and are like, you see them doing the math in their head and being like, wait, 30%. I'm rent burdened. And then all of a sudden it like sort of pulls the veil back where they're like, wait, so does this apply to me? Is that why like I'm nervous to go to the dentist because I'm so close to the edge all the time? And as soon as you see yourself in the story, it changes how you see the whole story. We also ask people to like sometimes put a little sticker where they see the story of someone they care about, and it connects them to that greater whole. It also gives us a roadmap. So when we get closer to the stories of all of our neighbors, we create a roadmap for needed legislation change. As I said before, our goal is to live in that tension of the world as it is and the world as it should be. So as we practice this thing that Goal 1 hasn't caught up with, we're creating a map that can change how we move forward as a whole. I'm going to give you a couple examples of that. In 2017, this is sort of the origin story of the Love and Land and Housing Coalition that walked through this pathway with people in their own neighborhood. So they began because they wanted to listen to their neighborhood and actually the people in their own church community as well. And they listened to Luce, an immigrant who had been displaced time and time and time again because of the cost of housing, uprooting her kiddo from stable community time and time and time again, every year or two. And they found a solution. They did this sort of listening process. They did some research. They were like, actually, we have the means within our community to solve this problem. We're going to put a tiny house on like actually one extra property someone has they aren't using in their own private property. And what they found is that they couldn't legally do that. So in the midst of a housing crisis, where the government entities were like, we're in a housing crisis, we don't have enough housing, they were not allowed to solve the problem in their own community. And that led them to organizing the rest of the cycle and changing the law. They moved the city of Portland at that time to hear this story and declare a moratorium on the evictions of tiny houses on private property. And it was soon thereafter that Portsmouth Union Church listened to their neighbors and also wanted to be a part of solving the problem in their own community by building affordable housing for veterans on their land. But they ran into zoning barriers that were insurmountable. So again, with Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 2008, we changed the law to allow faith institutions to develop affordable housing on their land without being hampered by unnecessary and unhelpful conditional use requirements. So because PUC listened to their neighbors, it unlocked the capacity for all faith institutions in the state of Oregon to do the same. It made that roadmap. So right now we're beginning development on in several spots like Barbie's Village, which is a project that came out of listening to our Indigenous neighbors and compelled the Presbyterian denomination to give land back to the Indigenous-run Future Generations Collaborative to build a tiny home village and early childhood center for our unhoused Indigenous neighbors. And we have another site that listened to the need for intergenerational housing for seniors and families together, and another site who's building housing for immigrants and asylum seekers in their neighborhood. So I'm about to hand it to Diana. I will leave with just an ask. One of the core values in this organizing work is a belief that what we need is here, that everything our community needs to thrive, it already exists, and we just need to walk toward it. So on that vein, I'm going to tell you what we need to do this work well, because it feels like a good room to do that in. Our coalition would love to, those people who walked right into the trap of raising their hands saying they're lawyers, that's something our coalition really needs greater and deeper relationships with. So if you're intrigued by that, please come talk to me. And also we need pre-development funding to do this kind of outreach work that extends really to the full breadth of what Goal 1 should be doing. And we're currently working on legislation to make that possible. If you're interested in that, please let me know. And Diana.
Hello. So I actually kind of suggested the order, and one of the downsides to going last is that I probably need to speak a little quicker, although I'm pretty adept at that. But one of the upsides is I kind of got to listen to them, and so maybe adjust a little bit. So here's the clicker. Oh, great. Am I going the wrong way?
Yeah, the right side.
There we go. Just had to go through a little bit more. So I am Diana, I guess the picture didn't show up. It was just a picture of me, don't worry. So my name is Diana Cooper. I am the founder and executive director for Brookings Core Response in Brookings, Oregon. I am a 4th generation Curry County resident, so my family's been there a long time. Hopefully some of my children will stick around if we make it a better place for them. I was born and raised in Brookings. Some of you, probably nobody here knows what's in Brookings unless you vacationed there. There's no hospital. So I was actually born at home in Brookings. I'm pretty much as local as it can get. And I put a map up here because although it's kind of far down, I'm not sure if everybody can see it. So if you don't know where Brookings is, it's in Curry County. If you don't know where Curry County is, it's below Coos County. And if you still don't know, Brookings is on the coast. It's 20 minutes above California. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows where California is at. So it took me a while to get here yesterday. We're very rural. It's a fairly conservative area. I think it's probably 60 to 70%, depending on where you're at. And there is a lot of public land in Curry County that is undeveloped. So our industries for Curry County is tourism, fishing, logging, forestry, farming, and agriculture. Most of those have to do with seasonal work. And so we have a lot of people living in poverty in Curry County just because of the lack of productivity that we often have and how much we focus on the tourism industry, which can be a huge burden to housing. And I'm going to speak to that here in just a minute. So my experience and why I'm up here, I actually, when I got invited here, I was like, I'm not really sure because I don't know anything about goal 1. And then I started reading and learning about goal 1. And I thought, oh, I think maybe I'm here to talk about how bad it can be. I'm sorry, I'm not the one bringing the solutions today. I actually really appreciate all of the people in this room and in our metropolitan area for bringing solutions to the state because we're one of those communities that requires the state to have a heavy hand in our government. We don't have a local public health, which is a great thing. During the pandemic, that was taken away and the state took over. And I'm saying this because this is the MO in our community is the state coming in and taking over and enforcing what needs to happen because our local government won't, and we end up suffering. So my lived experience is, or my lived expertise is I was homeless for 9 years in Curry County and I had to leave my community to get help. I left and I went to Jackson County and I got into treatment and got into housing. And then I started school at Road Community College. And I started volunteering in nonprofits and getting involved. And then I started realizing how little we had in Curry County. So I moved back to start this organization. The pandemic hit and here we all are. A lot's changed in 4 years. So this is my organization and some of my staff. We do provide a lot of walk-in services. We started with outreach based because we didn't have a building. Then we got a building and we started with walk-in services. Then people wanted longer term services. So we started developing case management. And then we realized housing and healthcare, while they're very interconnected, really require a lot of different rules and a lot of different funding and programs. So we've developed into housing case management programs and health case management programs. We have become probably the largest social service organization in just a few short years in Curry County. And we probably have some of the largest funding at this point, which is still fairly small. And something that differentiates us from many other agencies that serve our community is we're pretty much the only one that's based in our community outside of St. Timothy's Church, which I'll also talk about here in a minute. But mostly all of the services we receive are based outside of our community. So let me see, I may want to wait for that one, although that's kind of the exciting one. So I'll just briefly talk a little bit about the lack of equitable opportunity for involvement in Curry County. And again, I'm definitely not bringing very many solutions. I'm kind of here to tell you you know, some of the things you guys were talking about before, like, well, our developers are having a hard time with zoning. And I'm like, you guys have developers? And you're like, you know, our city councilors are having a hard time getting things through. And I'm like, you have counselors that are willing to do that? So you guys are way ahead. And this is maybe some of your history before it became a little more diverse. So Brookings has, Brookings specifically, both city, county, and our district level, we have a lack of people that look like me, sound like me, and people that don't look like me that are more diverse than me. And so we basically just have this homogenous group of people leading our local government, and it stays that way all the time. We can never get anyone new in. I've tried, I ran for council twice. Every time I had someone run against me just to stop me, and it worked. I even had people run not against me, just in case I did get in, they could get in another position and stop me. So apparently I'm very powerful. So, well, I haven't got up there yet. So in Brookings, we have 4 city councilors that are appointed, that were not elected, out of 5. And how that happens is we had a recall recently. 3 of our counselors, we were able to recall very successfully. It was quite a landslide. And what they did was they each dropped one off at a time and voted a new person in. And they just did that until it was all, they just appointed new people. So we never got a vote. And apparently that's legal somehow. So 4 of our 5 city councilors are unelected. 2 of our 3 county commissioners are unelected, same way, they got appointed in. Both our state representative and our state senator are unelected. So we have no public representation. We have no representation from anyone. All of those groups that Anna was showing, you know, BIPOC, queer, just anybody that isn't older white male typically. We don't have that kind of representation in Curry County. Nobody looks and sounds like me at all. And I also, you know, obviously work with a lot of people who are without housing. There's nobody even that fits into the category of low income that's in any of our groups. And so I say that because this is also directly reflective of what's on our planning commission. I looked up the planning commission notes from the last meeting and the city council meeting that's going to be going on Monday, because I knew there was going to be something I could use. I just did this maybe an hour ago. I knew there was going to be something I could use to talk about. We just had a planning commissioner step off and a new one voted in the same day. I didn't even know that happened. And that's the second one in a month. So we don't hear about it. We don't. And if we do, and we get our application in, we don't get voted in. So this really limits the voice that's in the room, that's leading these discussions. The Planning Commission is our group that is supposed to be the public or the citizen input. And we can't get in the room. We're not friends with the people already in the room. So the lack of diverse representation, I don't think I need to tell you guys what that brings to the table. It's really ends up limiting the experiences that are involved in the decision-making, and it ends up leading to a lot of groupthink. It also ends up stopping a lot of the voice of opposition. If somebody did want to say, actually, I don't agree with this, they probably wouldn't, not in our community. All right, we'll get to the fun one. So Brookings has actually made national headlines a few times. So if you haven't heard of Brookings, you might have heard of some of these situations going on. This is just a snippet of just the headlines, and this is just a few, there's a lot that have sort of precipitated and are currently going on with a lawsuit against the city of Brookings from a church. So St. Timothy's is the church that our organization was born from. I started working there in April 2020 and immediately recognized the need for some non-religious services there as well alongside. Also, they're in the city of Brookings, and we wanted to operate outside the city for some of the reasons I already mentioned. So this right here, I'm going to try to talk without losing the mic. So back in 2021, the city voted to limit how many days a week a church could feed. And that was in the middle of Delta. I also started a COVID testing clinic in the basement of this church. So we were seeing hundreds of people a day coming from all over, from hundreds of miles, to this testing clinic. We feed people constantly. Brookings is one of the few places that has 7 days a week feeding in just most of rural Oregon. And so when the pandemic hit, a lot of the churches closed their doors. St. Timothy's opened up to 6 days a week. That caused a lot of issues with the neighborhood. And we actually this is the official name of the petition. It was a petition to remove the homeless from St. Timothy's. That's the name of the petition. And it did enact and move forward some of these new laws that are now on our books. So that was passed. St. Timothy's fought it. They filed a lawsuit. There was an appeal at Planning Commission of that ruling, or of the abatement. So there's actually technically 2 lawsuits, and this kind of gets confusing, so I'll try not to mix it up. But essentially, St. Timothy's filed a lawsuit against the city for just enacting it, saying it was a violation of their rights. And then during this lawsuit, which is now, a federal lawsuit at this point, during the middle of this lawsuit, the city of Brookings also served them with an abatement about a year later for not following it. So now they're going to sue on that abatement as well. So there's going to be 2 major lawsuits going on just with this alone. So this is kind of one of the major cases that I wanted to highlight, but there's quite a bit more that I'll get to, and I'll be kind of brief. I already spoke to that, I think. No, so people build a culture within systems, and that culture directs how our laws are made and who they benefit. I don't think I have to explain this one too much, but essentially whoever's at the table when the law is written, that law usually stays on the books for a long time. It's so much harder to get a law repealed than it is to stop it before it makes it there. And at this point, it's kind of green light ahead on any laws that restrict services in our community. So we have ended up with, I've been going to the city for probably 5 years, watching meetings pretty consistently. And in December of 2020, there was a law put on the books that you cannot sleep inside your vehicle in city limits. And when I spoke with the mayor at that time, he essentially said, well, it's kind of business as usual. We've been doing it this way. We're just codifying it. And I said, no, it is a big deal. Once you get it on the books, it's a big deal. So that did pass. It has already displaced so many people that we now can't track, and they lose services. All right, I kind of jumped around here. Who isn't at the table and why? Well, I'm not at the table, that's for sure. I actually also applied when they were appointing people, even though I disagreed with the appointment. I applied just to see what the process was. So I've actually tried 3 times to get on council. I think that the biggest reason why we can't get on council or why we can't get involved in planning commission is because we're not invited to the table, and the table is, it's not even that it's set in a way that is unhelpful, it's harmful for us to even try to come forward. And so we just don't make it on there. We don't get representation. Okay. I did skip a little bit here. So I was going to talk about the theory versus the reality. What we learned from Project Turnkey, which I think actually this is probably the reason why Sam brought me here, is to tell you about this catastrophe that was Project Turnkey, and what we learned from it. So I've been championing Project Turnkey. I'm sure most of you know about Project Turnkey. So I've been championing that since the beginning of, I think, late 2020 when I heard about it. And I knew we weren't going to be able to get the project ourselves because we don't have the infrastructure. So we tried to get another agency to get it, and they weren't able to. So we got a second one. And while we were working with that second agency, I was able to get our mayor at the time to write a letter of support, not the city, but the mayor. He had kind of come full circle, and we talked a lot, and he started opening up to why we needed these services here. So he actually wrote a personal letter of support. We kept it quiet. And shortly before the decision was made by OCF, which we didn't get the project at that time, The rest of the council heard about the letter. And they brought it to the meeting and they spent 20 minutes berating him for this letter and calling out his ethics. And then they voted to force him to write a letter of opposition. So he resigned the next day. That was one of our major lessons, was that we had quite a bit of an uphill battle. So when we talk about public participation in these housing adventures, the next thing that happened was another agency came forward and said, we're willing to take on the project. And so we ended up, the city asked us to do a town hall, which I will never do again. And at the town hall, essentially, we spent 3 hours being yelled at by community members. So last night when we had the dinner, I said something and I heard some gasps that I would like there to be no public participation in these processes. And I think we're here to do exactly the opposite of that. But in my community, that has been really harmful. And what we're doing, as someone with lived experience out there, what we're doing is we're saying, unless the people who have suffered the most can bear the burden to come to these meetings and give input, and how do they even find out about these meetings? We're not going to move forward with projects that help them. We cannot put that burden on people who are already displaced. They've been underserved. They don't trust leadership. We have to just acknowledge that there's a housing need and move forward. And let's see, where am I at on time here? Okay, I'll probably go quick so that we can get at least a few minutes for question. We also have a housing complex that we're building in, actually it's a motel we're converting in Gold Beach. And that's about 30 minutes north of us. And the reason why we chose Gold Beach is because we knew we weren't going to be able to get this off the ground in Brookings. So I can't even bring forward a housing project in my own community that I was born and raised in because of people who moved from outside the community and took positions of leadership. And the last thing I'll mention on this is we are a tourism town when it's convenient. And that's usually convenient when we're talking about housing and land use. So we went from 20, which I know this seems small, but we have like 7,000 people in our town. So it's pretty small as it is. We went from 20 short-term rentals in like 20 years before the pandemic to we now have over 80 in just the last few years. And the reason for that is when we had our executive orders and we shut down travel and we shut down short-term stays and motels, investors saw that as a good opportunity to slide under the radar, and they purchased all of the housing that they could turn to short-term rental and just didn't get it signed off. They didn't get their conditional use permits until after that those restrictions were lifted, but people were traveling and using that. So now we have like this explosion in short-term rentals, and Brookings is now seen as this great destination place for vacations, but the people living there and working in those vacation rentals can't afford to live there. So I know this probably doesn't help as much with, again, what you should do, but I did want to mention, so advocates, if you're not already involved, which I assume all of you are, get involved and start going to meetings and listening. Community members, listen to meetings, run for office. Legislators and lawmakers pass laws that increase participation. And I think that there is this fear of dissent. Conflict is not negative. Obviously, we can be productive when we're talking, but conflict in of itself is very productive. And so I think we need to bring those people to the table. We do talk a lot about nothing about us without us. And I also want to mention, what can you do that's not nothing? So that's what I ask my legislators. That's what I ask my city councilors when they're like, well, what can we do? What can you do that's not nothing? Thank you.
Thank you for informing, for inspiring, and calling us to action. You know, Diana, your your experiences, although unique to you, repeat themselves. You know, it's a pattern. We see it across the state. I see a lot of head nodding. I look for that in a room. I'll say that a lot. I look for the folks in the back of the room, like sort of nodding their head, because a lot of times this is what public participation communities looks like. It's that town hall that you talked about, where you've got this adversarial kind of process. It's like it's already set up, it's already established in the way we set up the room. And so I want to, I mean, I think Anna, some of the some of the things that you do in your community organizing are real lessons that policymakers, that, city councils and county commissioners and local planning bodies, they could be doing that. They're not required to, but they could be doing more of that. And so I want to maybe ask the questions to, to each of you, like what could that look like? What could it look like? Just, instead of setting it up a room like this, what could it look like? What would it take to make it more inviting, to make it a safer place for people to engage? What does that look like?
Speak to that? Sure. It is really intimidating going to our city council and asking things of them, because they're not required to speak back to us, and they often don't. It's intimidating going to planning commission meetings and trying to have these conversations, because we know that there's a lot of people there already that just hate us and don't want us there. And so my opinion on how, it's hard for me to speak to this because we don't have anyone that wants us there. So if they did, and how could they make it more inviting to us, is we need to see them making movements to take some of these barriers out of the way. We need to see that this is a place where we can go. And so we need to hear that when they're talking about initiatives they want for the city. We want to hear about we want to hear them use the word homelessness. We want to hear them talk about planning and development in a way that makes it sound like they're waiting for us, because that's not, it's almost hard for me to speak to this one because I just can't even imagine.
Well, Anna, it seems like your organization has taken this into your own hands. The county commission isn't coming to you, so you're going to you're bringing the conversation to your community.
Yeah. And I would say our current local county commission isn't always a fan. If you are in a place where you're like local government who is a fan of public participation, I would say, knowing that so often you're not going to get the whole in the room, I would say go outside the room too. Say, like, invite people into that space. And actually something we do as community organizers is in any room, we listen and notice, and just the way you described, and then take further steps. Like, see who pops out that's like, actually, they have a story that's underrepresented in this room, and set up a one-to-one with them, invite them to deeper interaction around it so that all the work isn't happening in that room. Actually, it's sort of like a springboard.
You're going to the library. You're meeting someone at a playground, and you're bringing those stories then back to the hearing room.
Yeah, I can't tell you how to do things tomorrow. Tomorrow on Saturday. I do think that institutions have to change. The institutional structures have to change. My career in planning, I know that change came because we kind of got told to do things. The form of the Portland metro area looks the way it does because decisions were made in the early 90s to hold the urban growth boundary, create centers and all those sort of things, and integrate the transit and that sort of stuff. But that happened because because conflict was allowed to happen. People were allowed to talk about it, and then came up with a decision about how the greater region should look. So again, I would argue that, you know, let's change the law. Let's change the way we do things. Let's make it so that, you know, during the pandemic, my great story is, you know, my son introduced me to a girlfriend in the spring of 2020, and well, yesterday I was babysitting or taking care of a 14-month and 26-month-old grandchildren. I want those grandchildren to be able to feel comfortable when they go to when they engage in land use or anything, and you know, they don't. Yeah, so I would hope what I would ask is, if you're a law firm, if you're an organization, if you're an individual, you know, contact me, get engaged in helping us. There's a lot of work to do to get the legislation changed, but it happens through people participating. And so I would ask you to, you know, grab my email, talk to me during the day, and kind of get on board with helping us do something in 2025 next session.
You mentioning your grandchildren actually is a perfect segue into the question that we have online. Could a revised goal 1 somehow factor in future Oregonians, that is our future children to the 7th generation, global climate refugees or other immigrants, for example? These groups are often impacted by land use decisions as much as people alive today.
Yes. I mean, the simple answer is that's, you know, we pay the consequences for what we do. We don't often pay them. I'm not going to pay them probably, but generations of people paying for it. We made a decision about how we did things 50 years ago, 100 years ago. In another panel similar to this one, I heard a presentation about West Eugene. You guys probably all know East Eugene really well. That's where the downtown is. That's where the university is. West Eugene is a place that was formerly an area with sunset law, right? So Eugene had a sunset law, and this is where you lived, in the swampy area that later became Eugene. Today, it's surrounded by industrial land, creating a great amount of health problems. We make, you know, so we have to change the way we do things. And the way we do that in a lot of ways is we institutionalize it. We have a state planning program. Let's make that state planning program work for everybody.
Can I just mention too, there's a saying that says, the best time to influence the life of a child is 100 years ago.
I agree with that.
We have a question.
So these are just a few reflections of the shift to a statewide push for land use planning now. All us sort of state, tell us what to do because we need your help. And Sam mentioned in the last panel his cry for help to comment on housing production strategies. And I guess my comments are a little bit targeted to DLCD because I know there's a lot of you in the room, and there is a way to do this better. These housing production strategies are about affirmatively furthering fair housing, and one local government reached out to HLA. And we are a volunteer board member that cares about this issue, but no one else has reached out to us who, like, we're helping you help yourselves kind of a group. And so we're not even the marginalized populations that are being targeted with these rules and the people that are trying to be helped. So something different has to happen as we move forward with these housing production strategies. And then tangentially, I'm working on a case that involves a treaty tribe. And during that process, it's not housing related, but the DLCD Goal 5 Cultural Resources RAC was being formed. And this tribe said, we never even heard about this. They weren't invited to the table, or if they were invited, they weren't invited in a culturally respectful way, because a public notice, like you guys have been talking about, that goes to a bunch of people once is not targeted culturally specific outreach. And so by the time I forwarded the notice that I received, because I'm on DLCD's list, the RAC had already been chosen. And so that's a big problem because that's not a big group of treaty recognized tribes. Sam acknowledged them at the beginning of this meeting. And so, yeah, the law hasn't changed on goal 1, but we can do better. We don't need a law change. We can do better now. And we ought to be, especially if the state is going to take over land use planning, they got to do it better. And I know it's happening fast for a bureaucracy, but it's just got to be better.
I would just add, yes, to everything you just said. And I would add on again, that takes resources. And we've been trying to get pre-development funding for exactly that work, and it just keeps following through. And I'm not sure why that's happening when there is this big push that could change things at large scale. So jump into that conversation too, please, everyone.
I'm also always concerned when government's making decisions about a group of people and none of them are at the table. That's not a healthy way to make decisions.
Is it safe? Oh, it is safe. Okay, great. I really, as a grassroots organizer from the East Coast, I really adore this strategy on like bringing folks into the fold. One thing I feel like a suggestion for us in this region who's really afraid of public displays of accountability and transparency is really working with folks with lived experience and centering them in the middle of these conversations. And I think specifically to your point of being raised in Brookings, but not being able to engage in what is happening in your specific community speaks directly to this aspect. I think something else for us to consider when working with folks who are in lived experience, navigating through something that's happening, is what are we doing to uplift them, right? We're not just saying come to this meeting because that meeting might be the thing that is keeping someone from a dollar amount to pay their rent or to be able to survive, right? And so as we're engaging with our communities, we need to be thinking about what are we doing to sustain our communities beyond asking them to come into a space that is not trauma informed, that does not consider them, that does not center their experience, but rather tokenizes it. So I think something for us to all consider in conjunction with the what can we all do is really thinking about how we are interacting with our communities and who needs to hold the power to interact to shift the culture that we need to be shifted or to shift the change that we need to see happen. And then I really also enjoyed you saying like, we would rather the government come in and tell us what to do sometimes versus navigating, dealing with some other folks in our specific community to help make that happen. And I think that that is a really great strategy because sometimes it means that you are saying, okay, I don't trust this space to make it happen for me, but I want to hear what our government, like you said, what are you going to do that's not nothing? And then that way I can poke holes in it if you make suggestions that don't make sense. And I think that that to me was like chef's kiss. So I just want to appreciate you for saying that.
I really love everything you just said. And I think you speak to the need to show up with each other as a coalition, as a body. In Clackamas County, there's been this outright contingent of like Proud Boys showing up to BCC meetings and school board meetings with physical intimidation, and it intimidates people out of the room. And the only way to stand up to that is to show up together and not put someone in that vulnerable position.
Thank you all so much. I'm being told lunch, I think, is here. I hope you all continue to have these conversations. I know most of us will be sticking around. So thank you again to our panelists.
We have had a tremendous morning talking about housing production strategies, and one of the reasons we're here to be able to talk about that is due to the work of our annual, now for the 8th year, Ed Sullivan Affordable Housing Advocate Award. And Ed Sullivan is one of the co-founders of Housing Land Advocates, and 8 years ago, the board developed an award in his name to recognize a force in nature in our affordable housing advocacy work. And this year's awardee is Sean Edging in that DLCD Housing Division. So the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, or ONA, was adopted by the Oregon legislature under House Bills 2001 and 2889 in the 2023 legislative session. The ONA represents a new chapter for housing planning in Oregon, articulating that all communities and the state as a whole share the responsibility of ensuring Oregonians can access housing in their community of choice that meets their needs. Sean, as part of DLCD's new housing division, led a team to engage in discussions with local community members and leaders around the state. And it's no surprise to the HLA board that Sean is part of this team as a project leader and has done so much good work for our state. Ed Sullivan describes Sean's leadership ability as, Sean was my student at PSU and one of the brightest and most engaged of any I've ever had. He volunteered to help with previous HLA conferences and got himself involved with housing in his academic career and a brief stint as a private planner. He is politically aware and able to communicate well with his fellow planners on housing issues. He and his team are deserving of the award. The Housing Division team developed a series of legislative recommendations articulating how the implementation of Goal 10 can be reaffirmed to better achieve the principles of production, affordability, and choice set forth at the outset of the land use planning system in Oregon 50 years ago. These recommendations form the basis for the ONA policy adopted by the legislature. At the local level, this means planning for more housing, especially affordable housing, and taking actions and investments to actually realize the production of that housing over time. It means affirmatively furthering fair housing, explicitly integrating the needs of communities who have been historically marginalized by all levels of government and experience the brunt of the crisis today. It also means accountability and that goals are set, outcomes are monitored over time, and when local governments aren't achieving these goals, state agencies can take meaningful action within their control to address barriers. This work is far from complete. In order to fully achieve the goals articulated by the ONA, it will take concerted work at all levels of government to meaningfully address the dynamics that led to the crisis today. The ONA recommendations also call for partnership, coordination, and investment from the state to support local governments in addressing barriers that inhibit achieving equitable housing outcomes. These recommendations were adopted as part of the recently passed Senate Bill 1537 with the creation of the Housing Accountability and Production Office. It will be imperative for the state to become a fully fledged partner to local implementers for the ONA to be successful. Additionally, while the ONA calls for DLCD and local governments to take on a more substantial role in addressing the housing crisis, this work will not get done without the community members, advocates like HLA, professionals, and political leaders stepping up to implement meaningful policies and investments that result in success on the ground. On behalf of the Board of Housing Land Advocates, and in keeping with our tradition, we present Sean Edging and the Housing Division team with this birdhouse as a symbol of multifamily housing. So Sean, if you can please come up and accept this award. Yeah, please. All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Jennifer. So I, first off, love the birdhouse. It's very, I love that it's multifamily too. I hope it has 2-hour firewall separation, but you know. So I just want to express, I feel very deeply humbled and appreciative that the HLA board would consider us in this award. I consider it a very deep honor. I'm very appreciative. I don't like long diatribes, and I'm also allergic to praise, so I'm going to keep this short. But I wanted to mention two things just to share with you all before just some of the things I've been thinking about over the past couple of days. The first one is really extending a much greater celebration and appreciation to the full team that made the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis legislative recommendations and policy possible. There was so much work by a huge crowd of people, too many people to name, but there were some people in particular that I really wanted to just extend some thank you to, because without them, I mean, this policy, the recommendations in the policy wouldn't have happened. And that includes, first and foremost, the entire DLCD team, including Ethan Stuckmeyer, Mari Valencia, Thea Croman, Ingrid Caudell, of course, DLCD leadership for providing support and trust in us to kind of carry on this work. And of course, a growing housing team of people who are just ready to charge in and start the work on implementation. It's very inspiring to see. I also want to extend a huge appreciation for the folks who were kind of all in behind the scenes, kind of making everything happen. There was a consultant team that helped us, including professionals, including Lorelei Juntanen, Madeline Barron, Deb Myhoff, Ben Duncan, and their teams who not just, served as a consultant team to help us with capacity, but actually genuinely took the public interest to heart and really sought to make meaningful changes for Oregonians on the ground. I think that was very inspiring to see. And of course, obviously the political leadership, the legislative leaders, the legislative staff, all of the advocacy groups, practitioners who came to the table, and implementation partners to really kind of get into the weeds and make it work. And of course, continuing to make it work as we go into rulemaking. So I just want to take a minute, really highlight their achievements, because without that, the ONA would not have been adopted and passed. So I really want to extend that appreciation. I don't know if we maybe give them a round of applause. All right. And then really the second thing is I just want to speak to something that has also been on my mind lately. I think, lately in the housing conversation, I think there's been a lot of folks, a lot of policymakers who are really trying to find a silver bullet solution to all of the problems that we see before us. And I think, as just our recent panels demonstrate, there is no silver bullet solution. There is hard work. There are hard choices. There are fights that are necessary if our goals are to achieve housing production, affordability, and choice. The intent of the ONA policy is kind of an affirmation of the idea that I think is embodied in the statewide land use planning program, the idea that we can tackle hard problems with local leadership, local decision-making, and local solutions, with state partnership, investment, and oversight, AKA being the bad guys, as Joseph Briglio would say. But I think the thing that I want to emphasize is the policy helps set the stage to make that happen, but it's not going to happen without all of the, the things that we've observed, that political leadership, the advocacy that happens, the routine, even just reviewing housing production strategies, as Sam mentioned. All of this is going to be critically important to making sure that we're able to meaningfully turn the dial. And there's not going to be some easy kind of magic solution that gets us there, but just a lot of hard work, a lot of boring conversations, and conversations about trade-offs and investments that we need to make. And it's going to take a long time. But with that, I just want to encourage you guys, take inspiration and appreciation from all the folks up here that are doing hard work. Thank you guys for all the hard work that you guys are doing. And I look forward to working towards this goal with everybody here.
So I'll begin. My name is Ben Schoenberger. I am a board member here at Housing Land Advocates, and in my day job, I'm a land use planner for Winterbrook Planning. I guess our logo is not on the screen anymore, but we're a sponsor, and I appreciate that from my firm. And also just to say that we're a team of land use planners and environmental experts. We work with both the public and private sectors all over the region on all kinds of projects, including housing. So thanks to Jesse and Grace and
Larissa and everybody who's here from my company. Appreciate that. One other housekeeping item. I am a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. We, like the lawyers, are going to get continuing ed credit for this. We do have to ask, and that means it takes a minute to, thank you, Maddie, write up the summaries of all the things that we're doing, submit it to 2 different levels of the American Planning Association, get it approved, get it on their website. But if you're ASCP and you're looking for that, it won't be ready tomorrow, but I have everybody's email. I'll send out an email, and then you can go just get the credits yourself from the National APA website. So just please be patient with us. It'll get there eventually. Okay. That being said, let's move on to the session. So this session I'm really excited about. It is, the goal is to expand our thinking a bit about housing production. The panelists that we put together are a real diverse group that has various different kinds of experiences working on housing in rural areas of the state. I was partly tempted to title this session "Get Out of Town," but then I didn't think that was all that welcoming. So catchy, but not welcoming. So we went with something a little more pedestrian: rural housing production. So for many of us in the room, our thinking and advocacy around housing is very often focused on the metro region, and that's natural because many of us, if not most of us, live here or work here. But Oregon is a really big state, and the local context and the challenges faced with housing are very different in, for example, John Day or Brookings or Vernonia, compared to metro cities like Portland or Beaverton or Tualatin. So we wanted, as part of this conference, to recognize that and make sure that we're not just fixated on the problems that we have here in Portland. So when you think about it, something that unites us as Oregonians is that it's really hard to build housing. And that's true kind of wherever you are in the state. So rural areas and small towns everywhere are struggling to provide that housing for all the people that want to live in those wonderful places. And the kind of housing that the people in those communities demand and are seeking might be different for lots of different reasons, for limitations of topography and resources and labor and workforce. But there have been success stories, and we hope to touch on a few of those today. We brought together some very interesting and accomplished people to have them relate their tales of housing production in rural communities. And some of those communities that they'll be touching on specifically are Woodburn, Coos Bay, North Bend, and Donald. Well, if you said where, that's my point. I've lived in Oregon 30 years now, and I had to look up Donald because I wasn't exactly sure where it is. So I looked at their stories ahead of time, and it's clear that each of these panelists have something to teach us about the situations with these communities that are outside the immediate Portland region and different models of how to get these new housing units built. So with that, I'd like to give brief introductions of who I brought together today. First up is Maria Elena Guerra. Maria is the Executive Director of Farm Worker Housing Development Corporation and also of Evolve Workforce and Multifamily Housing Services. Under her leadership, these organizations collaborate with communities of color to ensure that the opportunities to pursue prosperity and growth are stable and abundant. She has nearly 2 decades of experience in asset management, housing development, and community programming. She works alongside Oregon's rural Latinx communities and the affordable housing industry. Prior to her current position, she had jobs for Reach CDC and Hacienda CDC as an asset manager and property manager. She's originally from Guayaquil, Ecuador, and holds a bachelor's degree from Espirito Santo University, which is there. And she has a master's degree in public administration from the land on which we stand at Portland State University. And she lives in Portland, and we're delighted to have her with us. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let me introduce everybody, and then I'll call you up after that. Right. So Steve Sandin is going to go after Maria. He is the Executive Director of Bay Area First Step. The bay that we're talking about is Coos Bay. They're located in Coos Bay, Oregon. I just did the bona fides. Coos Bay is population 16,000. So definitely a small town in the Oregon context. Bay Area First Step is a peer-run organization specializing in substance abuse treatment, drug and alcohol-free housing, and recovery support services. Steve's dedicated to helping individuals overcome addiction and find their path to recovery, and he's devoted his career to this cause. He participates in boards, councils, and committees, including as a member of the Mental Health and Addictions Association of Oregon, the Oregon Alcohol and Drug Policy Commission, Addictions and Mental Health Planning and Advisory Council, and Coos Health and Wellness Mental Health Advisory Committee. I'm really grateful that you came all this way to join us. Finally, our third panelist is Connie Lindsay. Connie is the Sales and Marketing Manager at GK Machine in Donald, Oregon. And I swore I was going to say GK Machine because it's not GK Machines, even though they make machines. It's GK Machine. Just for factual purposes, Donald is between Wilsonville and Woodburn. I had to look it up. GK Machine is a large manufacturing company that engineers, designs, and builds agricultural and industrial equipment. This company employs about 200 people: welders, assemblers, laser techs, engineers, machinists, and other staff. As you can imagine, a company like that in a town of that size has demand for housing. And she's going to talk a little bit about that. She has an agricultural background, and before her job at GK Machine, she was the manager of the Oregon State Fair for a number of years. She has a degree from Oregon State University. We're really excited to have all the panelists here, so let's get right into it. We'll save all our questions as before at the end, so start thinking about what you want to ask folks as they present. And to kick it off, I'm really delighted to introduce Maria Elena Guerra.
We will see. So the first thing that I asked today was to put on a stool. There is no way that I will go behind this podium, but you know, we didn't get the stool. We have a very good technology in here. Oh, clicker for them. Perfect. Disclaimers. Important. I'm not a lawyer. I understand land and land acquisition, not as much as land regulations. I am also not a developer. Developers are really technical people, very important people in the work that I do. But if I can call myself a developer, many of you will be insulted. So let's keep that in mind. I do have, I believe, a skill, and this is that I can see the human side of the work that I do and that my organization does. I can find a way that numbers tell a story. But I'm not going to talk about numbers today because you're not the audience for numbers. I know that too. Thank you. One more thing. Happy Women's Day to us and all of those that identify as female today. With that introduction, I would like to talk a little bit about Farm Worker Housing Development Corporation. And when you see the farm worker, you know that I'm building a housing for farm workers. But actually, we do more than that. We have senior properties, we have workforce properties. So please do not just put us in a box of farm worker housing. We do, the majority of our units are dedicated to farm workers. And we have been in business for more than 30 years, and especially in the Willamette Valley. Since 1990, we have been transforming the life of people in rural areas of Oregon. Again, the Willamette Valley, those places where nobody wanted to go. When the governor at that point needed to say to a city, or you allow them to build affordable housing, or I will keep all the money to your city on my pocket until you help this organization. Those are the things that sometimes we have to use as a strategy. We, at this point today, we have 12 properties in 7 different cities and 3 different counties. Thank you. Thank you. But we do more than housing. If you think that talking about land development and housing development stops in there, no. We need to talk, when we talk about affordable housing, we must talk about supportive services. What are the programs that are gonna make these individuals successful in their housing first? What are the support that we are gonna be providing, the programs for the kids that can be, instead of in front of a computer or playing with their cell phone, they can be out running like kids. All those services are some of the ones that we provide. After school programs, ESL classes for newcomers to this country, and many other. And keep in mind, we don't do this alone. It will be impossible for a staff of 11 people to do the amount of work that we do. We engage in partnership. We talk to people in the industry, and we say, if we're gonna go to that city, we are gonna engage with those nonprofits in there to provide our services. If I want something to take you from this conference today, at least from me, look at that picture. It's a picture that makes me get up every morning, because it's a picture that represents the before and after. How our families are treated, how the access of affordable housing can impact entire families and individuals. You can see in here, people living in under housing conditions. And on the other side, you can see an entire family, a mother holding her kids, smiling. Kids learning about their culture, learning about music, arts. A little bit of demographics in our portfolio. More than 55% of our portfolio, believe it or not, are used from ages 0 to 18. More than 85% of our community graduate from high school with a high school diploma. The average age in our community is 24, extremely young. Average income for a family of 5, $37,000. How can you survive? Not talking about driving, but surviving with $35,000, 37, I'm sorry, for a family of 5. 85% of our families are BIPOC, people of color. But how do we do this? How do we make this possible? We serve more than 2,500 individuals, even though we only have 470 units. That's not many in 30 years of work, believe me. But how we do this work is very important. So the properties that we own and we manage, by the way, are dedicated to farm workers. But only 55% of their income needs to come for farm labor. Because I hope we all know that in reality, the farm labor business is not a year-round business. So we need to keep that in mind. We also have, like I say, properties dedicated to seniors, low-income families, working families. And we have find a recipe now to do a mixed kind of housing. 50% of the housing is still for farm workers, and 50% of the same property house people, low-income families, in any trade. We were talking about supportive housing, supportive services. Nothing that we do, believe me, nothing. A unit is nothing without the families in there and without the supportive services. And when I talk to supportive services, it can be from, sure, rental assistance, but also medical access, medical vans that goes to our properties and take care of our families and children. Here, I just have several pictures of the events that we do every year in our properties. We celebrate culture, we celebrate both, the Latinx culture and this country's culture. We try to make sure that our residents understands where are they living and what are the good parts of living in here, but also what are the responsibilities. You can see in here, our kids always playing, always up to something. And that's, believe me, I come from 15 years on property management. I need that and not the kids playing with my sprinkler system. So we have two functions really in what we do. And I'm gonna jump a little bit in evolved workforce and multifamily service. By the way, you are getting two for the price of one, because I manage two property nonprofit organizations. So Evolved Workforce and Family Services was created by FACC back in 2016, because we saw how our residents were treated by the private industry. Not saying, by the way, that the private industry is bad. No, I'm saying merely, I'm trying to say they need to invest more in cultural education. That's it. They can do it, but they need to educate their staff. So from Evolve, property management and workforce development, I am the product or that investment, and that investment is that FACC put me into a career that allowed me to buy my own house, to be at the position that I am. So besides doing all the work that they were doing in housing people, they also investing in education. And just one example, there are many that we have been able to provide help with. Our investment in our average investment in each staff every year is $2,000 minimum in training. And that obviously include equity and inclusion, because yes, we are people of color. And we are also human beings. We sometimes commit the same mistakes that other has imposed on us. So we have to learn, we have to understand. Here it is, two ladies also that went through the process of workforce training, one in accounting, the other one as a site manager. Both of them real good stories. Both of them already out of our organization and in better positions, and positions that can pay more than a nonprofit can pay. And that is a success story, because in every place that we can put people that are culturally savvy and that understand the challenges of all human beings first, but also of people of colors and other, we are ahead of the game. So this is our training component. These are our numbers. I say I was gonna not talk about numbers with you guys, but it's impossible not to mention some. So the classes that we provide are bilingual, English and Spanish. We do a mix of in-person training and also online. 80% are BIPOC participants, 80% graduated from our programs are women. Yes. And 85% of the people that enter in our program have a high school degree. That's it. You don't need anything else. Sometimes that's much better. Growth. What are we doing now? Today is one of the one-on-one coaching. So these people that we have trained still needs a push. It still needs to know, okay, where are going with this? Where are my options? So we are doing that now. And we engage with Chemekera Community College in the area of Woodward and any other organization that can engage with us in this. Training. I talk about the training platforms in person, online. We have several cohorts that we have run for the last 2 years with incredible participation from females. As you can see, the blue one are females, the orange are males. So property management is a business and where the female representation is great. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because in our case, we offer you a unit in the same property that you manage. Is a huge gain for, especially for single moms. They have their kids in there, they work next door, and their kids can go to the after school program. I have to say, that's an excellent recipe for success. The ones that complete, obviously, most of the training, also females. But let's go back to housing, and let's go back to what we offer, because what we offer is, again, is not a unit, it's a community. And part of a community is always art and cultures. In each of our programs and projects, we have murals. Murals that represent, first, the struggle of the farm worker community, the hard work for putting food on our tables. And these murals are everywhere. In Colonia Paz, which is our last project in Lebanon, we represented we are in the pandemic, so we have to honor those out there working while we were safely working from home. And that, by the way, also include farm workers. So these are the murals that we have. Some of them, by the way, were done by kids. Along with the artists, the kids also help. Don't ask me how, because I cannot really manage a bunch of kids. But obviously, you know, our artist was able to do that. But what is important about just not the murals, that, by the way, each mural in our properties tells the story of the name of the property. In the case of Colonia Paz in Lebanon, like I say, well, Paz was built during a very different and challenging time when people of color were terrified of what's going on out there. And we wanted to honor that. And that's why we say we are coming into a rural area in peace. That's what Colonia Paz means, by the way, peace. Colonia Unidad, another property. You can see the mural in there. Why Colonia Unidad? Again, the same situation. A lot of organizations got together. We don't do it alone. Cities are extremely important for us. City administration, funders, grant makers, all of them, colleges. But the important part about our murals is the access also to art to our kids, because the majority of our kids don't go, you know, they cannot go to a ballet or any kind, and they don't have much of the time exposure to art. And this is the way and how we want to tell them, you can also be this if you want to. Sorry, not good pictures. And these are our artists, and especially in our new property in Lebanon. So that is the presentation for introducing you to organizations. I want to talk a little bit, if I have time, about the challenges that we face in rural areas. So different from metro, somebody talked about metro and the fact that, you know, metro areas get all the attention, mostly. And when I say all the attention, it gets money, it gets resources. And don't get me wrong, I live in Portland. I want to see a solution in homeless. I want to see a solution in housing. But I serve a population that is in rural areas. I see my kids coming from college and not having a house or a unit to live, affordable to live and get back to their own communities. And we need to resolve that. But when we go into rural areas, especially if you look like me and if you talk like me, we get resistance. We are coming and get comments like, we are gonna be waiting for you with our guns ready. That's how we are welcome. Sometimes I don't want to say that this happens in every community, but in these times of, I'm sorry, but we live in a very difficult time with hate. It's maximum potential. And because of that, during the construction of our last property, we have to hire for the first time in 30 years, a land use attorney. Thank you, Jennifer Bragar, for your help. I don't think we could have built 130 units in rural America without her help. And I have to say, something that I remember for Jennifer, the first time that I talked to her and she was preparing me to go in front of the city council, she said, do not talk. I am the person that talks all the time in behalf of my organization. How dare you tell me that? And she just repeated, do not talk. Say, okay. And lawyers, you have to respect them. They know what to do mostly. So I did not, and we won that battle. We won we won 130 individuals, families that today their kids play in a place that at some point didn't welcome them. So if you talk about challenges, those are the challenges that we face. Still at this time, it's sad, it's terrifying sometimes. When a person talks to me about equity, but still asks me if I'm gonna house white folks, it hurts me. Because first, I always say, where is fair housing around here? I get like, hopefully they're not filming all that. The other problem that we have in rural areas is access to financial support. Most of the time, big cities, and again, metro area gets all the money. They get a special money, they get dedicated money. We don't get that. We have to fight. Small cities don't have the money to build entire roads that sometimes we pitch in and build. And today, I'm trying to build another 130 units, and the road cost me 2.5 million. It's extremely impactful, and the cost of per unit. And that doesn't make a good application with Oregon Housing Community Service. They see the number and say, ooh, no, these guys can put double units with the same amount of money. And cities are responding to that. I want to thank cities. If any rural city of Oregon are here, they are responding. The mayors are coming out and saying, let's work this together. Let's apply for grants together. Let's do this. Let's try to support your work. So we are trying to collaborate more. But believe me, the attention and the investment is needed in rural areas. We need to provide those folks with access to affordable housing. Capacity. Let's talk a little bit about capacity in rural areas in regards to small organizations like mine. The regulations in housing, for those who in the room who knows really and do housing like I do, know are killing us. It's too much. Too many changes. We don't have the staff capacity. to respond to those changes. And for that, we get out of compliance. Sometimes we don't give, we're not even given the time to rectify. And that can impact, actually impacts our future applications. Finally, those are some of the challenges that we have in rural areas. More investment is needed, definitely. I wanna recognize the work that the governor today is doing in regard to housing. It's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect, but it's the first governor, at least since I've been practicing housing development, community development, should say, that puts housing first. And we want to support that. We want to move along. We want to do it in a humane way. We want to make sure that we hear all in the room. But let's be honest, land is in extremely scarcity today. Most of the time, the land for affordable housing are in industrial areas. And if it's for people of color, it's in the last place of industrial areas. So thank you again for your time. I will welcome questions at the end. Thanks.
So next up is Steve Sandin. You got the clicker? Great, thanks.
Thank you. Today I'd like to just talk about three things, basically, a little about myself and where I've come from, my organization, and specifically recovery housing. So as I said, my name is Steve Sandin, and I was born in 1960 in Inglewood area near part of LA. And when I grew up in what I thought was a pretty normal, stable household, and I think for the most part, it was. There was one traumatic thing that I think kind of tore our family apart, and that was that I had a little sister that had a rare form of cancer, and she died when I was 8. And I think that kind of tore my family up a little bit. My parents and I moved to Alaska when I was in the 5th grade, and there was a dramatic difference, of course, in culture and environment. So my parents ended up divorced when I was 15, but other than that, I really didn't think too much about life being different than anybody else's, and I'm not sure it really was. Everybody's has some traumatic things happen. I started experimenting with drugs and alcohol at 13, and I would say by 19, I was addicted to both. I continued that lifestyle until 22 years ago this month. I was in the Phoenix Inn, which was a motel that burnt down in Phoenix, Oregon. I was there, and I was basically facing all the consequences of 23 years of addiction. And in that, I mean, similar to other folks that have been addicted, I had been bankrupt more than once. I had lost a couple. I'd had 2 homes foreclosed on. I hadn't seen my kids in years. I had relationships. I had legal problems. I owed taxes. My life was a mess, and I was literally hopeless at that time. I ended up not really having any idea what to do. I ended up praying, and the next thing I knew, I was contacting the Phoenix Police Department and just telling them I was ready to face the pain, and they helped me do that, and basically I got taken to jail and had to take care of some misdemeanor warrants in several states, and ended up on parole, or I guess it was probation, but they asked me to find a 90-day treatment program, which I'd already been to several residential programs in my life. At that time, those weren't available very easily. They weren't found very easily, especially for that length of time. So I ended up finding a little place on the coast called Bay Area First Step. And they explained to me that they weren't treatment, but they did provide a safe environment for folks that attended treatment locally. So I talked to the corrections people and they agreed to let me go to that. So next thing I knew, I was at a little place called Bay Area First Step. And Bay Area First Step has changed over the years. When I first came there, it was just providing recovery housing. It was developed or organized in 1995, and their sole purpose was to provide supportive recovery housing. Since that time, we've offered peer support, which I guess we did unofficially all along, but we now actually do SCD outpatient treatment, which, along with we can do training and certified peers. We also have internships available in our treatment program. And we got to the point where the state of Oregon has asked us to assist other organizations that are peer run establish their programs. So I wanted to show you some of the housing that we have. This particular property is the one that I came to. The buildings on the left were not there at the time. The building on the right was, and there's actually two of the buildings on the right. You can only see one of them. Those are two buildings, each with 4 two-bedroom apartments in it. There was only one that was livable at the time, and we occupied that. There was men in one apartment, 6 men in one apartment, 6 women in another. There was a common one downstairs where everybody ate, watched TV, that type of thing. And a resident manager lived in the bedroom down there. And then the other unit, the remaining 4th one, was used for offices for the 2 employees that we had at that time. So they had these in the works to do these major renovations there. You can see they built a building in the back, and that was 8 SRO units. And then off to the left there is the clubhouse and meeting room, where also some admin space there. The next place we went was we leased a property from the Department of Corrections. They used to use it as a work center for a work release program for some of their inmates. It needed a lot of work, and we renovated it totally and ended up adding a bunch of bathrooms to it, that type of thing. And it now has 8 bedrooms, or 8 large rooms for sleeping. It has 3 offices, 2 kind of visiting type rooms, and a large kitchen and dining area. This is a 42-unit motel that we renovated. We're using it also has a restaurant there. One of the units is used as a stabilization unit for people, like, for example, maybe they're trying to get into detox, which we don't have available in our county, or residential treatment. They might stay there if they come to us on a weekend or something, and then we'll try to get them to where they need to be, possibly having to drive them out of county and that type of thing. But often it means waiting until Monday or whenever other organizations are open. So we were able to convert the restaurant into a recovery center, and they do a lot of life skills trainings, workshops, that type of thing. They do have some mutual support groups like AA, NA, that type, meeting there occasionally. And we also do a lot of our training there. So This is a emergency shelter that has been in our community for almost 50 years. A while back, the board of directors asked our organization to take it over. There had been some financial difficulties and they were struggling just to try to keep it going. So we weren't really in the emergency housing business, but we decided to take it on. Our community really needed to keep it going. There was almost zero emergency housing in our community. Since that time, we did make some tough changes. We stopped feeding the public and just fed the people that stayed there. We quit offering showers to the whole community. There were some cutbacks we had to do staffing wise and stuff to make it work. Since that time, our community has, our mission has, actually, it's interesting, our mission was in our community, but they housed very few people at a time. The previous people running it just had were very strict about who they would take in, and oftentimes it would be just a couple of folks there. Two of our residents that became peer support specialists and went to work for us went on to actually manage the mission, and they now keep it at full capacity at 60 beds. So we have less of a need for emergency shelter. There's also a couple of pallet house projects going on in our area. So we've decided now that we're going to go ahead and convert this into accredited recovery type housing. This is a new project that we hope to open next week. We had a grand opening last week for it. We're still waiting on final inspection. I believe that there's a piece of concrete that has to dry or something, but we're very close to having that one open. It's all furnished. It's just gorgeous. It's very large. We added 4 bedrooms to it, added some bathrooms. It now has 8 bedrooms and 5 baths, as well as a resident manager room. And this project is a future project. We have secured the funding and have the partnership established with the Coquel Indian tribe. It comes through their Coquel Wellness Program, and we're hoping to develop culturally specific recovery housing here with their help, and also the help of some other culturally specific programs around the state that we'll be consulting with, or they'll be consulting with us. So some of the challenges with recovery housing, this is a planning commission meeting where we were trying to get a conditional use permit for the motel that I showed you. The public was basically in outrage. NIMBY is one of our biggest problems, not in my backyard. But it also goes further with the city officials also. They tend to, a lot of them are business people, and they have often have the same type attitudes as people in the community. And I think that's due mostly to just not understanding recovery, not understanding what recovery housing does. We got denied our conditional use permit, and we hired a land use attorney. And thank you very much. We appreciate you. She helped us out a lot. She helped us successfully get that conditional use permit. And let me show you what they were worried about. So this was the property that they were afraid we were going to somehow destroy and make the neighborhood worse. It was known for, it had been there forever. It was known for drug use and, basically either renting charging out too much rent for people that were vulnerable, or just charging, by the day or whatever. But typically it was, you know, it had a lot of pest problems and those types of things, and it was just not maintained at all. The restaurant had been closed for years. But we were able to get in there and the way that the community acted, it was just ridiculous. Some of the things they were worried about, they wanted to know, what about the windows? And we said, well, you know, I said, what do you mean the windows? And they're like, well, they'll be crawling out the windows and stuff. And I said, well, we're going to let them use the doors. You know, it's like, so they were really upset. But now it looks more like this, and we did a lot of work to it, and we're still doing a lot of work to it. I just saw on Facebook the other day one of our you know, what's happening Coos County or whatever, those type of groups. Somebody said, well, that place looks so much better. What's going on there? You know, nobody even knows what we do hardly, but they were really impressed with the way it looked. So I think, again, it's just a matter of stigma and people not understanding that recovery happens. And that is our logo, recovery happens. And we know that it happens because we see it every day. As a matter of fact, the staff that we have now, 32 folks, 30 of them receive direct services from us, from our organization. So we kind of bring folks up through it, and there's a career path there, all the way to becoming counselors. Another challenge that we had was with the Department of Corrections building that I showed you, the old work center. That particular building is in downtown North Bend, and we got a lot of pushback when we first wanted to lease that from the Department of Corrections. It wasn't quite as bad as the motel was, as far as businesses and residents and things, but it was a little bit of it, and we had to do a lot of work to convince folks to let us be there. Again, another similar situation. There was already a conditional use permit, but somehow they had to decide that we could be there. To be good neighbors, later, after we did were able to occupy it and start renovating it, we decided to use this unused area. You can barely see it, but it's a fenced off area there where the prison had it for almost like an exercise place where people could walk around in circles out there or whatever. So this picture is taken from a public parking lot, and parking was really something that the city needed, downtown businesses needed. So we went ahead and worked with the Department of Corrections to portion that off so that they could lease part of it for parking. And so this is what it looks like now. They lease that portion for parking, and of course our building has been renovated, and all was well for a few years there. We got a new administration, and I don't know if they approached DOC or if DOC approached them, but they decided that they needed the property and they needed to expand it for parking because there was a couple of new pubs going into town, and even though they were addressing serious homeless challenges and stuff, they didn't recognize the value of us being there. And I don't think they had any idea how many folks we housed. So they tried to buy the entire property. And again, Jennifer helped us and through the surplus process, purchasing surplus property from the state. And unfortunately, they weren't very cooperative. They were pretty silent through the whole process. I suggested working together on it and things, but they just told me they were going to aggressively pursue it, and they did. So we ended up having to, we won. We had a winning bid on it, but we ended up having to pay full market price for it. And I think we could have worked together and probably got it for much less than they would have had what they wanted. Well, they wouldn't have had the whole property, but they would have been in good shape. So as it is now, I guess we're landlords and they lease a parking lot from us. So we'll have to work that out. I want to talk about recovery housing, accredited recovery housing, because I think it's part of the solution for the way people think about recovery housing and the NIMBY and city planning commissions and stuff. I think that accredited housing is something that might be easier to buy into for folks. There are a lot of recovery housing projects that are for profit, and people just go in and do it all wrong, you know. But there's the organization called NAR, the National Alliance of Recovery Residents, and it's used in 36 states, including Oregon. MACBO is a certification board for that in Oregon. They're the ones that certify counselors, drug and alcohol counselors, and QMHAs, and certified recovery mentor peers for substance use disorder. They've adopted the NAR accreditation, and a lot of our properties that I just showed you are NAR accredited, and more will be. So there's 14 states left that don't have any standards or little standards when it comes to recovery housing. So the federal government supports recovery housing. SAMHSA just came out with a recovery with the best practices for recovery housing, and they're recommending that. Excuse me one second. Sorry. So this is really best practices for recovery housing, and it's for states that they're recommending it for. They're recommending NAR recovery housing. The Biden White House also has come out with the National Drug Control Policy, has put out a model legislation, basically a cut and paste model of legislation that states can use to require recovery housing for all places that receive federal funding. So, and then the National Council on Behavioral Health and the state policy authored a state policy guide, and they advise states to use NAR recovery housing accreditation. So I'd put out a brief, and they recommend that states use both a housing first approach and a recovery housing approach, and they call that housing choice. I love it this morning when I heard that, heard Margaret, I believe, say that housing is healthcare, and that's actually becoming more and more true. I think it's always been true, but it's becoming true in the sense that I foresee Medicaid paying for it at some point. You know, it's awful hard to get somebody to participate in treatment or even peer services or whatever if they're homeless. They just can't do it. So we're looking forward to, I'm looking forward to that. I think it is the future. I do think it will require that recovery homes be accredited. And there are several, a big group of us in Oregon that have become NAR accredited. Senate Bill 1530 just passed. That's on the governor's desk. It has 18 million for recovery housing. And that's all NAR or Oxford accredited, but I believe it's all NAR for that particular bill. So just to conclude, I just think that I know that recovery housing is very affordable. The average price of cost is $800 a month. The average cost of an SRO to build one is $300,000 to $600,000 a unit. Is what the facts that I have here. It is low barrier. Some of the myths say that, you know, well, they'll kick you out, they'll do all these. I don't know any of the the homes that are actually evicting people for a lapse or something like that. Typically, what happens is they intensify services and make sure that, you know, a person is successful and can stay in housing. So recovery housing can help address homelessness. I think communities need to recognize that. And yeah, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. That was great. Thanks, Steve. That was great. So next, Connie Lindsay from GK Machined.
Great, thank you. Hello, I am representing GK Machine, and GK Machine has been in Donald, Oregon since 1976. Two brothers who graduated from Woodburn High School decided when they were 18 and 20 years old to open a repair shop in downtown Donald. Donald had 200 people living in the community at the time. And the two gentlemen, Gary and Keith, are the G and the K of GK Machine. So let's fast forward about 50 years or 48 years, and GK Machine has become a large manufacturing facility in Donald. We now have over 200 employees, engineers, machinists, fabricators, laser operators, and the like. We are now adding another 140,000 square feet to our facility to produce more agricultural equipment. And we are growing, and we are going to be hiring at least 30 to 50 more employees this year and another 30 to 50 more employees next year. In the town of Donald, there is very little to no housing which is available. So this is the town of Donald. And what we did is we started talking about how are we going to recruit and expand the facility and recruit the employees to Donald when there's very little to no housing. At the time we started this back in 2018, I think there was 2 or 3 employees that actually lived in the town of Donald. Donald is a town of less than 1,000 people. And it explains why. And there hasn't been a new house built in the city in over 20 years. So what we decided to do, go back, is we decided to figure out how we were going to add housing to Donald. And so this was a very interesting problem that we had never faced before as an employer. In order for us to grow, the town needed to grow. And so we entered into a public-private partnership with the city of Donald to investigate how we could expand housing in Donald. And what we came up with is the owner of GK Machine, the owners, own several hundred acres of ag land around Donald. And what we did is we took 86 acres of that ag land and we incorporated it into the town of Donald. And so our project total is 61 acres, 10 acres of open space, and 2 acres of commercial property. So our vision for this, due to the agricultural background of GK Machine, is to create a beautiful neighborhood. Instead of building it around a beautiful golf course, we are going to build a beautiful neighborhood around a working farm and garden. So what does that look like? So we developed a concept, and the main garden is the hourglass through the main neighborhood. Your commercial space is at the top, multi-housing here at the top left, and the rest of these represent different sizes of housing. So we wanted to provide housing, small cottage homes, 1-car garage, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. We also wanted to provide family homes, 3-bedroom, 2 bath, larger family homes, 4 bedrooms, And then we also wanted to have a section for our 55 and older. So this is the section down below. And inside this agri-hood, we've decided to create pocket parks. Because of the densities of the PUD and Donald, the lot sizes are fairly small. So in order to help that feeling of the neighborhood is we've developed little pocket parks throughout the neighborhood to create more green, open, shared space for the community. And so we're foreseeing a farmer's market in the retail space, rentable raised beds for people who want to learn how to raise their own vegetables. We're going to develop a CSA program for the people who live in Donald, not just the neighborhood, but the entire city of Donald, where they can sign up for a box of food every couple of weeks during season. We'd like to see a farm to table style restaurant, open meeting space. We'd like to offer growing classes, canning classes, and all the things that go around food. So what we've seen so far is I had a meeting with the employees. Out of 200 employees, 35 employees showed up for the after work meeting with their spouses to learn about how to become homeowners. What GK has done to incentivize employees to buy housing is we developed an educational program for them. If they want to go to class and learn how to become mortgage ready, their credit score, their debt to income ratio, those kinds of things, and they go through this class and they start become mortgage ready, GK Machine has a pot of money that we've set aside for employees who want to be homeowners, and we will help them with their down payment up to a certain level, depending on their tenure and their position at GK Machine. Because we know long-term, if people move to the community, that they will hopefully become long-term employees of GK Machine. There's no connection between their employment and the housing. I wanted to make that perfectly clear. These houses and these apartments are available for anyone and everyone. So far, I'm happy to report out of the 350 homes we plan on building, we have built 40 homes so far. Most of them are occupied. We are continuing to build more homes. Out of the 200 employees, I now have 24 employees living in Donald, and they walk to work every day. And what I see, and I've heard this throughout this conference, is the sense of community. I now see these employees, their spouses are becoming friends. Their kids are becoming friends. A couple weeks ago, one of them was going to put up a new fence. I think there was a dozen employees out there helping one another build a fence for a neighbor. And that is what I think is so exciting about this project, is really creating a sense of community. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. That leaves us with some time for questions. Yeah, we have 10 minutes for that. So Angel is my Oprah, I guess. So raise your hand and I'll also see if there's anything coming in from our online attendees. For any of our panelists, I'll let the crowd go first. And I have some questions in reserve if we want to do that. There's one there.
Okay. Thank you all so much for speaking about your experience to rural Oregon. It's just heartwarming to hear, and you all definitely traveled a bit. I know you're in Portland, but y'all still traveled, so thank you. One specific question I have, and if you don't have experience on this, this is certainly not a gotcha moment. I'm just trying to be transparent with my experience, is that I'm noticing now from a year ago when I was speaking at the last conference, trans and queer and gender nonconforming housing security is being really threatened simply because there are now more than 20 states that are making people like me illegal, you know? And I guess it's just, there's times where I wanted to live in rural communities because at the end of the day, I'm very pagan and animist, and I think the land holds us. And generally salt of the earth people, I understand them better. Sometimes I do find stories of trans and queer and gender nonconforming folks who may sometimes feel afraid to be in rural areas. And within the populations you serve, because intersectionality, right? Do you have any stories from people of your populations who are in the queer community and maybe how you bridge the gap for people in your communities who may not be queer and those who are queer? I'm just interested if you do have any experiences speaking directly, just because I feel we will have more people move to the state of Oregon from all over America, families included, not just homeless teenagers. And I think that's something that could be more of a conversation. And it's not necessarily that the city is doing anything better because I can't afford to live here.
Does anybody want to respond to that? Anybody have any thoughts?
Well, I'm not sure if this is helpful because I'm not sure I understand the question, but I can just say that we have had experience with transgender people in our community housing, and it's never been much of an issue at all. People are pretty accepting, and it just hasn't been a problem. When it comes down to where to put people or that type of thing, I've seen nothing but people welcome, just depending on how people identify, being accepted by other residents and certainly by staff. So I don't know if that's anything to do with what you were asking, but that's been my experience so far with providing housing.
Maria?
I want to apologize because I don't think it's enough education out there for the community at large and subjects like transgender. I feel your fear because I'm different. At the same time, I don't know exactly your fear, but I respect it. I don't have many experiences. Sexuality, I think in our community sometimes, and gender identification is a taboo. Nobody wants to talk. It's there. We don't want to approach. What we do as a community, as an organization that supports diversity, is to educate our residents and our staff and diverse communities and diverse everything. Do we have more people and with much respect like you, that looks like you in our communities? We don't. And if we have, they hide. They hide because I hide sometimes too, as much as I can, obviously. But I will hope that at some point, we have the capacity to welcome, to be more open, to be more accepting. I don't think we are there, and I apologize for that. Thank you.
So I wanted to ask what came up. I had a question. You all have such depth of experience in different kinds of projects. If you could give a piece of advice, one piece of advice to your past selves on the kind of projects that you've worked on and what you might do differently if you were, 10 years ago you versus now you, what might that be? Any takers?
I would probably work harder locally to educate our community on recovery and recovery housing, and just try to. It's been tough to do, but I think that looking back 10 years, I've been there for 22 years. I definitely would have worked closer to try and get folks a little more educated about the fact that recovery happens.
Connie?
I think or in the private sector coming from a business, I think looking back, I would probably research more of the partnerships and the available resources for developing housing. I did not know that there were so many resources out there available to me as an employer in a small town. And I wish I would have known about those resources when I started this project back in 2017, 2018.
I entered the industry of affordable housing 18 years ago, and I was brainwashed by the Farm Worker Housing Development Corporation. I made that change because I came from the business sector. I have my book and I say, this is how we do business. I call it business. My board made faces when I did that because I didn't talk about residents, I talk about clients. And at some point I have to decide, or do I continue my work in affordable housing and just better walk out because I cannot talk business when I'm talking about human beings. We need to make sure that we are a welcoming environment, that fair housing is out of work. With much respect to fair housing that is back there. Thank you.
All right, I think one more from the crowd. Go ahead.
I kind of wanted to follow up on the earlier question that Shane asked. And I really appreciate your response specifically of like, there's not enough education out there or we don't have enough information. And I think a piece of feedback and maybe an offering, trans folks exist everywhere. And while we are going to hide for our safety, it's about what and who is there to support us or be a welcoming arm. And sometimes when we say that we don't have enough information or there's not enough information out there, it closes the door for anybody to interact with that specific community. So I just want to offer for you all who are feeling like I don't have enough information to ask, like there are folks out there, and if you see them, you might be willing to engage, and that will open the door for that. And then my other question is specifically to Black communities in rural spaces, because we know that in this country, there is a trend to make anybody who is different or a person of difference illegal, and how much that isolates folks from entering specific communities. And I think about rural communities specifically because as folks are being pushed from this metro region, they are trickling into these areas trying to find safety, jobs, community, et cetera, and they're also feeling like they're not welcomed in those spaces either because it's like you're coming in to take what we already have. And so one of the questions that I have is just wanting to know what kinds of conversations are you having and or willing to have with specific communities that are seeking to figure out if this is a community that they can build in, invest in, come into without feeling like they're being pushed right back out of that space to be somewhere else.
I don't know that we're as much as being built. I think it's addressed to me.
Okay. I think communities of colors at large understand they are not welcome. That's a fact. Is it right? It's not. When I see some of my mainstream residents telling my managers, show me your papers. I want to make sure that you are authorized to work in this country. That they don't want to obey rules or follow rules, so they say obey, follow rules of any housing. When they want to do stuff that, when they get upset because the kids, white and brown kids and Black kids are playing outside and they are speaking Spanglish, they don't care. We are the ones that we teach them to our kids. I'm having conversations. I'm having conversations because I'm facing that in every town that I try to get into it. But those conversations sometimes don't take me anywhere. And I have to hire attorneys that can help me, can tell me, just keep it quiet, Meg, I will do the talking. Sometimes we need to look for those allies that look like them, and we can do the work that we need to do. And a community that doesn't come, like Stephen was saying, it doesn't come to damage your community. We are improving communities. We are coming with services. We are coming with programs for our folks to understand what is to live in a community. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Well, thanks. We're out of time. I'd like a round of applause for our panel for helping.
Welcome to our fourth and final panel of the afternoon. Thank you all for being here. It's gorgeous outside. I'm looking forward to getting out there and getting some sunshine, as I'm sure you all are, but thanks for sticking around this afternoon. My name is Sierra Barnes, and I'm a board member here at Housing Land Advocates. In my day job, I do fundraising and communications for a local affordable housing nonprofit called Bridge Meadows. We build intentional intergenerational affordable housing, which is a lot of big words that I won't get into now, but I was hearing some whispers earlier about pre-development funding, and my fundraising brain was really going off. So thank you for whoever was saying that earlier. I am really excited about this panel today. This is sort of a continuation of what we were just leaving off on innovations in housing production and housing production strategies. I'm not going to spend too much time because I want these folks to get into their content, but these panelists are going to explore new and progressive housing production ideas and strategies to meet our housing production needs here so that we can continue building fair and affordable housing for all folks across the state. Everything from tiny home communities to age-friendly design to trauma-informed design principles. We'll hear about all sorts of things that we heard a little bit about in the last session regarding I think it was called agri-hoods. I'm a big fan of that term. I think I'm going to be using that, throwing that around in my vernacular now. We're going to learn how these innovations can not only accelerate production, but also enhance affordability, sustainability, and adaptability in the face of our ever-changing needs. We know that housing, the policy side, the funding side, it all moves really fast. So what are some of the new ideas that are out there that we've tried, that we're learning from, that we can all take some inspiration from? So I'm going to introduce you to our three folks here next to me. Alan Delatorre is a self-described urban gerontologist who is focused on advancing urban policy, city planning, and age-friendly housing and communities. He's been involved in Portland's age-friendly efforts since 2006. Dr. Delatorre currently serves as an age-friendly consultant and as an adjunct research associate and professor at PSU's College of Urban and Public Affairs, where he teaches courses in gerontology and urban studies and planning. He's passionate about accessible and affordable housing and ensuring that Portland continues to become age-friendly and disability inclusive. For 25 years, Dave Oddie has been helping create meaningful architecture that people love. Focusing on social impact in housing, education, and health. Sorry. His work at Hulse spans notable projects, including Bud Clark Commons, the Rockwood Youth Campus, and Fora Health. On the boards and under construction, Dave is helping lead the design of East County Library, the Patricia Valian Research Arts Center for the Creative Arts, and hundreds of deeply affordable homes across the Portland region. As a board member of the Mental Health and Addiction Association of Oregon and volunteer for many local nonprofit organizations, Dave strives to give back to his community by bringing the most design to those with the least in society. And finally, we have Celestina Teva, who is a housing planner with the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. Their career in housing has spanned many specialties, but focuses on equity and earth-based institutional, systemic, and cultural change. Prior experience includes preservation of manufactured home park affordable housing as resident-owned cooperatives, post-wildfire affordable housing redevelopment, housing as resident, oh, I just read that line. Sorry, everybody. Collaboration with mass timber pilot projects, service with the Oregon Housing Alliance policy work groups, construction of tiny homes and ADUs, advisory committee service in local housing and comprehensive planning, and the co-founding Real Estate Professionals Against Institutional Racism, or REPAIR project, while operating a change-centered real estate brokerage. That was a lot of words. These are some really incredible folks. I'm excited to have them all here with me. I'm going to turn it right over to Dr. Del Torre to get us started on this content.
Thanks to Sierra and Sam for getting my updated presentation ready to go. I really appreciate that. How many other urban gerontologists do you know? I kind of made that up, so I think I'm the only one at this point, but I came here 21 and a half years ago to Portland to study urban studies with a focus on urban planning and gerontology here at Portland State, and have really never left at that point. I'm going to get here to the very, very front piece, and I want to say when I arrived, I almost immediately started doing what I'm about to do, which is to say or ask, what about older adults? What about people with disabilities? And for all of you who are doing innovative work in the policy arena and advocating for change and are making policy change, directing organizations, what about older adults? What about people with disabilities? So keep that in mind, because as I'm going to show you, that is our future that we are moving towards. So it's a demographic imperative, and I will jump in. So I want to talk about a few things first. This is interesting, by the way. I'm looking at the screen, reading what's behind me. So I think it's the live screen here. But first and foremost, we are aging individually, because the other option's not so great, and collectively, right? As a society, as a population, our age structure is markedly changing indefinitely. We will not go back to a population pyramid like we saw prior to World War II. Things are changing dramatically. Older adults and people with disabilities have needs, but they are also assets to our community. And so we have to think beyond just meeting those needs and enabling them to be critically important and engaged people within our societies. Adequate housing is a right for everyone, yet our current housing is not accessible, affordable, equitable, or sustainable. And these things are all critically important to think about. Not that we're not making progress, but there's more that's needed in this arena. Creating accessible, affordable housing in complete communities is important as it supports inclusion, access, aging in place, social connections, and livability. And I'll get to more ideas about where we can go with this toward the end. Three things I want to touch on today. So the first is kind of thinking about upstream approaches to housing these populations, thinking about housing needs and strategies, and ending with some work that I finished at the City of Portland in August of this last year called Age and Disability Inclusive Neighborhoods. And I should say that I spent about 4 years at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability doing some contract work, and then about 3.5 years as staff, where I was able to shape this plan, which is a discussion draft. It is not moved forward into a final kind of action plan at this point. And I'm no longer with the city, so there's some need for outside external advocacy to continue to move some things forward. Just a little bit about what influences health in older adults, right? So we have the behaviors that we take, and it was interesting to hear about things like substance use disorder in the last presentation. Our age-related changes, which are normal, that we'll all experience, right? The thinning of our hair, the loss of elasticity of our skin, those are normal. Then there's diseases, everything from chronic diseases to thinking about cancer and how we're able to address these issues as we continue to age. Genetics make up a big part of it, but that's only part of the issue. I've heard genetics loads the gun, right? And the environment kind of pulls the trigger, and there's the kind of combination of needs that we need to think about. But for us, we need to consider those individual influences, but we are doing work on the other side. How are we shaping our environments to meet the needs of these populations? Housing is clearly an important piece. Our social facilities, and how do we partner with service providers, nonprofit organizations, the development of infrastructure that are important to the community, assistive technologies that are not just rapidly evolving, but are also both problematic. Like, do we want our older adults being taken care of by robots? Or do we want to make sure that we've got social connectivity and they're thriving in the places that they live? And the final piece is mobility and transportation, right? Housing is as good as it is. What can we get to? How do we get there? And do we have opportunities for kind of connecting the dots from the start to the end, which again, I'll talk a little bit about as we move forward. So I want to chat a little bit about some key determinants. So kind of putting on my public health hat here. So what determinants are there of health and well-being for housing of older adults and people with disabilities? And for folks who are looking for references, I'm an academic, and so I've kind of put at the bottom hyperlinks. So if you see the slides afterwards and you want to follow up on where this came from, you can do that. I just want to also quickly point to the screenshot here of this idea that came from All Things Considered, this report on the fact that millions of seniors struggle to find affordable housing, and it's about to get a lot worse. And this is a imperative for us to think about moving forward. A few things. We have the need for culturally adequate and appropriate housing. And there was a conversation earlier about kind of where trans communities are. There's a real issue with older adults sometimes moving from an independent housing to a kind of social housing environment, whether it's long-term care facilities or an adult foster home, and going back in the closet of needing to hide who they are. This is a trend that is really specific to older adults who've kind of changed and evolved over time with their needs in their communities. Habitability, right? How high of quality is the housing? You know, is this something that needs repair in some way to get people to age in that home over time? Accessible physical environments. And this is really at the heart of where we think about, I think, housing need and housing production strategies, everything from entrances. Can we stop putting stairs? Like, seriously, can we just stop putting stairs in housing? I think that would be my kind of silver wand or whatever, magic wand if I had it, is to say, let's figure out the thresholds that allow people to get into a house, but keeps the water out, and just make that as replicable, as common as possible. And, you know, there are going to be constraints that happen, lots that are raised above grade, that maybe that's our exception to things, but let's start doing away with stairs, especially in residential homes that are not multifamily, because if you've got an elevator in that building, it's going to be a good thing for you. This image here came from a courtyard housing design that the city of Portland ran more than 10 years ago. This idea of adaptability is something that we need to understand and move forward. So not just the adaptability of this structure. So this shows kind of how a single family or a single kind of household unit has evolved to maybe have two different folks who are in there. Where's your shared spaces? Where are the separated spaces? So that adaptable kind of housing structure allows for change in our family dynamics, which naturally occurs as we get older and become empty nesters, et cetera. And I think the other piece that's really important is, how do we make more adaptable environments? So something as simple as trying to ensure that the bathrooms that we are creating are backed so that a grab bar could go in there easily without the potential for a fall in the future, or needing to put that type of backing in, and that reconstruction cost really starts to become prohibitive. And I did a not very academic study about 5 years ago that showed that starting with visitable or accessible design was a marginal kind of increase in cost, and retrofitting our housing stock is hugely expensive. And so we need to understand, how can we do this stuff up front, get it built into new housing, rather than needing to kind of go back and spend more money in retrofitting things. That's also needed, but everything moving forward should be more accessible to meet the needs, not just of older adults and people with disabilities, parents, cyclists, et cetera. A zero-step entrance helps everybody, just like a curb cut does. So again, let's move in that direction if we can. Another part of the courtyard housing competition, this is the bird's eye view of this award winner from the competition, shows opportunities for connectivity, not just the courtyard kind of design of getting people looking at each other and interacting with each other, but a social space where people could have meals. That's a kind of common facility for individuals. And then I want to kind of get a little bit into the weeds with some work I did with a student a couple years ago. I wanted to name Eiji Toda, who's just graduated from his MPH MERT program, and he helped and put together a series of GIS maps that looked at age-friendly environments, so age-friendly social, service, and physical environments. And so this is an example of what we have. This first one being the social environment, you see there's kind of a little bit more spread out from just the downtown central area. You see stuff in the inner north, northeast. I thought I'd push that. As we get to what would be the service environment, surprisingly, we have a robust service environment that moves all the way out into East Portland and into East County. That's from healthcare facilities. It's also from services that are being provided by the county and the state. And so that idea of actually having access to services is not as concentrated in inner Portland as the physical and social environments would be. And then this is the physical, age-friendly physical environments. And again, if you have interest in the inputs that are involved with this, there's a link on this PowerPoint slide deck a little bit later. This is a Esri story map. So it kind of talks about not just the inputs, but the kind of way in which we came through the analyses with references, data sources, et cetera, at the tail end of it. So kind of moving into the demographic imperative. And I'd say that at the moment, not just Portland, but the state and the United States has got two major imperatives, right? We are diversifying as a society, and it's important for us to understand those issues. And we are aging. We are aging in a rapid and unprecedented manner. And this is our time. Our window of opportunity is shrinking. And I can point to an American Planning Association article in 1946 that makes this same case, but not a lot's been done since then. And so really, it's time. We need to start moving on this stuff. And I appreciate the work that DLCD and the City of Portland's been doing around housing needs analyses and production strategies. And that's a way to get there. This graph in particular is from 2017, so it doesn't show that dip in life expectancy that occurred due to COVID, but that continuation of the growth in life expectancy is expected to continue, i.e. we are getting older, right? Our society is getting older, and so it's an important trend to understand. Also, we are getting older everywhere. So not just in large urban areas in the center, but in the fringe, in suburban areas, in the rural and remote communities, this is a common trend. And globally, this is a trend in almost every country across the world. There are some exceptions, but we are collectively working on these issues with the World Health Organization, AARP, and others. This is a racial equity issue. So when we dig deep into understanding the trends related to accessibility, disability, that we can look and understand that at three age groupings here, 0 to 17, 18 to 64, and 65 plus, that the highest proportions of disabilities exist in our Black, Native, and mixed race communities, period. This is a racial equity issue. So this is not a different issue. This is part of that argument and part of those strategies that we need to work through. We are experiencing a rise in the number of older adults and people with disabilities who are experiencing houselessness and are having difficulties in navigating the current systems. This graph is showing the rise in shelters needed for older adults. There's also another issue that's really important to understand, that people who are living on the street are experiencing what I would call in the field as a geriatric condition, that they are rapidly aging based on what they're experiencing, a lack of sleep, substance use disorder, other issues that are real challenges. And so when people are faced with those challenges, it's exacerbating their functional ability, their ability to kind of meet their own needs. And so there's an extra support that's needed to kind of think about that. And as my colleague Alan Hines, who works for Community Vision, would note, even though our shelters may be ADA accessible and meet those minimum standards, it doesn't mean that they meet the needs of the people who are staying there. And there's a lot that's needed to think about best practices and better approaches to these things. Just a quick kind of note on the mismatch here. So about 40% of our households have an older adult, age 65 and older, or a person with a disability, or both, that live in that household. About 1 in 8 households have a person who is using a wheelchair or a mobility device that's needed. That's 12.5% of the population. Our current housing stock has less than 1% that meets that need. This is a national trend. We don't have really good data at the local and state level, but this is a clear kind of trend that I think are needing to work toward addressing. Moving forward, this need will grow. There are a number of things that are important, and I'm going to go through a few data points here, but I want to point to the kind of far end of things and to show that there's growth in households that are occurring kind of for older adults. The number of those age 65 plus will expand. Older adult households will account for it. This is an important kind of piece to listen to. Virtually all household growth from 2020 to 2030 will be due to an older adult household. And moving forward in 2035 or 2030 to 2040, most of new households will have an older adult member of that household. Right? So this is not an issue we can gloss over as it's just another side issue. This is integral to our future trends and dynamics. We need an increase in supply of affordable homes, including what the Urban Institute would say would be specifically condominiums, although I would say that there are some challenges in Oregon with condominiums. We need to better tailor these needs through a number of land use approaches. Overall, the number or the age 65 plus, as my colleague Michael Deshane would say, is a crappy variable, right? 65 plus is what we use often to talk about older adults, but housing for older adults starts at 55 plus if we're talking about nonprofit development and LIHTC, right? That when we think about federal programs, that's 62 plus. So if we earmark everything we're doing to 65 plus, we're missing the boat on some of these larger trends. All Gen Xers, and I'm in that kind of cohort, will qualify for senior housing by 2045. Again, an incredibly important trend. When we're talking about our future needs and production strategies, we need to drop the idea that older adult planning, housing planning for older adults is about boomers, right? There's ageism that exists. There's a okay boomer kind of meme that took off like wildfire 5-6 years ago. When I started working at the city of Portland, people literally asked me, why do we have an age-friendly city program? Older adults are well-to-do, they're often white and homeowners. That misses a huge proportion of our population. It's not a homogeneous population. And so there's more that we need to do to understand the nuances and the subpopulations that exist within this generation. And I think that this is the hook. When we're talking about housing production for 2045, this is the millennials that we're planning for, right? A disadvantaged cohort that is struggling to find jobs, that has entered the job market at the wrong time, that has had other issues. And so our older adults that we're talking about are the folks who are all in this room, right? Older adults for the future include all of these populations, mine, millennials, it's an interesting kind of thought, but we need to stop thinking about this just as the well-to-do boomers who we're planning for. I'm going to finish today by talking about the project that I worked on at the City of Portland called Age and Disability Inclusive Neighborhoods. There's a discussion draft that's available. If you're interested in hearing more, you could do a quick search like OPB Age Friendly Aiden, and there's a Think Out Loud interview that I did in October. Dave Miller was a pleasant person to kind of talk with, so it was really kind of nice. But this draft action plan has not moved forward markedly. I stopped working for the city, not because of my choice, but because of changes in the way that discretionary funding was being worked on. We need to continue to move this stuff forward in a number of ways. And the strategies include housing and land use, everything from mobility, aging and community, climate planning, community involvement, employment and economy, age equity. How are we doing on time here? Okay. I've got a few strategies that I just wanted to end with here. So the first is related to housing and land use and facilitating not just aging in place, but social connectivity. Has anybody kind of read through or heard about our Surgeon General's report that we are experiencing an epidemic of loneliness and isolation in the United States, right? This is a true trend that needs to be addressed in our housing production strategies moving forward, not just in single family, but multifamily and kind of throughout our communities. So a few of the actions that have been recommended: establish adaptable housing standards like we talked about earlier. So what can we do to really make our housing meet our needs as they evolve over time? How do we support aging in place? By developing communication pathways that advance middle housing development. And this is specific. So like in the city of Portland, we have liberalized our code. The state of Oregon's liberalized kind of our statewide land use planning laws. This idea that currently you could build 2 ADUs in our backyard, but what happens the moment that you say, oh, I kind of want to do now a cottage cluster, even though I have an ADU? Do we have a pathway to do that? Do people still have to pay back the $20,000 in system development charges? Could we create communication documents that say, you own a piece of property, you want to house other people on your property, here are your options and here's how you get there? Because I don't know how many of you have looked at the 1900 pages of Title 33. Some of you, yeah, exactly. Well, that's Elizabeth, right? Yeah, it's kind of a unique person in that. I have not read all 1900 pages, but I'm really good at searching for terms. And so I've kind of figured out that it largely lacks information around aging and disability and inclusive housing for these populations. But getting clear documentation to folks to say, here's what you can do to help us solve those problems. And it was born from the idea that my parents, who are divorced, caring for my sister with a disability, live side by side with each other. And it's really uncommon to have 2 properties owned side by side, where we're starting to say, what could we do that's beyond what people have done before? Could we create a cottage cluster? Should we condoize? Should we do a land division? Right? Like, I've got thoughts, but my parents are like, I don't even know what those terms mean. So how can we get that type of information to people who have assets who can transform their properties to opportunities in the future for not just themselves, but for other members of the community. How do we advance age-friendly cottage clusters? And I love the idea of a design competition, but cottage clusters for me seem to hold a lot of promise and something I'd like to see us dig into more moving forward. Also establishing incentives that meet the needs, community benefits that meet the needs, but thinking specifically about population aging. So Multnomah County and the state of Oregon have daycare deserts for children. There are also very few adult daycare centers. And for somebody who is a sandwich generation person who's going to be caring for my adult parents, my sister with a disability, and my children, I'm going to need some ideas on how to make all of this stuff work. And directly after this meeting, I've got 3 pickups. My mom's not feeling great. And how do you navigate those things in a way that works for everybody? So the second strategy, much related to land use, is really understanding how our centers and to a certain extent corridors can really meet the direct needs of older adults and people with disabilities. Can we integrate these communities, including caregivers, into our conversations around complete communities? Caregivers are an important component because they can understand the trends and patterns and experiences of people with disabilities who might not always be able to advocate on their own. But to the greatest extent possible, we should bring those people to the table to tell their stories from that first-person lived experience perspective. Can we co-create and strategically locate services? The city of Portland, in completing complete communities or striving for them, needs the county at the table. We need nonprofits at the table. We need to understand where service centers are being repurposed, where I know TriMet and the TOD work that they're doing has an interest in understanding aging in place and these types of ideas. How do we work across sectors to kind of move toward more complete communities? Really, again, bolstering that point, how do we move toward accessible and affordable housing that would be in and near those centers? And personally, I think in Portland that we would be well served by thinking about some major project work in East Portland to kind of enliven and create destinations for folks who are out there, for tourists, for others who kind of want to see East Portland as a destination. And then this idea of improving first and last mile service. So there are not a lot of people with disabilities and older adults who are frail who are jumping on scooters or rented bikes. But are there other options, right? Small vans, micro transit rather than the micro mobility, thinking about the improvement of our environments and physical infrastructure to allow people to walk and roll in a more seamless kind of manner. And I'm going to end here by kind of throwing a few other ideas that come from this Aid and Action Plan forward. So the city can work toward revising elder and disabled high-density housing. First of all, we don't really use the term elderly anymore, so that's a change that we could make just simply to the name of this. But the incentives that are here baked into this particular code are not actually usable anymore for the community. So it's kind of a dormant or unusable kind of piece of policy. Action 3.3, how do we engage government partners in the community to ensure accessible parking is available? And this has something to do with the climate-friendly and equitable communities and that we've got to make some changes there because in some ways the baby was thrown out with the bathwater and that the ADA wasn't baked into that work. But more importantly, we need to ask the community what it means to get around, to be able to park, drive, use transit when there are people with disabilities. And when we were going through some of this work at the city, there was this kind of feeling that, oh, well, we haven't done that outreach, so we don't know. So we're just going to have to pass because of a time-sensitive kind of process. We need to do better. We need to include people in this conversation because single occupancy vehicles can be game changers for people with disabilities. How do we integrate dementia-friendly approaches, right? So thinking about disability, but specifically targeting that cognitive change that happens in older adults and, you know, as a disability. Alzheimer's is not a natural process of aging. It's a disease-related process. How do we utilize best practices to create kind of accessible and inclusive plazas? And this work is happening in a number of places, but these are the places we want people to connect. We want to build community. We want them to be placemaking destinations in our community. We have to start with the folks who are, the 8 to 80 concept is a great way to think about this, planning for people from the ages of 8 to 80 or 8 months to 88 years or whatever kind of you think about across the life course. How do we support aging in place and aging in community? To get to Margaret Salazar's point, it's not just about the home, but it's about the neighborhood as well. So maybe the home you live in is not a good home for you, but a place around the corner is, or that adult foster home that is accepting Medicaid is perfect for somebody who wants to live in a community setting but doesn't like that large institutional setting. And Then how do we integrate folks into the climate action planning who have been left out? And I'd say at this point that older adults are really primed for doing this work. There's a lot of environmentalism that exists within that population, but caregivers and people with disabilities have not shown up in our climate planning action plans locally. I can't say much about that at the state level, but they need to be a part of that process and having conversations with us. Thank you very much for letting me talk about this. I know this is not a bunch of feel-good, great strategies in the future, but they're long thought out, and I hope to continue to work. I'm really pleased and feel privileged to be a part of the NAPTAC and working on some of the housing production stuff that's happening at the state level. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Alan. And now Dave Oddie.
Looking at ourselves here. Okay. Do the best we can. All right, so let's start with I'm going to do an audible and start with an exercise. If you're able, everybody please stand up. I heard that there's no silver bullet for the housing crisis. So yeah, stretch. It's that time of day. We're all going to get outside into the sunshine and in bed. If your first name starts with an F, please stay standing and everyone else sit down. First name with an F. Anyone? Oh, good. Nobody? Nobody's name starts with an F. Well, 1% of the population, their first name starts with an F. We don't have anybody here today, but say that was me. If I was the only person in this room whose first name started with an F, do you think that all of you could help me find a place to live if I was homeless? Could you all come together and do that? I think you could. This is not an intractable problem. This is a 1% problem. And the fact that our society treats housing as a commodity and not as a human right is the reason why it's intractable. So I just want to start with that. My name's Dave. I'm one of the owners and principals at Holst Architecture. We are a firm of about 50 people. We're a B Corp located both in Portland, Oregon, and now in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are a women-owned firm, so go International Women's Day. And I get to work with some really amazing people every day, trying to provide housing, health, and education to people that deserve it the most. I wanted to spend some time today talking about 6 aspects of housing design principles that we try to focus on at Holst. They're in no particular order: worth and value, community connections, activated and welcoming, housing is healthcare. We've heard that today. Inclusive design and trauma-informed design. And so I'm going to touch on 5 of these aspects, and then activated and welcoming is kind of an overarching thing that all of our projects try to achieve. The first is housing is healthcare. The blue bars are the percentages of folks with conditions that are unhoused, and the white bars are people that are housed. At the bottom, you can't quite see, is diabetes, hypertension, heart attack, HIV, hepatitis, depression, and substance abuse. It is fundamentally true and proven that health outcomes improve when you are housed. And that also equates to business versus people. It equates to business too. It's cheaper to house people. One project that I worked on that helps demonstrate this is the Bud Clark Commons. This was a project that started in 2007, was completed in 2011. It is at the base of the Burnside, or the Broadway Bridge in Northwest Portland, next to Union Station. And it has 3 major components. It has 130 units of permanent supportive housing, mostly all studios upstairs. It's got a day center for anybody coming off the street looking for services, and it's got a shelter for 90 men on the first floor. We tried to do a number of things here to try to make this place welcoming to folks by giving outdoor spaces where people don't have to be on the sidewalk, by bringing in natural materials and access to daylight, access to nature. Really humane, dignified spaces that folks don't usually encounter when they're homeless. We tried to provide places where people can be together, either inside, outside, places where people can exercise, places where people can have a human life and not feel like they're less than human. We tried to bring in natural materials and access to daylight on all the floors. Every floor has a place where you can get outside, and at almost any point in the building, you can see outside. And then inside the units, this is before anybody moved in, pretty sparse, but we provided furniture. We provided all of the amenities that somebody needs in a very, very small unit. These were about 300 square feet, but they all had kitchens, bathrooms, and fully furnished. Also bed bug proof, which I can tell you way too much about bed bugs if you want to know. But this is my favorite picture of the units. This is during the 1-year warranty walk. One of the gentlemen whose life was completely transformed by the Bud Clark Commons. He had been living in Forest Park before he moved in, and the fact that he had housing completely changed his life, and he was very grateful. Now, the flip side is there's also lots of tragedy in this building. There's lots of folks where this is their last stop on earth because this is a place where they house the people that are the hardest to house in the city. But that's part of what this work is about. There's triumph and there's tragedy for everybody that it encounters. Results. Oh my gosh, that slide did not work. That's really unfortunate. Medicaid costs on average were cut in half in the first year for all the residents that live at the Bud Clark Commons. Went from over $1,000 per month down to $500. The average at the time was around $450. And as time goes on, that chart continues to go down. I'm sorry that the slide didn't work. Next up, I want to talk about community connections. This is a project called the Argyle Gardens in North Portland in the Kenton neighborhood. This was a very interesting project that got its seed from a grant from the Meyer Memorial Trust looking at housing innovation. We did a couple really innovative things on this project. One was trying to look at modular housing and how to create a prototype that could be deployed across the entire state of Oregon. We based our initial studies on tiny home villages, but quickly moved to a more permanent type of organization where we took a kit of parts and tried to make very replicable parts and pieces that could fit on any kind of site, whether it's rural, urban, suburban, in a neighborhood, in an industrial site, but basically parts and pieces that could easily be moved. We then developed a single prototype that's really a duplex, where we have 12 people living in one building, 6 people on the ground floor, 6 people on the second floor, 6 people share 2 bathrooms and 1 kitchen and living space. So they're really like big apartments. And then we found, and then we build them out of modules, so you can see kind of how the size of the modules work. And here they are being put into place in Kenton. The end result is a community that is also, I talked about triumph and tragedy. There's folks, George still lives here and it has completely changed his life. I keep up with him and find out how he's doing. It's also been complete tragedy for some folks that can't get along in co-living environments. You may have read about this project in the news. So it is definitely an experiment and a project that we are trying to learn from, but we're trying to find new ways of how people can live together in community. The other aspect of this project was to drive down rents. The goal was to get a bedroom in this building to be less than $400, and we were able to achieve that. But at the same time, the downside is together, there's both the good and the bad. Some pictures of Argyle Gardens. That's that interior staircase in one of the sleeping rooms. These are a couple folks that first moved in. This is Dahlia on the left and George on the right. Dahlia I had known from a women's shelter that Transition Projects owned and operated. And it was really gratifying to see her get to move in. The next aspect of affordable housing design I'd like to talk about is trauma-informed design. This is something that a lot of folks are talking about these days. I like to think that we've been trying to do trauma-informed design ever since I started being an architect, but 6 aspects of trauma-informed design that we try to focus on are safety, connections to nature, comfort, coherency, de-escalation, and empowerment. The project I want to talk about related to trauma-informed design is called Fora Health. This is an addiction and recovery residential facility and outpatient facility that was built in the Gateway neighborhood of East Portland. This is a diagram kind of how the building is organized. It's a really large program that we tried to break down into a series of neighborhoods and to give it a residential scale with the roof shape. But we have basically administration offices on one side. We have all of the inpatient stuff on the ground floor, residential treatment upstairs, and then we have an outpatient clinic on the side. And then the lobby is really the piece that brings everything together. But you can see that, you know, one of the aspects of trauma-informed design is comfort to reduce environmental stressors and negative stimuli. De-escalation, providing spaces for self-care. This is an art studio that we built in the building. Empowerment, providing choices for people so that they can have self-autonomy. Nature, provide connections to the natural world, so the whole building is organized around a central courtyard and a garden space, as well as a basketball hoop. Safety, designed for both actual safety and perceived safety. So we're putting this in a neighborhood that has seen a lot of issues around camping and a lot of issues around drug dealing. And so trying to create a drug and alcohol treatment center that felt both secure for the residents, but also for the neighborhood was a delicate balance. So trying to do things like making the fence into a piece of art and really letting the vegetation and outdoor spaces be these in-between spaces that can help provide that sense of safety. The next piece I'd like to talk about is inclusive design. I think we heard a lot about that around aging in place and around people with disabilities. It's been 34 years now since the Capitol crawl, since ADA became a part of our lexicon. And ADA really, I think, is the baseline. It's the minimum that we should be doing. We should be designing for disabled joy. We should be designing for everybody. And there's a good reason for that, because a much higher percentage than you would think of people have some kind of disability in our country. 26% of all US adults have something, whether it's mobility, cognition, lack of independent living, hearing, vision, or ability for self-care. So when you think about that, that's more than 1 out of every 4 people have some kind of disability. So why do we treat it as a 5% problem when it's a 25% problem? So these slides, I want to give credit to Rachel Gott, who's here today from Holst Architecture. She helped put this together, and working with Community Vision and Reach Community Development. Margaret, I don't know if she's still here. Working on a project for called 73 Foster in the Foster Powell neighborhood. And we tried to focus on aspects around mobility and height, vision, hearing and acoustics, and cognitive access to go above and beyond the code. And this is a pretty technical drawing. I won't go into it too much, but basically the idea is this building that's built around a courtyard, every aspect of it, whether it's community space, the lobby, the units, the circulation spaces, we tried to have those lenses of design around all of those different parts and pieces to try and make the spaces more welcoming for everybody. So what does that mean? That means trying to provide different kinds of seating depending on your abilities. It means giving really clear wayfinding and like cohesive spaces that just make sense to you. Using warm materials, using materials and colors as ways to create zones so that you understand the space. Really legible space and simple spaces can make a big difference. Also for acoustics, trying to provide places where you can hear people and have a conversation. Or deaf space design, where you're providing enough space for people to be able to have an interpreter or to sign with one another while people can still walk by. Oh, sorry. And then in the units specifically, Rachel spent a lot of time working on the kitchens and trying to create a new kitchen design that could be a command center. So trying to take function and designing for all abilities as like a primary driver of every aspect of that kitchen, where parts and pieces go, how you can fit under the counter, and putting this in as many of the units as possible. So when you're usually required to do 5% accessible units, I think we were able to do about 3 to 4 times that amount of units in the building. The last piece I want to talk about is worth and value. We are trying to understand the business side of affordable housing design and what are the drivers. And the first aspect that we're trying to do is learn from our past mistakes. And so we've undertaken a very serious effort to do post-occupancy evaluations with the scientific method. I also want to give credit to Maggie Harris, who I think is on Zoom right now. Maggie has really led our efforts both through Holst and with her PhD that she's getting at Portland State University right now, to try and help us figure out how to do really good post-occupancy evaluations. And really focusing, if these are all the social determinants of health, focusing on the neighborhood and the built environment as a focus of our research. And then trying to decide between qualitative and quantitative analysis. We've really started with qualitative analysis to understand the anecdotal aspects of living in these buildings versus the quantitative, which we're starting to get more and more into with the actual numbers. And so this, all the work that Maggie is doing is peer reviewed, and it has a scientific method behind it, and it's quite rigorous. So a project that we first started with last year is 72 Foster, another REACH project. We were able to go through a year-long analysis with them, looking at age, ethnicity, and gender of residents, looking at the use of mobility equipment, their occupations, time living at the building. We talked not just to residents, but also to the people that work there, whether it's facilities, resident services, property management. And then we looked at really five aspects of living in the building: sound, air quality, temperature, light, and smell, and both comfort in the unit and comfort in the community spaces. And then we collected feedback. We got anecdotal feedback, we got numbers feedback, but really tried to help us understand the implications of the design decisions we kind of make in a vacuum sometimes. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest things we've heard about this project is it's kind of an L-shaped building. We have stairs on the two ends and we have elevators in the middle. And it's very hard to get access to the stairs. And so residents and people working there really wish they had a stair in the middle next to the elevators. And so that's something that we're trying to incorporate into all of our projects now, is a very accessible stair. The last piece I want to talk about is climate. We have a housing crisis, but we also have a carbon and a climate crisis. And so we're trying to understand the implications of our designs as it relates to carbon. We received a grant from the Energy Trust of Oregon. Hannah Rustnick in our office became an Energy Trust Fellow and led this research for us. And we took a look at 8 of our projects to see how they do with both embodied carbon and operational carbon, to understand the whole life carbon of our projects. If you're not aware, I hope you are, 37% of our carbon issue comes from the built environment, comes from buildings. And that's both embodied and operational. And so the projects that we looked at really spanned from missing middle, small scale townhomes and walk-ups all the way to 5/3 podium buildings. And they also included both affordable housing and market rate housing. And ultimately, the main findings we came to, but there are a couple drivers of what reduces the carbon footprint of our buildings. The first is scale. So both the number of units you're doing, if you can build in scale, you're going to be more efficient. But also the smaller, the more compact the living, the less of a carbon footprint you're going to have per bed. But the biggest determinant we found was electrification. And this is really positive for everybody, because these buildings are all about 5 to 8 years old. And so electrification has not been that common, but now electrification is really picking up steam. And the one building that's the purple bar, second from the right, is the Aurora. And that's our only electrified building in the study. And it's significantly less in both embodied carbon and operational carbon. So we're really excited about all the projects we have coming that are fully electric. So the last thing I wanted to end with is that, you know, housing is about people, housing is about communities, housing's not about money, housing's not about profit. And until we change our mindset in this country about that, we're going to have a hard time making a difference. So let's help change that mindset. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave. And last but absolutely not least, Celestina Teva from the DLCD.
I'll make sure I can see the clock here. Let's do this. All right. Oh, almost. I don't want to touch anything. That's okay. Okay. All right. Thanks everybody for making it to the last panel, the last speaker, the last panel. Celestina Teva, she, they, housing planner at DLCD. And I want to start by just saying that I am on the shoulders of giants today. So I'm here to really, you know, give a little bit of an overview of what's going on at the department as it relates to innovation and housing production strategies. But as we had the opportunity to honor today at lunch, the folks on the DLCD housing team, Sean Edging, Mari Valencia Aguilar, and Ethan Stuckmeyer, who have really got a lot of this in motion. I have all of them to thank for the opportunity to be here. So without further ado, innovation in housing production. So, you know, what I've chosen to highlight here today and what I heard that from Sierra and others, we really want to focus in on is going to both talk about innovations in housing production, of course, the housing production strategy program and year one, and also try and connect some of everything that we've heard today so that we can see what we are doing and maybe what's in the future and maybe what we can do even a little bit better. That's a little overview, but I'm just going to move along with it. So racial equity framework for decision making in the Oregon housing needs analysis rulemaking. So at this point, you know, I think that most people in this room are pretty familiar with the Oregon housing needs analysis at this point, but we are about to embark, and by about to, I mean we have already started, but the heart of the work, our first technical advisory committee meeting that Alan will be with us on, the Needs and Production Advisory Committee starts next week. So we're really digging in here, and the parts of the implementation and rulemaking that I want to highlight today are both that Needs and Production Technical Advisory Committee, because I think some of the conversations that have come up around strategies around accessibility and disability, even around engagement, are deeply connected to the Housing Production Strategy Program. And additionally, we heard a little bit about the equity indicators, these data points that will be generated or some sort of indicator, as well as the housing production dashboard. So those elements are deeply related to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis implementation. They are not within DLCD's purview. They are with our partner organization, OHCS. But I can drop a note for you all in terms of the question of that process that in the near future, OHCS will be finalizing that those timelines and their engagement opportunities for the equity indicators. And likely some on the methodology as well. So we know that those are going to inform the housing production strategy program, and then we'll be able to build off of those in the process of developing those housing production strategies, and our local partners will be able to look to those as well. So that's as much of an additional note as I can offer there, but that work is indeed, has indeed begun and is around the corner. So like I mentioned, we have, well, I didn't mention we have 3 technical advisory committees if you aren't already familiar. The one that, of course, by name most obviously relates to innovation in housing production is the Housing Needs and Production Technical Advisory Committee. And there are really 3 policy areas that that technical advisory committee is going to dig into. One of them is the task to write rules that further implement the definition of needed housing and the direction that's in the House Bill 2001 legislation is to define that by characteristics, types, and locations, of course, with the overall goal of increasing production, affordability, and choice. So the second area is the charge to affirmatively further fair housing in the housing production strategy. So I think we heard this either directly or indirectly multiple times today. The current housing production strategy program does already have rules related to affirmatively furthering fair housing, but really bringing that through the housing production strategy program and bringing both a qualitative and quantitative look when we get to think about how those equity indicators play into the program and how the data and the contextualized housing need, as Sam mentioned earlier and others, informs the housing production strategies that local governments actually choose, threading all of that together and providing that rule and guidance as part of this technical advisory committee in affirmatively furthering fair housing in the housing production strategy program. And then the third point that I'll just highlight, which I think we are really blessed as a department and as a state to have the expertise that we have, not only on this panel, but in this room and really in all regions, rural, urban, and all specialties across elements of equity in that I'm really excited for adoption-ready policy work. We just heard ideas and we had work from Holst Architecture. I think it was Rachel, you said, who's really looking at how, different ways that we can measure and different elements that we can incorporate for accessibility and disability in housing and creating adoption-ready policies and programs that we can take off the shelf that local governments can say, we want to build housing in this way to meet the need that we see we have is really, really exciting work. So those are the 3 areas that the Technical Advisory Committee will be digging into. And I want to talk about that work itself, the technical advisory work, the rulemaking advisory committee, the rulemaking process generally, and touch a little bit on the Goal 1 conversation from earlier today and offer a little bit of insight into where we are in trying to implement equity work and community engagement work in this particular rulemaking process. So last year, some of you may know, the Land Conservation and Development Commission adopted a racial equity framework for decision making that all programs at the department use in planning and in execution of those programs. So there are 8 elements. I've highlighted a couple here that speak most directly, perhaps, to Goal 1 in community involvement, and that's evaluating historical inequities in community engagement and empowerment. And I also want to highlight, I didn't do this on the slide, but the last element is measuring and evaluating outcomes and continuous improvement. And I wanted to highlight that one because I really don't want it to be overlooked. And I also want to just ensure that we all know that we have an iterative process in this equity work, that what I have to share with you today and what's to come, it will always be reviewed and we're always looking to do better. So I think I'm really grateful to the Commission for adopting a framework that includes a baked in iterative process. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to mention when we talk about intersectionality and equity, and as you astutely highlighted, Alan, the data that shows us that the folks who are most impacted by disability and lack of accessibility in housing and across our communities are folks of color, is that the racial equity framework that the department um, uh, adopted leads with race and carries an intersectional approach. So thank you for queuing me up for that, Alan. So that's why it's called a racial equity framework for decision making, and that's kind of the paradigm that we're doing this work in. And the work is growing because we have a really exciting project in the works, which is the Equitable Engagement Toolkit. So this is a project that some other folks on my team are working alongside Knot Studio and Multicultural Collaborative to develop. And it's really trying to condense and elevate equitable engagement best practices in a way that local jurisdictions can take off the shelf and deploy in their communities in order to do equitable engagement work. So like I said, this is, I think the kickoff meeting was maybe last month, so it's in its early stages, but for those of you in the room who are excited and energized and inspired by the Goal 1 conversation earlier today, this work might be something that you want to follow. So I just wanted to highlight that. With regard to the rural conversation as well, actually, I wanted to note that the toolkit will be oriented to multiple city population sizes. And, you know, it's not oriented specifically around geography, but it is oriented around city size. And so the hope there is that the engagement toolkit that and recommended tools and best practices for small cities will be able to be deployed in the areas who in some instances we might say need it most. Okay, so with that, I will get into just a couple of quick highlights about the Housing Production Strategy Program. So you all may have seen this graphic a few times. It's also in the packets on your table. And it's a little bit funny to be sharing about the Housing Production Strategy Program in a quick few slides, only because of the knowledge base in the room and the materials in front of you. So if you want more information, there are some great packets available. There's also a whole rulemaking process that contributes to this work. But in 2 slides, we're going to review where it lives here, the housing production strategy, as a part of the Goal 10 work and as kind of the refocus of this major change in Goal 10 housing planning, and a quick review of year 1. So you have heard a little bit today about the housing production strategy reports that are have already been received. That was 11 in 2023, and all were approved by the department with conditions. Additionally, in the current biennium, there are 14 housing production strategy planning assistant grants with local governments. So I just wanted to highlight that relationships, and I was just on a call yesterday about a kickoff meeting for a housing production strategy grant. And I was, it's just a reminder of how inspiring our local partners are. Just the planners on the call were already ready to just dig in, particularly with community engagement topics. So I'm excited to see the reports that are developed this year. And in terms of looking backward, one of the big takeaways is just kudos to all of the cities who were in year 1 and are and their consultant teams, because it is not easy to be the first ones in a new program. So definitely wanted to elevate the awesome work and some really amazing strategies and great thinking going on at the local level. And offer that at the housing division, we are doing a little bit more of a thorough look at the year 1 in a more comprehensive look across all of the strategies that we saw, and also about the strategies that we saw that weren't included in the housing production strategy menu that the department currently has. And there are quite a few that are really exciting. And so you can, just a little teaser that there will probably at some point be a housing production strategy menu 2.0 that's informed by the local government work and consultant work and really community work that's pushing forward a variety of strategies to further housing production, affordability, and choice. And the last thing I would say on that is that we have collective work ahead to continue to affirmatively further fair housing in the housing production strategy program. As mentioned, that will be a large part of the Needs in Production Technical Advisory Committee. And as we also heard today, there is collective opportunity to contribute to those strategies. Sam's ask for help in some ways and buddies in being a part of creating those housing production strategy programs. And I'll add another note of another conversation that we're having to sort out how to best support you all to plug into that process, because from the DLCD notice side, we are noticing when the reports arrive at our door, at which point they are adopted by the local jurisdiction. And so it's a little bit of an interesting place in terms of comments. And it's not really at the creation point of some of these housing production strategy reports. So just want to know that we've heard that, and that we're sorting out how we can be a support to make it easier for folks in the community to know which local governments are working on their housing production strategy selections and reports, so that it's easier for you all to know when you might want to plug in. So just really trying to increase that accessibility and transparency. I'm just going to touch on two quick things at a high level here, specifically around, what's new, the innovations in housing production strategies. So we've heard a couple of folks today mention the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities program. So that is being implemented. Oh, I meant to change the slide, but I will verbalize walkable and rollable mixed-use areas. A quick review of the CFA's climate-friendly areas are walkable and rollable mixed-use areas, reducing the need for vehicle trips and trip lengths, commonly located in urban centers and corridors, and that cities over 10,000 in population will adopt CFAs with sufficient zoned capacity for at least 30% of housing needs. So really trying to allow for many homes in the climate-friendly areas to decrease our carbon impacts. Thank you, Dave, also for doing the work on your end in the built environment to contribute to this climate work. So just a quick review that the CFEC rules apply in the 8 metropolitan areas in the state. And so far where we are is that nearly all of the climate-friendly area studies have been received by the department. By the end of this month, they will all have comments from DLCD. And by the end of this year, all of the jurisdictions are expected to adopt their climate-friendly area studies. Lastly, I wanted to mention the Mass Timber Code Up project. So we heard a little bit about modular housing today. We know that the timelines in which we can be responsive to housing need are both related to land acquisition and getting the projects queued up, but also how quickly we can actually get the homes built. And we have a number of barriers to that, but there is also a lot of innovation in construction type. So the Mass Timber Code Up project is something that DLCD has gotten involved with as part of the Mass Timber Coalition. The Mass Timber Coalition is funded by the Build Back Better funding through the United States Economic Development Administration. It has a number of partners, DLCD being one of them. And if you're not as familiar with the project's vision, it's a vision for a thriving mass timber industry cluster in Oregon. And so this includes, economic development. And, I'm reminded I'm reminded of some of Connie's comments about, both having a workforce and also needing housing. And so not only is this an economic development initiative, but it's also a housing initiative. This isn't something that our department is working on as closely because it is housed as an economic development initiative, but some of my colleagues really wanted me to make sure that the fact that it is also a housing initiative is not lost. For the most part, and most of the projects related to mass timber right now are housing oriented. And one of the deliverables of the grant from the DLCD side is a model code and audit workbook, which is completed. So you all can expect to see this available sometime, probably in the next few weeks. And it's a workbook, code audit workbook that's targeted for small cities or cities with less capacity to both do an audit of their code to make sure that they are reducing barriers to the placement of mass timber units. And it's specifically single unit detached homes, which really, as we prepare for the likely emergence of a number of different housing construction types, this is just one that is recently innovative. The audit workbook will apply. It's not specific to construction type, it's more specific to housing type. So how can we make sure that there are no prohibitions on construction type in our zoning codes, as well as that the zoning codes can functionally support the placement of whether it's mass timber homes, whether they're not mass timber, but they are prefabricated homes, even manufactured homes, really across the board. So keep your eyes open for that workbook to be released. And then the other deliverable that's in the DLCD portion of the coalition is technical code assistance grants. So a couple of those are underway and a couple are about to kick off. And I believe that those first 4 cities are all wildfire recovery technical assistance grants. So really trying to match this potentially, rapid construction type with recovery housing or post-disaster not recovery housing in the sense of substance use, although that is potentially another application, but specifically trying to recover post-wildfire. But that is not, the technical assistance grants are not limited to that, but I just thought I would add that note as well. And with that, I've got a couple of contacts, namely because we tried to carry a lot here for you today based on what it sounded like you all were interested in, but the housing team isn't leading all of this work. So a couple of contacts if you want to ask some more questions about CFEC or about the Mass Timber Project. And with that, thank you so much. I'll hand it over to Sierra.
Thank you so much to Alan, Dave, and Celestina. Those were outstanding presentations. We have time for 2 questions. Who is my Oprah? Do I have an Oprah in the room? Oh, Sam. I'd love to get one in the room, one virtual person.
First, I just want to mention to, sorry, I have to look for your guys' names, but Alan, just that your presentation specifically spoke to me because when I started doing this work, I didn't intend on focusing on homelessness. I intended on focusing on seniors and people in the aging demographic because Curry County is the second highest senior demographic in Oregon. And so a lot of my projects focus around mobility issues. We have a lot of people with disabilities as well, and that is clearly represented and overrepresented in the homeless population that I work with. So that's why we shifted to homelessness as opposed to helping seniors access healthcare, because those seniors were on the street. So, and then the other thing I wanted to mention to you, sorry, again, names, is it Celeste? Is that okay?
Celestina.
Celestina. The only thing I noticed is that oftentimes when these come out, these sort of regulations around housing and land use and all of that, it's typically concentrated, or it's a suggestion for communities under 10,000. And I think that if we really wanted to move the needle, we would make it a requirement. And I understand that there's some limitations on capacity and all of that, but I think the only way to spur those communities like mine, which is, 7,000, to build in that capacity is to require it. And again, that's, the hard hand from Salem, but we need that, the small groups of us on the ground trying to do the work. And so it's not so much a question, but I don't know if you can speak to any of the reason why they typically do only are enforced for 10,000 and more population.
I could speak specifically to Oregon Housing Needs Analysis and just encourage you all to speak to your legislators. And I heard you earlier express that you are experiencing challenge with that, but that is specified in the statute. So in the bills that are passed. So at the agency level where we are, rulemaking and implementing that, to what cities the rules apply has already been determined.
But I will say Tillamook is going to be a very interesting test case. All of Tillamook County is going to be subject to the large city standards for.
For sure, Sam. Yeah, that's a great mention. The state legislators in Tillamook County came together and pushed for Tillamook, any jurisdiction in Tillamook County to basically be considered a large city or be subject to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Goal 10 planning requirements. So, we will see where that goes and how we can best support and be collaborative to the jurisdictions that are smaller in size and see what that rollout looks like. But it is exciting, and I think the point there is there's nothing that precludes folks from wanting to participate. Absolutely. So if you're excited and engaged and that's something that you want to see in your community, I think it's definitely available.
Do we want to do one more, Sam? There is one question from Rachel online, but it's kind of long and complicated. So I think it might be better for us to follow up afterwards about that. So one more from our in-person audience before we close out.
Run across the room. I heard a lot today about protecting housing from market pressures and making housing a human right instead of a commodity on the market. And I heard about planning for the next generation, but I didn't hear about community land trusts, which to me are like the perfect melding of, insulating housing and land from market pressures forever, for generations into the future. So I just wondered if anyone had, if there was energy around that. That's my thought.
I'll just quickly note that it's a hugely important thing here in Portland, that there's some great work that's happening that's kind of melding community land trust with kind of permaculture and thinking about aging in place. But I think that there's also some great examples we heard at the Oregon APA conference this last year about some innovations that's happening around affordable housing, socially connected housing, and land trusts are really an opportunity for folks to get a piece of the pie. Unfortunately, that's the commodification of this, but I truly believe that that's an opportunity for folks, and we need to be exploring it across the state.
Thanks so much, Sarah, for the question. And there were a number of comments today that I wish we'd have time to unpack, but I heard a comment earlier about, are we planning for ownership versus rental when we're zoning, and what does that look like? And we know that that's something that cities have been planning for, and we did see in the housing production strategies, and it's something that we're continuing to evolve about. How do we plan for both, and how do we serve both, and also maybe to not make it both. Maybe how are we expanding our concept of tenure from ownership and rental to include community land trust, to think about cooperative housing, resident-owned cooperatives, shared equity, limited equity, combining CLTs and co-ops. And so I think that's something that the Technical Advisory Committee for Needs and Production will have the opportunity to dig into a little bit, and continuing to look at ways where we're not just binarily looking at ownership and rental, but what are the long-term ways we can create permanent, stable, affordable housing? I would say definitely is part of the conversation.
And we're going to have to wrap it up there, and I'm going to turn it over to Board President Jennifer. Thank you all so much for being here. Super appreciate it.
Well, congratulations, everyone. You made it through the day of another excellent conference. I know I'm just so excited to be where we are today. HLA and our board has relentlessly advocated for a lot of the policies that have been adopted, and now we get to see where the rubber meets the road. And I think it means some growing pains for all of us, and that we're all going to scratch our head at some tough questions, because now we have the policy, but we have to make it work. And we don't want to end up with dusty reports like housing needs analysis turned into. So there's a lot of work for all of us, in partnership, in advocacy, in community outreach, in community involvement, and in continuing this conversation. So we'll look forward to seeing you again next year, but we do have the room for another hour. So you have plenty of time to fill out your evaluations, to make sure you signed up for CLE credit if you need to return your name badges so people on the street don't know who you are, and then to get on with your Friday night. So thank you again to all our sponsors and all our attendees.